Good morning. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. This is Thursday, September 4th, 9 a.m. We will take a roll.
Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
and Commissioner Shea.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 of 7 commissioners present.
Great. Thank you. Good to see everybody. We are just going to rock and roll right into it. We're taking the Cumulative Impacts and Enhanced Systems and Practices Rulemaking Docket 240600145. We should elevate Matt Sura and his witnesses from Conservation Colorado. They are recognized for a time allotment of 85 minutes. However, as I indicated earlier, the ability to make your case without using all of your time is greatly appreciated as we try to get through a pretty intense rulemaking here. Mr. Sura, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. We don't intend to use all of our time, but we'll reserve some time for rebuttal. I'd like to share my screen here, if I may. And I just want to make sure that Beatrice Soto is also with us today.
Yeah, I believe I saw Ms. Soto on.
She's on the
Looks like
panel apparently.
She's on the panel, but she's not audioed or visuals yet. There she is.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. So I'll begin here. This year. My name is Matt Sura, representing Conservation Colorado. Conservation Colorado's 20,000 members are committed to addressing the root causes of climate change, defending Colorado's wild places, protecting its stressed rivers and drinking water, accelerating the transition to a clean energy future, and elevating voices from impacted communities. This presentation will cover the following issues: concerns that the draft doesn't meet specific requirements of recent legislation. Second, concerns about the changes proposed for NOx enforcement in the latest draft. And then finally, concerns about the elimination of protections for DICs in the latest draft. Conservation Colorado went from supporting several aspects of these rules in the June draft to reading the August draft and wondering if we were reading the same legislation that mandated these rules in the first place. Here is what I promised to be a 1-minute review. Senate Bill 181 requires the Commission to evaluate and address cumulative impacts. After several false starts in 2003, there was legislation that required cumulative impacts rulemaking to have been completed by this past April. The 2024 legislature felt that the rulemaking was off track and provided additional guidance this last legislative session. I'm not going to go all through this, but the point of that is that the legislature decided to become very prescriptive in what it wanted to see in this cumulative impacts rulemaking. Through Senate Bill 24-229, the legislature and the governor supplied very detailed requirements, including extending the deadline for this rulemaking to September 30th, and required that it include enhanced systems and practices to prevent ozone precursors. The legislature also codified the governor's NOx reduction directive into statute for the Air Quality and Control Commission, and at the same time granted new authority to this commission to specifically enforce NOx intensity targets and other rules passed by the Air Quality Control Commission to meet these NOx reduction goals. They also required the commission to administer the Oil and Gas Act in a manner to minimize adverse effects to disproportionately impacted communities and, importantly, defined disproportionately impacted communities. The House was also involved in initiating successful legislation that defined cumulative impacts, impact areas, impacts to climate, which are all now legislative requirements for this rulemaking. So let's start at the beginning. Do these rules evaluate and address cumulative impacts? The common framework proposed by Conservation Colorado for evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts requires, first, setting a threshold limit for impacts. Second, using best available data in coordination with other state agencies to determine how close we are to meeting those threshold limits. Third, use mitigation hierarchy to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to ensure threshold limits are not reached. And 4, no net impacts if the threshold is reached. The good news is that the ECMC June draft did a good job in creating a framework to evaluate and address cumulative impacts on at least one issue, NOx emissions. Let's look at how the June rules address NOx emissions. This is the non-attainment area, the home of more than 45 of Colorado's residents, 75% of Colorado's residents. Impact areas must be based on the geographic extent of potential impacts. This is the impact area for NOx and regional air pollution. The June NOx intensity rules did set up a threshold limit. They had it required of them through legislation. The governor's directive in 229, Senate Bill 229, requires both the Air Quality Control Commission and ECMC to reduce nitrogen oxides by 30% by 2025 and 50% by 2030 from 2017 levels in the non-attainment area. So this is an important graph. I would just want to explain it a bit. So production is in orange and pre-production is in blue, showing tons of NOx per day. The column on the left is 2017 NOx. The first hash mark from the top is the 30% reduction, and the lower one is a 50% reduction. The graph on the right depicts where we would be without the past December's Air Quality Control Commission SIP regulations and NOx reductions, including NOx intensity. You will notice that we've got a long ways to go. There's substantial NOx emissions coming from production, slightly more than half of the total, but a lot of that is also pre-production. The State Air Pollution Control Division did the easy math. If the 2017 baseline is 6,931 tons of NOx during an ozone season, a 30% reduction is 4,852 tons. That is our immediate goal. That is what we have to achieve by next year. Here are the threshold limits for the sector. According to the Air Pollution Control Division, emissions from the upstream sector of the oil and gas industry totaled 6,931 tons during the ozone season. A 30% reduction would result in 4,852 tons of NOx emissions over the ozone season, and a 50% reduction required in 2030 is 3,465 tons of NOx emissions. For those who were part of the rulemaking, you'll remember that the 2025 NOx budget was seen as a critical interim step toward achieving the 50% NOx reductions by 2030. NOx intensity is not the easiest concept to understand, but the way that the Air Quality Control Commission was looking at it is they wanted to have the operator reduce emissions proportionally to the amount that they produce. So those that are producing a lot of oil and gas are going to be having to produce, a proportion amount of NOx reductions, a proportion amount of NOx reductions. The higher production operators have to do a lesser percent. They have different NOx intensity targets for large operators and for small operators. So we move into the next section, the June NOx intensity rules and gathering information. And the rules allow for the Air Pollution Control Division to supply necessary data to the ECMC in time for it to be useful for the next ozone season. They have an annual report that is compiled in June, this past June, typically released in January for the past calendar year. So in June, they compiled it and they're working on it right now, but it's looking at 2023. Importantly, they also have an interim NOx intensity report that is due in November for the just past ozone season. So we're going to be collecting that information in November for right now for this past ozone season that we're in currently. The interim report is tabulated for presentation to ECMC and others by February 1st. ECMC is also gathering its own data through the CITER database in Form 2Bs and Form 2Ds, and that's also important. The rules allow for the Air Pollution Control Division to supply the necessary data to ECMC in time for it to be useful for the ozone season. Again, that is allowing us to use the mitigation hierarchy. But when we move into the no net impacts, once the threshold is met, we start getting into a little bit of trouble. Right now that we have in the current regulations, or certainly in the June regulations, drilling operators would be seen whether or not they're in compliance with the NOx intensity program, and they could have their drilling permitted during the ozone season, requiring enhanced systems and practices. They could be required to shut in wells, plugging in abandonment wells, and other actions as the director deems necessary. And then they looked also at the entire oil and gas sector. If it failed to meet the NOx targets, the sector-wide targets, they could look at prohibiting drilling during the ozone season and enhanced practices and some of that same requirements. But that was taken away. The August version accomplishes much of the common framework proposed by Conservation Colorado for evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. The rules were designed to set thresholds and follow them. There are a number of red line changes that should occur, which I will go through now, but wanted to take a minute to say how much Conservation Colorado appreciated this part of the June draft. In evaluating and addressing NOx emissions, we believe you had it right. This can and should be the format the ECMC takes for every resource. So Senate Bill 24-229 required operators to take such actions between May 1st and September 30th of each year to assure compliance with NOx intensity targets and prioritize actions by operators that do not demonstrate any applicable are not meeting the NOx intensity targets. So Senate Bill 24-229 is requiring you, ECMC, to assure compliance with NOx intensity. That's a requirement and not a suggestion. The definition of assure in this context is to provide a guarantee of. So the legislature wanted ECMC to guarantee compliance. It also stated that it wanted you to focus on those who were not meeting their NOx intensity targets or other NOx rules to achieve sector-wide compliance with the state's 2030 goals for NOx reductions. It makes clear here that NOx intensity is part of meeting the 2030 reduction goals. The industry's legal argument to say that there's no relevant 2030 goal falls flat. However, they do have a reasonable fairness argument, and I think that the legislature also wants you to be fair. Enforce on those operators who are not meeting the NOx intensity targets. In order to guarantee compliance, to assure compliance, Conservation Colorado believes the operator should be in compliance with both the annual and interim NOx reporting. The annual report and the interim report serve different functions, as I discussed. The annual report is reviewed and quality controlled by the Air Pollution Control Division. If the annual report states that you're in violation of NOx intensity, that finding should be honored. The interim report is information compiled by the operator itself and will likely not be as thoroughly reviewed. However, if the operator's own information indicates that it will not be meeting the NOx intensity standards, that should also be given deference. These are called targets, but they're not optional. We have proposed to move this section, remove it entirely. ECMC is charged with assuring compliance with these requirements, and the operator should not be allowed to have a meeting with the director and explain, gosh, we really tried hard. We weren't able to meet NOx intensity, but we're going to do all these extra things. You have to trust us. Any failure to meet NOx intensity should lose the right to drill during the ozone season. They can still drill outside the ozone season. And of course, if they want to contest this finding, they can still do that, but it should be before the commission and not just the director. The most important change we are proposing in the NOx section is this slight modification to Rule 316D. The earlier draft required that the director enforce industry-wide NOx levels during the ozone season, and that was removed. But in removing it, the drafters also removed enforcement for operators who are not proposing to drill wells. I'll call them production operators. If the only enforcement mechanism is the Form 2D, that means only operators that are proposing to drill wells are subject to ECMC enforcement on NOx intensity. The legal requirement for meeting NOx reduction requirements and for helping lower our ozone levels will not be met. Our proposed change will require all operators within the non-attainment area to comply with the NOx intensity and bring the rules back into compliance with a statute that requires ECMC to assure compliance with NOx intensity targets and to prioritize enforcement on those operators who do not demonstrate that they're meeting the NOx intensity targets. It is also important, I would think, that you are monitoring compliance with this mandate to reduce NOx by 30% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. We've suggested this requirement for transparency. The legislature, the public, most of all you, want to know if we're meeting this guarantee of the people of Colorado. The legislature was very prescriptive in what it wanted to see in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. Through Senate Bill 24-229, the legislature and the governor supplied very detailed requirements, including the requirement to do this rulemaking by September 30th, and required that it include enhanced systems and practices to prevent ozone precursors. The rules, for the most part, do what the legislature required. They brought in most of the relevant BMPs to be required as enhanced systems and practices. But this requirement highlighted here, which is merely parroting the Air Quality Control Commission regulation, is not a best practice. For years, the CDPHE has been asking and begging operators to use electric drill rigs, and some do. Some just don't want to be bothered. They reflexively won't do it because it's not the way they do things, or it's a hassle, it takes time, or they have contracts on more polluting rigs. Here's a list of the way that the industry can meet the new Air Quality Control Commission mandate from Reg 7. It is not much of a mandate. There's only one technology on this list that will not produce nitrogen oxides, and that's powering by grid power or non-fossil fuel generated power. All of the others are going to be producing nitrogen oxides. Conservation Colorado does not want transformers where they're not going to be in use once the wells are drilled. We get it. We also understand that there are not readily available electric or battery powered hydraulic fracturing technologies, but there will be. If they only have to do what is practicable, then what's the problem with putting these requirements there? Our airshed is so unhealthy that we're going to be in an extreme non-attainment in a couple of years. It seems reasonable to have the industry go through some inconvenience in having to talk to the utility provider about whether or not that they can get electricity provided to that location. Now we're going to move into Beatrice Soto's presentation. And I'll let Beatrice introduce herself. If she could be, is she present?
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I want to start by just thanking the commission. I was on the Environmental Justice Action Task Force with Commissioner Oath, and it's a long commitment, and we really appreciate your service. So just really quickly, I am employed by Conservation Colorado, and I was also on the Environmental Justice Action Task Force representing disproportionately impacted communities in Congressional District 3. My address is in Garfield County. And I served as the co-chair of the Environment, Equity, and Cumulative Analysis Working Group on the task force, as well as on the data and reducing environmental health disparities. And I've been doing a lot of outreach and community organizing on the Western Slope in rural communities for the past decade. I personally just want to share a little bit of why I came to the task force and why environmental justice is important to me. I am a member of a disproportionately impacted community. And the impacts of environmental injustice have been impacting my life personally, my families, and my communities, which many are my friends that live in mobile home parks, that are advocating for the well-being of their friends and family, and that are also economically and environmentally burdened. And with wildfires and climate change, these impacts are really exaggerating the health disparities of many communities in the Western Slope, in CD3, in my community specifically. That creates cycles of poverty. And at the end of the day, that's what environmental justice is really about. I want to dive a little bit into what was the main purpose of the Environmental Justice Action Task Force. What we were really trying to do is develop a statewide environmental justice strategy. So we basically made recommendations and plans for incorporating environmental justice into all state agency activities, including planning, rulemaking, orders, investments, and this includes ensuring that state actions avoid and minimize negative environmental and public health impacts to disproportionately impacted communities. It also means implementing equity analysis. So we were responsible for recommending that state agencies conduct environmental equity analysis for actions potentially affecting disproportionately impacted communities. And these analyses were meant to identify and address the cumulative impacts on the health, the environment of these communities, ensuring that there was no further harm and anything that could potentially cause harm was minimized. We wanted to make sure that disproportionately impacted communities were engaged in a meaningful way. This is also a big focus of the energy that we put into the task force, is to improving outreach and engagement and the trust of community with state agencies and the partnership of communities with state agencies, so we could collectively create better rules that serve all of us. Another big important part was addressing data gaps. We understood that if we could not prove that certain points of pollution were impacting the health of community, then there is no action behind them. So making sure that when we think about data, that we are really collecting data from different point sources and that we are looking at these issues from a holistic health perspective, social economic perspective, and really starting to think about a whole system versus just a tiny part of it. And then we were also revising definitions and processes to make sure that disproportionately impacted communities were accurately reflected in the definition, and that all the needed protections were added to the different rulemakings, and making sure that there was transparency and accountability for agencies, industry, for disproportionately impacted communities. And particularly as a member representing disproportionately impacted communities in CD3, one of my main goals and emphasis was making sure that we were protecting disproportionately impacted communities and that we were bringing the voices of rural people in Colorado and not just urban folks, because it's really important to understand that environmental justice also exists in rural areas, in areas where there's vast amounts of open land. That does not necessarily entail that environmental justice does not exist in those communities, and that we were also ensuring full participation from these communities in these rulemakings as well. So something really important is when we define disproportionately impacted communities that was later adopted, we are finding that it's not fully incorporated into the ECMC rulemaking process. There was a consensus by the Colorado Environmental Justice Action Task Force of what a disproportionately impacted community was. This took a long time, guys, to really define what it was. We came up with different ways to say disproportionately impacted communities. Some communities didn't like it. Agencies were looking at this from different ways. Industry was present as well. And it was really important to us to have one standardized definition. Why? Because it's really hard for community, if it's not in layman's terms, to be able to understand different definitions for different communities. This takes a lot of time for people that are working poor, that are disproportionately impacted communities, to really understand all these different definitions. This is why one standardized definition was so important for the task force, and we all agreed that this must be, and it was absolutely necessary. And why is this so necessary? Uniformity across agencies. So if we have a single definition, it makes it a lot easier to be able to have consistency across all state agencies. So when a community member is speaking to anybody, they can clearly articulate what's happening. They clearly understand what that definition means. It allows addressing environmental justice issues under the same criteria and thresholds, and it is applied uniformly across relevant decision-making processes. This also allows clarity and certainty. Standardization provides both communities and the regulated entities with clear qualified thresholds, such as using the Enviro screen with an 80 percentile threshold as a baseline. This clarity helps identify DI communities more effectively, ensuring that resources and protections are appropriately targeted. We were tasked with figuring out how we share the burdens and the benefits of environmental justice, of our economy, of our progress. The benefits also have to be shared. This is why this definition is also important. And then this also allows contextual application. So while standardization ensures consistency, it also allows agencies the flexibility to tailor their application of the definition based on the specific context of their decisions. We were really clear of adding some nuance and some flexibility into the definition because we understood that every agency works a little bit different and have different rulemakings and processes. And that was a huge concern. And this is why this is so important, that the contextual application is also already part of the definition. And then we were also addressing data limitations. So it took, we used the Enviro screen to help inform and understand limitation. And this was particular to rural areas where data and the granularity of the data is very different. So it was also advised to use a fixed single version of such tools to ensure consistency in decision making, while also considering other data where appropriate without having to change the definition. The intent is, at the end of the day, the elimination of discrepancies. So when we recommended removing varying metrics for low income status, used from different agencies, standardizing a single metric where the population threshold below 200% of the federal poverty level is greater than 40%. All of this, again, allows us to have consistency and for all communities and all agencies to speak the same language when they're referring to disproportionately impacted communities. So this is why it's so important to establish a standardized definition that the legislature, agencies, and community can ensure all decisions impacting these communities are made with consistent and equitable approach, which is essential at the end of the day to advancing environmental justice in the state. So when we're seeing the definition of disproportionately impacted communities, I want to make sure that we understand that we are missing in the current rules, point E and D from the definitions of disproportionately impacted communities, which is a statewide agency determines after a community presents evidence of being and requests to be classified as a disproportionately impacted community. This was really important to us because we understand that communities, if they can prove through their self-determination that they are disproportionately impacted communities to the state, to the legislature, to an agency, that they have the right, if proven, that they are disproportionately impacted communities. And it's also important that we added mobile home parks. So a community is a mobile home park, and it's defined in statute and law that it should also be a part of disproportionately impacted communities. These are little pockets that sometimes get lost in census block, but that we have evidence and we have seen how these are environmentally impacted communities and meet the threshold of a disproportionately impacted communities. And I'll jump into that a little bit further. And then also communities that are located in the Southern Ute and Mountain Ute Indian reservations as well. So just again, I want to highlight that Senate Bill 24229 requires the ECMC to use the definition of disproportionately impacted communities and make sure that we're not eliminating any of these categories from any rulemakings. And this, again, is a clear violation of this statute, and I just want to bring that to your attention. So just really quickly, and I was particularly one of the task force members that really advocated for including mobile home parks. And I just want to bring, again, to your attention, what is a mobile home park and why is it so important? And this kind of extends to point H as well, of like a community being able to determine themselves as a disproportionately impacted communities. So when we look at mobile home parks, it's an alternative way of affordable housing. 22% of these communities are veterans. 27% of these communities are 65 or older. There is a high population of Latino communities, and we have a high population of people with disabilities. In areas like Battlement Mesa and other areas of the state where we have high concentrations of people living in mobile home parks, particularly in Garfield County, this is incredibly important for these communities to be able to advocate for themselves and have the protections of a disproportionately impacted communities. And these communities tend to live on fixed income under $39,000 a year. So I just also want to share that the concept of cumulative impact communities was never brought up or recommended by the task force. We all felt a clear need that a statewide definition of disproportionately impacted communities was incredibly important. And I went through that a little bit previous, and I stated why that was so important and why the task force recommended only one definition. So again, I just want to share that this creates division, it creates confusion, it creates a lack of confidence in state agencies, and it also allows the continuation of systemic harm to the most vulnerable, and it creates the ecosystem for environmental justice to just flourish. CICs would exclude many areas that historically have been burdened by oil and gas activities, and almost all of Colorado's Western Slope communities. My community would be excluded from that. And there is already ongoing litigation with Colorado's Air Quality Control Commission over CIC as a term, because they're not using the definition of disproportionately impacted communities. And what we want to say is that we don't want to go down that same path. It's unnecessary. It's a necessary use of resources, and it's disruptive. And there's actually no reason why we would ever go down that path. So again, I just really want to encourage us to just continue to use one definition to talk about disproportionately impacted communities. I saw ESHAs as a powerful tool health disparities that unfortunately are a part of our history, are a part of the past, and that we do not want to perpetuate into the future. This is why we required a centralized ESHA. And what's really important about this is that there were third-party consultants as part of this, or academic institutions that would help conduct the analysis. And when we were talking about ESHAs and we were talking about the analysis of cumulative impacts, there was a huge concern that that industry and certain sector would be biased towards their business and towards their profit over the health and well-being of community. That's why it was so important that community, agency, institutions, and industry partner to really do ESHAs and to have comprehensive studies of the community. And what a centralized ESHAs really offers are the advantages of being efficient and being very thorough. That is incredibly important if it's a centralized process. And we understand that a lot of this data doesn't exist and that we need to start doing it. And these rulemakings will help us build towards ESHAs. That is the intent. The intent is not to add more and unique studies of ESHAs. The intent is that all agencies sharing information, having common definitions, sharing that information, the ESHAs will be built organically, but we have to have the intention to really be able to create those. There has to be consistency, there has to be collaboration, and at the end of the day, the ESHAs are really intended to give community power, especially disproportionately impacted communities that have not had the power and the authority to decide what are the environmental impacts in their own communities, in their backyards, and what are the outcomes that they are seeking from agencies and from industry to improve the lives of those communities. So implementing this model requires time, it requires financial investment, and it requires careful planning. We have to be very intentional about how we create the ESHAs and how all our rulemakings at the end of the day are helping to build up the central database. And just a quick summary, this is a huge step towards achieving environmental justice and providing comprehensive, centralized analysis of cumulative impacts to guide state agencies in making more informed and equitable decisions. So the next thing that I just really quickly want to touch on is, I'm trying to go a little bit faster because I know we're hard on time. How can we reinforce the recommendations of best practices for community engagement? This is another area that we had some concerns about. There was a lot of work on making sure that community engagement, again, there is recommendation, it's standardized, and it's across agencies and working with the environmental justice team at CDPHE. And these are the things that should be considered when conducting outreach to disproportionately impacted communities. The state, again, we have a long list of what should be done. This is just to facilitate and make it easier for community as well. If it's standardized and these practices are institutionalized and these are the practices that we are doing, it makes it a lot easier for community to really trust agencies to be able to participate. And we spent a lot of time making sure that these recommendations were put forward. So here are the additions that we would like to add that are applicable to the ECMC. Where there was consensus is that agencies like the ECMC should establish ongoing relationship with community connectors. Community connectors should be compensated for their contribution in strengthening community engagement and tailoring engagement to reflect community needs and interests. State agencies should also leverage trusted relationships with local public health agencies to help add capacity for and remove barriers for community engagement. And this is where the community liaison could serve in connecting with communities and play an important role. However, I would like to see the changes proposed by Conservation Colorado in the red lines to ensure that there is no conflict of interest with the liaison and making sure that they will be free to advocate in a non-legal way to ensure community perspective are heard by staff and the commissioners. The community liaison would have experience to review the operator's community outreach plans, considering the outreach requirements of the Environmental Justice Act and the task force recommendation. Allow the liaison to assist with issues beyond just educating the public on new application. A liaison should assist residents with the complaint process and should be allowed to participate in hearings when it is difficult or impossible for residents to participate. Something that we heard on the Environmental Justice Action Task Force when we heard from communities like in Grand Junction is how long rural communities have to travel to be able to go to public hearings, and then the distances between the sources of work and where a community actually live, that really impairs the ability of community to have additional time to really participate in a lot of these decision makings. And this is why it's so important that the liaison can also act in this role and help participate and bring those voices to those spaces as well. And then lastly, I just want to say that I would like to support the following rule changes. I would like to see the requirement of 2,000-foot setback from homes in all DI communities unless the resident gave informed consent. Distance is the best way to reduce harms from industrial activities, and I would like to see the informed consent, if this is the case, include an affirmation that the resident met with the community liaison who explained the impacts that are typical from oil and gas location, and that the information should be trusted and from an unbiased source in the primary language of the resident. And then I'm fine with the last slide now, Matt. I would also like to ask the commission to reinstate the procedural justice provisions from the June draft, at a minimum giving disproportionately impacted community members more than 60 days and inviting the community to participate earlier in the process. Bringing the community as a partner early on will create trust and buy-in and ample time for those due to systemic injustice can't easily participate in civic engagement to protect their health and well-being. And this is just a slide summarizing some of the things that we would really like to see reinstated, and it is in my comments, and we are happy to share the presentation information as well.
So next, I'd like to ask Stephanie Malin, professor at CSU, to join us.
Hi, folks. Thank you so much. All right. So as Matt said, my name is Stephanie Malin. I'm a resident of Fort Collins, Colorado. And a little on my background, I'm employed by Colorado State University, and I'm a full professor in the sociology department here at CSU. I also co-direct the Center for Environmental Justice, and I've been doing community-based work in a variety of communities, but especially in oil and gas production areas and communities since 2012, and in those communities in Colorado since 2013. I specialize in procedural justice, and that's a lot of what I'll be talking to you all about today. And in that context, I examine people's access to be able to meaningfully participate in decisions that affect their environment and their environmental health and well-being, and their access to useful translated information to facilitate making decisions and their ability to participate in making those decisions. So before we dig into kind of the nitty-gritty in terms of how this relates to these rules, I want to explain a little bit about what procedural justice is. It means two things primarily, and it's a core concept of environmental justice. It means, first, that affected stakeholders, and especially disproportionately impacted communities and residents within them, of course, are able to meaningfully and authentically participate in making decisions and in the processes around decision-making about activities that are going to impact them, right? So in other words, they have a meaningful seat at the table, or ideally, folks in these spaces construct the table around which decisions are made. The second component of procedural justice is that affected stakeholders have ready or easy access to useful information that's translated that they can use to make related and relevant decisions. And this means that information is translated into all relevant languages, but it also means that it's translated from specialized language into non-specialized language that's useful to all lay populations, regardless of your background or your education level. So again, procedural justice is a core component of environmental justice. Violations of it or procedural injustices often help create the sort of distributive injustices that we think about a lot in the context of EJ, right? Where DI communities are more exposed to environmental bads, so things like air and water pollution, other contamination, but also have reduced access to environmental goods, so things like clean air and clean water, affordable public transit, and that sort of thing. So in terms of environmental and specifically procedural justice playing out in the context of oil and gas development in Colorado, we've seen quite a shift in the last few years. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission unfortunately failed to provide procedural justice prior to Senate Bill 19-181. At that point, as you know, right, even local governments had very little ability to affect oil and gas decisions within their own communities. Local governments, communities, and individual landowners often felt completely powerless to affect oil and gas development. And my community-based work really established that pattern across communities in Colorado and elsewhere. We're now working to provide procedural justice to DI communities. These communities are affected and afforded greater procedural justice by the CDPHE, by the Colorado Environmental Justice Act, or HB 21-1266. As you all know, right, the act aimed to include and engage these communities more fully in policymaking at every level, and to ensure that environmental policy works towards restorative justice and benefiting these communities, to quote directly from the act. It set out in statute new requirements for CDPHE when it is conducting research to DI communities, such as the requirement to translate outreach materials into other languages spoken in the community. And to be clear, right, that's just the beginning of procedural justice. There are many other elements to it, but that would be one move in the right direction. Importantly, especially in this context, right, as you know, last legislative session, Senate Bill 24-229 mandated that this commission, the ECMC, shall administer this Article 60 in a manner to minimize adverse impacts to disproportionately impacted communities that are negatively affected by oil and gas operations. So the very first order of business to meet that and to minimize adverse impacts must be to provide procedural justice to DI communities. So the next question becomes, right, how would the agency do that? How can ECMC really facilitate that mandate? Well, the ECMC staff had a really good start in the June draft, right, to provide more opportunities for DI communities to participate. That draft offered greater notice, slightly longer comment period times for DI communities. Most of these procedural justice issues are now only granted for cumulatively impacted communities that are, by definition, only 20% of DI communities. The proposal was further watered down in substantial and very important ways with the intent to reduce procedural justice. In particular, first, the proposal to allow more time for DI communities to submit comments was important, and that has been reduced from 60 days to 45. Second, the amount of distance for notification was reduced from 2,500 to 2,000 feet. And third, the method of measuring distance was changed in many cases from the oil and gas location to the working pad surface. So I'm aware, right, these things may seem really small. They may seem like small issues, but in terms of procedural justice, they definitely are not. Time to participate in decisions that are occurring in people's communities is a luxury, right? And it's really a luxury in the context of folks who are perhaps struggling to afford to live in Colorado. And they have to make time to do these sorts of things, right? So additional time could allow for procedural justice, right? In other words, for more meaningful and authentic engagement between DI community residents, regulators, and operators. It also allows people more time to access that information that's available and actually have time to read it, consider it, and use it in making those decisions. Given the importance of the issue, right, and the relatively little cost to industry to send some additional information packets or to give an additional 15 days of public comment, it raises a lot of questions for somebody who's looking at the procedural justice impacts of these rule changes. First, I feel compelled to ask, why were the changes requested? It seems as though it was just inconvenient, perhaps, to notify a few additional homes, or that for some reason it's undesirable to invite participation from DI communities, right? So in terms of even making the request for these changes, that's a bit questionable. And then I feel compelled to ask, just to narrow this down to two questions, right? Why would the ECMC staff then make those changes? Even here among the stakeholders, there's a lot of power inequity in terms of influence. And as Beatrice's testimony really clearly stated, right, there are reasons to not make those changes. So those two questions are really, really come up when we're thinking about the procedural justice impacts of the changes from the June draft to the August one. The most meaningful change, of course, was eliminating the requirement to obtain informed consent before an operator can place a working pad surface within 2,000 feet of a home. That would have given DI community members an opportunity to participate in a decision that is going to have a profound effect on their families, and instead that has changed. Now, importantly, informed consent is not defined, and so it could mean many different things. So I want to take a moment to talk about what informed consent should look like if we're thinking about procedurally equitable processes, right? Oil and gas operators should have to inform DI communities of potential liabilities from production and fully inform folks of the potential risks or costs and also the benefits, which I'll discuss in a moment, that they face if oil and gas operations locate near them, right? That's vital to actually realizing procedural justice. Within that, right, within that context, informed consent would require that the resident is informed of all the liabilities, risks, hazards, and benefits, again, that would come from living near oil and gas operations. Only then will they consent to operations near their homes, right? And I concur with a lot of what Beatrice said about that process and what it would look like. This would ensure that DI community members aren't agreeing to something that could endanger them without knowing or without adequate opportunity to affect related decisions or access information about it in a more extended period of time. Informed consent would also need to be delivered in a way that's in person or otherwise allows for reciprocal communication, right? It's not simply one way kind of informing, and where information can be clearly stated and it can be understood by affected parties. Again, there's a two-way path for communication. And as we've talked about already, right, in Beatrice's testimony, this could be a role for a community liaison. Now, just an aside on that, I understand that there will only be two, but in my mind, if we're going to have true informed consent and space for procedural equity, there should be as many as possible in terms of community liaisons, not just one on the Front Range on the Western Slope. And this could really be most effective and genuine to procedural justice if community liaisons are members of the disproportionately impacted community that they're representing or communities and have already established trust and rapport with community members. I want to, of course, call out that there are ways that oil and gas benefits communities, and that's also part of the informed consent process, right? Of course, royalty revenues, tax payments can help some community members, particularly those with land ownership and mineral rights. They also, community members, even if they don't have those things, will often receive indirect benefits from tax revenues to their local governments. But a really important caveat here is that the benefits from multi-well pads go to an entire area, right? Where the impacts are felt by those who live closest. That's why informed consent is so important and such a vital component of procedural equity or procedural justice. A few residents in that context, right, are likely going to be the ones who experience the majority of the impacts. So I want to be clear that I recognize the benefits there, but we also have to think about the distribution of those benefits. So the last thing I want to talk about a little bit is just what community benefit agreements might look like in that process. Community benefit agreements or CBAs occur when a community can engage in discussions directly with the private sector developers, in this context, the oil and gas developers. There are legal agreements between community benefit groups and developers where the developer provides negotiated community benefits in exchange for the community support for the project. And there's various definitions of what that looks like out there. The U.S. Department of Energy, which is especially relevant in this context, they have a community benefit agreement toolkit where benefits can include things like commitments to hire directly from a community, contributions to economic trust funds, local workforce training guarantees, and other tangible benefits for the community. So entering into a CBA is just one option that may ensure, it may be a way or a pathway to ensure that DI communities start to have that meaningful seat at the table and that they can access some of the economic and other benefits that often accrue to operators. They may offer ways to have discussions with operators, opportunities to engage and be part of the process in a meaningful way to start to realize that kind of reciprocal and just communication. Thank you all.
So just to wrap up here, we are asking for more procedural justice to be brought back into the rules. Some of those were already in, as was mentioned in the June rules, and we want to see those return. 604 is obviously really important, and we'll probably be talking more about that. In my opinion, it is going to be appropriate for 604 if they're not able to get those, to have these operators go through a variance process, and we can talk about that. Notice, this was already part of the June draft, but the idea of a 2,500 foot notice makes a lot of sense. We've got what is expected to be an anticipated 2,000 foot setback. that is the presumptive setback. And yeah, they can go closer than that, but the folks that need to be hearing about what is happening in their neighborhood may live just beyond that 2,000 feet, and they should receive notice. The comment period, and this is an issue that, we've gone back and forth in, but to require a longer comment period for disproportionately impacted communities makes a lot of sense. And we can accommodate, the concerns about the western slope by putting in this provision that it's within 1 mile of a residential building unit or high occupancy building unit, school facility, or child care center within a disproportionately impacted community. Similarly, with the consultation from CDPHE, can have that same sort of requirement there to not require CDPHE to be part of every disproportionately impacted community well site if it's nowhere near homes. And then again, this is another just changing it from working pad surface. We all know that oil and gas locations are going to be up to 10, 15 acres, and those are very large, and then they get shrunk down to as small as possible, sometimes 3 or 4, 5 acres. That's meaningful. It could be a difference of 200 feet in outreach. And just to wrap up this, ECMC is mandated to assure compliance with NOx intensity targets. And a way to do that is this Rule 316D, and to allow for enforcement of those producing operators, not just the drilling operators. And disproportionately impacted community has to have the meeting set forth in section 24.4.109 2B. And it just needs to, we need to remove the exceptions that you've put into that. And with that, we're done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the case in chief. At this time, this panel is open for questions from commissioners. Does anyone desire to have questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation and the information. I've got a number of different questions. They're going to be a little all over the place. I wonder if we could go back to the slides that talked about the NOx thresholds and maybe have you go a little slower in kind of talking about, the 2025 NOx tons per season and the 2030 NOx
Sure.
tons per season, and how that, how you envision that being applied.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So here are the requirements, and these are legislated mandated requirements, is that we have to get to, from a baseline of 2017, 2025 budget has got to be to 4,852, and 2030 budget at 3,465. Now, we are attempting to meet the 2025 budget by NOx intensity targets, and that is our cumulative impacts plan. We're looking at the oil and gas sector's contribution to our precursors in creating ozone. The governor rightfully decided that the oil and gas sector could do more. Given the fact that they're 35 to 40% of the NOx that is produced on the Front Range during the ozone season, they can do more to limit NOx. And they stepped up to the plate. From what I understand, they agreed that they could do more and agreed to the 25% reduction. So we have that NOx intensity program going. Now it just needs to be enforced. And Air Pollution Control Division needs your help. They don't have the levers that you do to control NOx emissions. You can deny permits where they can't. They don't even regulate drilling, the drilling itself. You also can shut in wells if an operator is non-compliant or refuses to do any of the requirements that are now part of the law for reducing NOx, both in production facilities and in pre-production. And then we're getting into the 2030 budget, and those decisions are going to be made next year in a rulemaking. And there's a whole stakeholder process that a lot of the stakeholders, in this rulemaking are a part of, I'm sure. And we're going to see what the Air Quality Control Commission comes up there, but it is going to involve more electrifying the oil and gas patch, because that's really the only way to do it. That's the only way to get to the reductions that we need.
Okay. In applying this, I think I heard you say that the June draft captured the framework pretty well for applying this, but I lost it in my notes. The suggested changes that you're making to the June draft that would help implement what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So we've provided red lines, both written and certainly in this, that go through this very specific changes that we would like to see in the August draft, the one that's before you now. And that includes requiring the director may recommend approval to conduct pre-production operations. If the director sees that they're on the verge of going out of compliance, and they recognize that they've got a lot of wells that they're planning to drill, and they're not planning to use electric drill rigs, something like that, I mean, the director should have discretion to say no, even if they're in compliance. But if they are out of compliance with either the interim or the annual report, that should mean denial. Denial, not just not for the well pad itself or the drilling, but denial for drilling within the ozone season. And then again, I understand the interest in wanting to get together and work it out with the operator, but these are requirements, they're not targets. And I think that was a misnomer, because it implies that, if you miss, we're okay. We're not okay. This is something that the governor has decided that is really important, and the legislature agreed so much that they put it in statute. And so this is the law. We have to meet these targets, and you're required to uphold these targets. And I think that this kind of discretionary, gosh, you're trying hard and you're going to have some new drill rigs. The reality is that they missed the target, and they just don't get to drill during those 5 months. They still get 7 months to drill to their heart's content. And then this is the most important change. Right now, the only enforcement mechanism is looking at the Form 2D. And at that time where the director is meeting with the operator prior to the ozone season and saying, what's your plan? Have you met your NOx intensity targets, both for the annual report and the interim report? And, if you have, you go forward. And if you haven't, we're not going to allow you to drill, perhaps, or we're going to require some conditions. There's a lot of people, in fact, the majority of the operators on the Front Range aren't drilling wells. They're production operators, and they have pump jacks that are out there burning field gas 24/7, producing almost no oil and gas, but a lot of NOx. If their only production is NOx, why don't they take a break, set those, put those on ice for, just a few months so we can meet our ozone intensity targets? It's their requirement. And by not enforcing on those production operators, I think that we're falsely putting all the burden on the drilling operators to bring us into attainment. We need to be enforcing on both operators that are planning to drill and operators that have no intention to drill and are just producing.
Okay. I wonder if you would reiterate your argument and kind of basis in statute for the no net adverse impact standard.
In this case,
And in your, you had highlighted at the beginning that you had 4 kind of standards that you thought were required by statute, and one of them was a no net adverse impact standard. So you went really fast, and I was trying to take notes as fast as I can, and I know it's all available in your written.
yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I'm sorry for going fast. Really, the no net adverse impacts is recognizing that if you're going to look at cumulative impacts, we have to define a threshold. Otherwise, this whole thing is a paperwork exercise. What are we trying to avoid in a cumulative impacts analysis? There must be some amount of cumulative impacts that is more than the resource can handle, whether it's our air shed, whether it's our water quality, water use, reuse, all of those issues have to have some limit or some target that we're moving towards or trying to prevent. And we have a clear one here in NOx intensity, and that was required by the governor and the legislature. We need to do something similar for produced water, and the Water Consortium is working on that right now. We're going to have limits to HAPs, for hazardous air pollutants, and that is coming in the next year. I would think that there are also limits to greater sage-grouse disturbance. I was reading that, we're working on that right now, and what are those limits? What are the impact areas? All of those questions are being asked and answered at the BLM right now. What we need to do is, for every one of these resources, we need to have a threshold limit, and then we can plan to avoid those limits.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions from Mrs. Soto. So I appreciate you highlighting the non-inclusion of E, G, and H. Those were in my notes as well. And not knowing the clear definition of mobile home park, and I've read the literature that was provided, but I'm getting confused where the manufactured homes fit in with the mobile homes, and how that gets packaged together as far as defining a mobile home park.
Thank you for that question. So mobile home refers to housing built before June 1st, 1976. And then the Department of Housing, HUD code went into effect and changed it to manufactured home. And that refers to units that were built after 1976. So it's just a timing differential of when they were built, and HUD redefined that basically. But there's this idea that mobile homes, because the word mobile is in it, and I think that's why they changed it to manufactured, because people made the assumption that they moved these homes, and many of these homes have never been moved. They were placed on a site before 1976, and there's homes that are still there and actually can't even be moved.
And when you in the definition of disproportionately impacted community, does that encompass them all?
Yes. So I think what we were referring to was actually a mobile home park or a manufactured home community. So what you will see is that you will have manufactured and prefabricated or mobile home in private land, that the landowner owns the land, and instead of building a traditional stick framed home, they decide to place a mobile home or a manufactured home on their property. But when we refer to a mobile home park community, this is a unique landlord and tenant relationship that doesn't exist in any other rental situations. So most mobile home parks are the landowner is a particular owner. And in the case of Colorado, what we've seen is that there are big corporations. I think 66% now at this point are owned by this single corporation across the state of Colorado. So the landowner and the homeowner are different entities. So that's what we refer to in a mobile home park situation.
Okay, that's helpful. The ESHA, I wonder if you could just put a little additional color or information on how you see the ESHA being utilized in our process and what that would look like.
Thank you. That's a great question. So when we were talking about the issues and trying to figure out like how do we do this, right? There's an intent, and we already passed a law to do 2 ESHAs in the state. But the idea is long term, all the agencies and all the permittings that are happening at a federal level, at a state level, and similar to what Matt was referring is a threshold of how much a community can take in terms of pollution from different point sources. Because what ends up happening, Commissioner, is that a lot of our agencies aren't speaking to each other, and then we're overburdening certain communities with soil pollution, water pollution, transportation. There's just different sources from different places, but they're all condensed in certain areas. And because we don't have those thresholds, the idea is that an ESHA will help us have in a centralized location information that different agencies can access in their rulemaking and decision-making process. The Enviro screen is starting to get at some of and sharing some of this information. But for example, if this ECMC is doing cumulative impact analysis on different communities, then local government should be able to go and see those thresholds of pollution that are being burdened on a certain community through an ECMC rulemaking, and we know there's ozone or there's NOx or there's certain pollutants already in a certain area. So then if there's another industry, for example, or another permit that is a road going through a community, then we can understand this community is already overburdened. There are already these levels of NOx. They cannot take, because there's a threshold, they cannot intake a road, for example, another source of NOx pollution. So the idea is that all our agencies, and that was a recommendation from the task force, is that our agencies get together and figure out how they can share this information. It's particularly in disproportionately impacted communities. So when there is another rulemaking for another agency, that they can go and see, for example, what the ECMC has already collected some of that data. And then that way all our agencies are contributing to that information and that database. And right now it doesn't exist, right? So we have to build it up. And this, for example, I find that the cumulative impact rulemaking is such a great opportunity for the ECMC to put their little grain of salt to start building this infrastructure that other agencies are going to be able to see. And then other agencies through other rulemakings will start to do the same thing. And eventually, hopefully, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, we actually have a comprehensive database where public health and different entities can really use this information and like actual data to really start to assess the pollution or the intake that certain communities are burdened with. I hope this helps a little bit, gives some context.
No, it does. And so in application, I mean, understanding that it's at the beginning of a process, would the thought be to have ECMC provide information that's available or that's submitted on the Form 2Bs in the annual cumulative impacts analysis, that type of information? Is that the most useful information that would be utilized in this? Or I'm trying to think of specific examples that could be utilized.
Yes, for example, if I think some of the testimony that was given yesterday, like some ideas that were shared, was why doesn't several operators get together in a certain region and do this For example, that would be a baseline of very comprehensive information that the ECMC could use, but then the AQCC could use, Water Quality Control Commission could use, and then even eventually the idea, if this study has been done, then there is more information constantly being added into that same community. And then, for example, the local government is going to do a land use decision, right? That's really important. They can also go into that same database, and we are all collectively collaborating to create a robust system where we can really truly understand this. Because right now, what ends up happening is because we don't have those answers, there is no threshold for pollution in certain communities from different point sources of pollution. So that's where I think ECMC has this very unique opportunity to start that process and to start to model what this could really look like and set the example for other agencies to start following that. And we have a lot of clear direction through the recommendations of the task force and the recommendations and what we're going to be doing for the ESHAs, or the equity analysis, that are going to be done separately in other communities. And then all collectively, we will eventually start to build this robust infrastructure and database that will be a help for decision-making processes moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my questions right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentation today. I want to first talk to Mr. Sura and then go into some of the comments from Ms. Soto and Ms. Malin as well. And I really want to focus a little bit, Mr. Sura, on some of the thresholds that you're talking about. And you know, in looking at your pre-hearing statement, you talked about adding cumulative impact threshold limits, including, and you had a lot of them there. And I was, big picture, what I want to try and understand is, how do we as a commission create thresholds over issues that we don't have jurisdiction to regulate? So HAPs, different pollutant sources, water. Because I know there were several sections you said in consultation with CPW create thresholds, but I'm not sure where we have the authority to create the thresholds.
I don't know that I would want you to, because it's not only is it not your jurisdiction, but it's not what you're good at. It's not where you have expertise. And so absolutely, I would want you to lean on the Air Pollution Control Division, on air quality, water division. We've got wildlife. We've got all of this expertise in the state that if we were going to do this again, maybe we would have more upfront conversations with some of those agencies and get some of these threshold discussions going then. It's my understanding that, a lot of those discussions haven't happened with at least CPW. I know that a lot of conversations did happen with Air Pollution Control Division, and I think the result is that we've got a really pretty decent proposal here. With a few tweaks, this is a cumulative impacts proposal that is actually going to do all the things that the legislature intended. It's going to evaluate and address cumulative impacts for NOx, but it's one issue out of many.
So with the list of different thresholds that you talked about in your pre-hearing statement, the list of different thresholds that you kind of talked about wanting to address moving forward, do you see that being created in future rulemakings, and this is sort of a step-by-step process as we begin to get thresholds? Or how, because one of the things that you talked about in your 4 steps there of really what you want to do to evaluate and address, number 4 was no net adverse impacts once thresholds are approached or met. And I want to get the approached in a second, but I'm just kind of curious as to where there aren't these thresholds, how do we do that?
Well, if there's not thresholds, then, you know, that's going to be a huge amount of discretion on you, on your director. And I don't even know if you want that kind of discretion. When do you know if a neighborhood is, you know, receiving too much air pollution? Like, you know, that's just not something that you have a lot of information on and certainly expertise in. So you would want the Air Pollution Control Division, and they're going to do this next year, to come up with some limits on the amount of benzene that is safe for population. And if we're getting close to those limits, you know, benzene is kind of a rough example because there's no limit that amount of benzene that's healthy, but there's going to be a limit to benzene. And if we start approaching that limit, that would mean that any additional oil and gas facility could very easily tip us over the edge, right? Maybe we can allow some oil and gas facility, but they have to remove the asphalt plant that is down the street. You know, that needs to be moved or it needs to be relocated because that community has got their full. And that's just one issue. Water quality, you know, water quantity, all of those are going to have thresholds, and we're working towards them. But I think that we need to recognize that this is a work in progress and that we're gathering information. You're going to be doing your best guess as to whether or not thresholds are met or exceeded, or just try to limit the amount of impact, period. But if we don't have those thresholds, this is kind of a paperwork exercise.
So this is more likely something that, and kind of looking to some of my future questions, the ESHA, as that's built out, as we get better understandings of thresholds, maybe future rulemakings create more of these limits, but not something that you're proposing ECMC create thresholds and say, sorry, you're starting to have too much water pollution because we think it's too much water pollution.
You can only control what you can control. And if we've got another agency that is allowing for, say, a refinery right next to a number of highways, and they've got more NOx and other pollution than really any neighborhood can tolerate, it's probably not a great place for an oil and gas well. And you may have to just say, you know what, they've already given enough, that this neighborhood is too impacted, and we're going to have to look for another location.
One of the other things that I wanted to touch on is you talked about the use of electricity, and I really want to try and drill in on, for lack of a better term, sorry, drill in on what you're hoping to get here, because you mentioned there's a lot of times where it's going to be sort of in the middle of nowhere, but you still want to make sure that there's electricity. And do you have an idea of how we come to an agreement with, be it PUC, be it with operators, be it with power companies, to try and use this? What are the limits? What do we have to do to say, because you talked about it being feasible, and there's a lot of times where you'll have the power companies say, we're not going to be able to get something in there for the next 10 years, or we're really not going to do something like that because we want to better put our resources to someplace else to create transmission lines. How do you foresee creating that feasibility determination?
I think it's easy. You just ask them to show their work. And that would be in the form of a letter from the utility provider saying, we don't think it's feasible. Or we could do it. It would cost an arm and a leg, and we're not going to use that, you know, that power out there for the foreseeable future. Therefore, we think it is a waste of resources. Nobody wants to see that. The environmental community doesn't want it. Nobody wants that. All we're asking for them to do is what they can. And there's a lot of power out there that is available, and it's just not being utilized for drilling and for production because they just haven't gone through the steps. They just need to ask. And if they can't do it, then we're fine. If they get a proof that at least the utility provider wants to provide power, you know, that's their business. And so if they say they can't do it, I'm going to believe them. And I think that you should as well.
And do you foresee us taking into account the indirect emissions? So if the highline power is coming from a natural gas power plant, do you see us taking into account the emissions from the power plant as well, or just really focusing on the OGDP, the application specific emissions?
Well, you have to look at the governor, and the governor is asking this sector to reduce their NOx emissions. It didn't say, take into account, where that electricity is coming from. The governor would like the oil and gas industry to reduce the amount of emissions. And if that can come from solar, so be it. That would be great. If it's going to come from another source, that's fine as well. That's not what's before you or what you can control. You're being mandated to reduce NOx emissions from this oil and gas, upstream oil and gas sector.
Okay. And one of the other things you talked about in terms of electrifying was also the use of electric fracking rigs. Do you know if any electric fracking rigs are being used now?
No, and as I mentioned, I don't think that they're available right now. But from what I read online, that there are a lot of companies that are working on it, and there are a lot of companies that say they can do it, that you get these big kind of trailers that are huge batteries, and you get 6 or 7 of those, and that's a lot of power from what I understand. And again, if it's not feasible, we don't want to do it, but we're expecting that these rules should survive more than a couple of years before they need to be updated. And that's how fast this industry is moving in terms of evolving technology. It's incredible. And so, yeah, I think that there will be an opportunity to have electric fracking in the future. And it might not be in the next 5 years. And if you didn't want to include that, I would understand, but we still have, we know that it's feasible right now to do electric drill rigs. And I think that should be the minimum that you request.
But given that there are the changes, given that you propose having that as the baseline of what you want, knowing that may not be available for 5 years.
Yeah, and in that case, they would have to put in their letter, yes, we've decided that we're going to get electric drill rig. We don't have enough electric power for hydraulic fracturing, and therefore we're not going to do that. That's basically what they did at the Guanella cap that PDC did, is they said, we just can't, there's no way that we can get that much power in one place. But we are committing to electric drill rigs throughout that area. And that was they had to do some work to do that. And I think that that's appreciated, but that should be the standard now.
I think that's my only questions for you for right now, Mr. Serra. Ms. Soto, if I could go to you next, and I want to follow up a little bit on what Commissioner Messner was talking about with the ESHA and how it's used. And I think one of the things that I want to make sure that I understand at first is, in looking through some of the proposed red lines, you talked about operators submitting the information to the ESHA to make sure that it's included for use in that. And I guess one of the things I want to understand is, are you proposing that the information that be sent to the ESHA be what's in an application, or only after something has been approved, or after something has been operating for some point in time? More like including the CIDR information that we have now, that being included in ESHA.
I mean, to be completely frank, I would love to see all 3 included in an ESHA eventually. I think the ESHA's in the concept of having centralized information that can be, I think it holds us all accountable of helping solve environmental injustice in the state of Colorado. And it helps us really start to be better collaborators in understanding like why we're allowing or creating these circumstances. So ideally, if we're putting something into process a permit, right? And we're operating for a certain amount of time, we want to hold ourselves accountable that things are actually operating the way that they should. So that's why, like, once something is operating, we would love to see that information and really see if it's truly, you know, that the intent, right, is really like in effect. And then also for permitting, as you mentioned, wouldn't it be ideal if, you know, we know that there is a permit from another sector and another agency that's going to be a high burden of pollution that's coming into a certain area. And then that way the director, the ECMC can be like, oh, there's actually looks like there's 2 permits from 2 different agencies in the same neighborhood, in the same community. And then that way it allows us to go ahead and be like, what are we going to do if there's 2 permits having at the same time that are going to overburden a community? And then it gives us time to collaborate, to make an effective decision, to maybe decide one industry has to move to another location. We can only take the input or the pollution of one. And then, like, once the application is in place, like, all of this information, I think at the end of the day just helps us make better and more informed decisions.
So likely something in the ESHA that says, here's what's existing, here's what's being proposed right now, and then maybe if something's denied, it's just taken away, or if it's approved, then it's moved over into the existing at that point in time. Or would it also be like application pending, application approved, but not operating, and actual operations, actual numbers and data?
I think all 3.
Okay.
And part of the ESHA and what was recommended from the task force commissioner was that we would love to see the commissioners from different agencies working together to help us figure this out. Because each agency and their permitting, their timing, the regulations, and the statutory the law that they're under is different. So how can you all better collaborate together to make sure that your statutory needs are being met, that community input is a part of this, and that we are designing things and co-creating them in a way that the intent is there, but it's also not putting too much burden on the agencies. It's something that is actually doable, or that maybe it's aspirational, right? And we set goals for the future of how things are going to operate. But questions like those are really important, and that was the intent. And it was recommended in the ESHAs that the agencies should get together to help figure this out. Because if we do this without the input of the agencies, then we're just creating more bureaucracy, and we're just making things harder for the agencies, because each agency works a little bit different and has different timings and permittings, to make sure that it really benefits all of us, right, collectively in our processes.
I think that's helpful. And then ultimately, we would then, after the information is required to be provided to the ESHA, then the burden would be back on the operator to use that data to then provide their cumulative impacts analysis in their application to us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, Ms. Malin, I do want to ask a couple questions just on kind of overall thought processes on this. And one of them is you talked a lot about the public comment time. We did talk about the community liaison, and you mentioned trying to have as many as possible. And I do agree with that. I think we're sort of stuck in what we can do as we move forward with budgets, et cetera. Could you go into a little bit of detail about how those interact together? So you talked about having as much time as possible for public comment. You also talked about the community liaison. Does having the community liaison alleviate some of the need for the public comment timeframe, or by including the community liaison, does that put a little less restriction on increasing that timeline for them?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a really interesting question. I think it would really depend upon what that community liaison role actually looked like and who ended up filling those roles. I think if there are two of them, right, that no, that certainly does not alleviate that need for more time, simply because expecting that those two individuals would be able to adequately represent public comment across DI communities or any interested members of the public, right, would be rather unrealistic. I also don't think I don't think the community liaison necessarily acts as a proxy for every member of communities or members of the public who want to have a chance to talk to these decisions, right? And I certainly don't see reducing time as commensurate with being represented better via a community liaison, right? There needs to be, with procedural justice, there needs to be multiple avenues for participation. And so I would say that the two need to that the two are not, one doesn't negate the other or necessarily help assist the other. So I would want to, for all the reasons I mentioned, right? I would want to see the public comment period stay at least 60 days. Particularly that, again, even if there is a community liaison who's part of DI communities and there's more of them and the funding is found, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that that community liaison has been able to talk to members of the public, all of the members of the public who want to speak with them. It also doesn't mean that members of the public have had adequate time in 45 days to access information and think about how they view the decisions being made, right? I think informed consent is also a really important part of that, right? And so if the informed consent process is more robust in the ways I suggested and is reciprocal, that may, do more in the direction of actually getting public comment and making sure people have information available and can ask questions about it and that sort of thing. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
I think it does, and I kind of like to build on that a little bit, because I know you talked about what was put in June and the revisions from June onto the August draft. And I'm not sure if you were able to listen to some of the, especially the staff presentation yesterday. But I'm curious of your thoughts, setting aside the differences in the drafts. I'm curious of your thoughts of the proposals for increased notification, who receives notification, distances for notification, at what points in time they receive notification, those additions that have been made in the draft rules period versus what's existing in the rules. And again, setting aside the difference between the June and August draft, I'm curious of your thoughts on those improvements and the sufficiency of those improvements.
I think I want to clarify your question a little bit. So you're not asking me to compare the August to the June. What are you asking me to compare to?
The rules, the August rules versus what we currently have in place. So, and again, I'm not sure if you listened to staff's presentation yesterday, but they talked about especially some of the improvements that they've made to DICs, the timelines, not just some of the pre-consultation notices, some of the post-completeness notices, some of the different types of notices, the different distances for that. I was curious if you had any opinions on those improvements overall versus what we currently have.
Well, I think it's hard to answer that question without comparing what was drafted in June versus August, right? Because I was really encouraged by what was drafted in June, and I thought that was moving in a meaningful direction towards actual procedural justice. I think that what happened with the August rules ended up watering down, like I said, a lot of those recommendations in ways that move us away from the progress that was being made. And so I'm not trying to equivocate here, right? But I do think that there obviously could be so much more done in this direction. And given how disenfranchised communities in Colorado have been up until Senate Bill 19181 in particular, there's a lot of ground to make up. And I think that Ms. Soto's points in the direction of, right, what is in the Environmental Justice Act, and especially the ways that DI communities need to, the greater windows of time, the distance and the method for notification, and how measuring distance has been changed, and especially informed consent, right? These are really important elements that I would say still need to be in the rules to adequately meet what the commission has to do to make sure that they're protecting environmental justice. and especially in the NDI communities. Does that answer your question? So I'd like
I
to see
think-
things move more in the direction of initial suggestions or rule changes that were made earlier in the summer.
So the improvements are great, but you want to build on as much of those improvements as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Mr. Sura, sure enough, I did find a couple more questions as I was going through my notes here for you. The first is, again, looking at your pre-hearing statement, you're talking about, especially with respect to the consultation and CDPHE consultation, as you built in some of the process for the CDPHE consultation. There was a couple points where it said, CDPHE will require or will recommend denial if. And I'm curious, again, kind of going back to our authority, how we put in our rules, what CDPHE can require.
Oh, what that was intended to do is just to give them a little bit more authority within your regulations. It doesn't require them to do anything. You know, if CDPHE raises their hand and says, look, this is really bad, that this is not something that this neighborhood should tolerate. Right now, it's a recommendation, you know, and I think that this commission and this staff takes those recommendations extremely seriously. Another commission, another set of staff members may not. They may ignore it entirely. So it was only a suggestion that one way to take off some of the burden on some of these decisions and place it on people that have more authority and frankly, more experience is just to let the experts have a greater role in your evaluating, you know, the cumulative impacts. They're going to do a better job on health issues. There are people that are in wildlife, parks and CPW that do a better job in evaluating the impacts on wildlife, and we let them do that. You know, it would just be more formalizing that process and allowing them to, you know, maybe make decisions as to whether or not cumulative impacts has been breached, given the fact that we don't have those threshold limits now.
So beyond what is currently occurring with the consultation process, because CDPHE liaison currently recommends certain best management practices and requirements for, no, I really think you should do electric rigs here if possible. I really think you should make sure that you use certain containment requirement, et cetera. So
no, it would be
more of a,
no, it would be completely different. You're right. What we have now is a shell of what we would need. They would need to be people with expertise in health that were making this assessment, and they would be putting it in writing. I think that, you know, that this is going to, that the best management practices are going to lead to no impacts or negligible impacts to health, and therefore it should be, in my opinion, the health concerns are not enough to require any additional BMPs, or this should go forward based on my assessment of the health impacts. You know, there still might be other impacts from CPW, but you know, they have their domain, and because we don't have these threshold limits right now in rule, and we haven't even started that discussion, that would be the easier way to do it, is to take that burden off you and your staff and to put it into the hands of people that have the background to be able to make those assessments.
so more of a decision-making role in our process.
Giving them more authority in your process, yes.
And then and I promise this one is my last question. In your presentation, one of the things you talked about was the distances from the working pad surface, and you used 2,500 feet instead of the 2,000 feet there. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit, both the benefit of the 2,500 feet as well as how you determine 2,500.
Yeah, that's really easy. We have a presumed setback of 2,000 feet. If you want to notify anybody, you have to go beyond 2,000 feet. And that's how I came up with it. I, I think the science there is that there's no science necessary. We're asking them to put a packet in the mail that, might cost them $1.50 to send. And they might have to give, because they're going to 2,500 feet rather than 2,000 feet, they might have to do 10 more. But again, a small cost, great benefit of allowing people who are going to be impacted know about this proposal. And again, if they're only notifying those within 2,000 feet, that's within the presumptive setback. So yeah, they should know. Absolutely, they should know, but so should their neighbor across the street.
And that would be the pre-consultation or the aspect of who gets notified of an application or potential application.
That's you could include it in that. That wasn't my concern, and that's not what we had recommended. We were looking more at for consultation with CDPHE, community outreach plan, notice, not that pre-decisional consultation. Again, if you wanted to extend it to 2,500 feet, I wouldn't fight it, but that was not what we proposed.
Okay. Perfect. I do believe those are all my questions. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. Thank you all very much for the presentation. I do have a number of questions. Ms. Soto, great to see you. And I want to start by thanking you for laying out the importance of having a consistent definition of disproportionately impacted community and kind of why that is so important. So thank you for doing that so well. And thanks also for flagging, as Commissioner Messner said, the subparts that are not included in the proposed definition in the 100 rule series. So appreciate that a lot. But there were some other parts of that part of your testimony that left me confused. So I think I think you said that that the task force never talked about, applying parts of the definition, and that wasn't part of the recommendations. And so that's the part that I'm confused about, because I do remember that conversation. And so, and the recommendations say, and this is kind of long, and I'm just going to read it because then I would love to chat with you about it. So it says, the way that the definition is applied should vary depending on the context of the agency decision. Individual agencies should be able to prioritize where they focus resources or apply the definition to a certain subset of areas that meet the definition. Agencies should determine how their agency will apply the definition through a public rulemaking process or other decision-making process for non-regulatory agencies, in which the agency identifies how it will define DI communities in specific contexts within the scope of the agency's work. This will help ensure that the agency will effectively target communities impacted by specific types of agency actions while consistently applying the same definition with uniform criteria across agencies. So are we talking about two different things?
Thank you, Commissioner Oath. I don't think we're talking about two different things. I think the definite disproportionately impacted, like what I'm really concerned about is, for example, let's say, I don't know, I'm a community member in a DI community, and there's going to be a certain amount of operations or industries happening in my community, but then that agency has decided to remove my community that I understand is a DI community from that specific rulemaking, right? Does that take away the power of that community to influence and have the benefits and the voice and the power in that specific decision-making process? Because now I'm no longer, the DI definition no longer applies to me, for example, but now there's another definition that because of this rulemaking for this particular agency, I am now, or a certain part of the community is referred as a CI community. But then there's another process for another agency, and there's another definition for my community now because it does apply to that rulemaking. And then could potentially a community be, a certain DI community have 5 different definitions because of 5 different rulemakings from different agencies, and they're applying it differently? Like, that's how I'm understanding it.
Okay.
I'm trying to just be like, how would this actually happen in a community? And how would like an average person understand it? The way that I rationalize it or like think about it, would that apply in this circumstance, for example?
Is that a question for me or rhetorical?
Because I don't know exactly how to answer your question.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to imagine a situation and be like, or could you explain a situation to your question, and then that way I can answer better, I guess, is maybe what I should be asking.
Well, I think what to me, what I think is here is, like, I think what I heard you say is we never talked about it, we didn't recommend it. And that's different from, is it the right policy decision in this particular rulemaking hearing? Should ECMC utilize this option to focus in on certain parts of the definition as it's applied? Like, should they exclude subpart E or G or H, or should they define cumulatively impacted communities and focus in? I think that's an absolutely valid policy conversation. But that's different than saying that the task force didn't think about that, recommended that the legislation didn't do the same thing, because to me, it very much does. And I understand your point, which is, as a policy matter, as we are thinking about whether or not it's a good thing to do, one way to think about that is from like an implementation standpoint, from the community's perspective, right? Like, okay, how do I know whether or not I'm a DI community in this rule, but not that rule? I think is what you're highlighting is that if agencies go down this road, that is one thing to be aware of, a consequence to be aware of.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, to your point, we did have a lot of conversation on like how different agencies were that the DI definition, there was like some amount of flexibility in there. Same with the ISHAs, right? Like, I think all the agencies were concerned, depending on the burden, the different rulemakings, like how having a very rigid system or a very rigid definition would create extra burden and bureaucracy that was unnecessary. And that's how I understood exactly what you were mentioning. But there were conversation of that, but not necessarily of like cumulative impact communities or specific definitions.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Okay. So then, kind of knowing that that the task force had that recommendation, and then the legislation and House Bill 23-1233 basically took that, and took that language from the recommendation and put it into statute, saying, that in applying the definition of DI communities, statewide agencies may prioritize or target, et cetera, kind of basically, almost word for word from the recommendations. I want to understand from your perspective, like, are there situations and when you think it would be appropriate for an agency to utilize this option and prioritize certain prongs of the definition of DICs?
When to utilize it?
Yeah, like so, do you think there are circumstances when it would be appropriate
To use DIC?
No, to apply, like to focus in on certain prongs or portions of the overall definition of DIC in certain actions for an agency?
I mean, we would have to see the example, right? And the agency and like what the specific task at hand, or I think it's really up to the agency to justify why that would be appropriate. Right? I think it's up to the agency to justify why they wouldn't use DIC and why it would make sense, and then
Mhm.
have consent from community that's not the best option, right? And have that feedback, right, from community, like in this rulemaking, to be like, does it make sense in this case? We find because of X, Y, and Z, it doesn't make sense to use that definition.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. Okay, and then just like kind of focusing in on the CIC part of these proposed rules and that part of the conversation, and any of you could jump in on this, of course. So as you all know, and people, there has been conversation about, DIC is fairly broad, and so it encompasses, a large portion of the state. And so there are parts of the rule that focus in on having a proximity component to it. So applying the rules only if there's, people and childcare centers and schools within 2,000 feet, and setting aside what the right proximity number is, whether it's 2,000, 2,500, or a mile. In general, it sounds like you all agree that that makes sense to have like a proximity factor or in the rules. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. And we recognize that there are others in the conservation community that have a different view, to say that why not have CDPHE consult, even if it's in the middle of wilderness. They can just, quickly within, a few strokes of the pen say, we don't see any issues here, and that, submit that as their consultation. I could go either way, but we felt that it was fair to have some of this be really triggered on the fact that they're actual human beings within a mile.
Yeah, okay. And so then, as I look at the August draft, every time there is application of a rule, so for notice, or expanded comment, or engage, involvement in the pre-application consultation meeting, for example, the rules are, if the location is going to be within that proximity to an RVU, et cetera, or if it's in a CIC. So to me, that expands the amount of notice that would be required, because if you take out the CIC part of it, then you're only providing notice to those who are within 2,000 feet or 2,500 feet or a mile of the operation, or you're only involving those people in the pre-application consultation meeting. If you add, or a CIC, you add more people who get notice and more people who get invited to the pre-application consultation meeting. So I'm struggling to understand why there's so much opposition to the use of CICs in the rule.
I'll start, and Beatrice, Stephanie, please jump in, but it kind of sets precedent, honestly. All of a sudden we have CICs getting this special treatment here, and then, recognizing, particularly in this case, and if we were having a conversation about something else that actually would affect people within the gas patch, the oil and gas patch, then, that might be a separate conversation. But we're talking about CICs as defined don't really exist a lot in the oil and gas patch. And so it feels as though, you're offering something that is kind of a false protection. And so in this context, that we didn't think CIC makes any sense whatsoever. If you wanted to come up with some other subset that and you could do this with the website, and you could look at people that are already severely impacted by oil and gas specifically, and have, this density of oil and gas wells within a mile of their home, then yeah, I think that that makes a lot more sense. But CICs don't make any sense whatsoever. It protects a lot of people within downtown Denver, you know, and Clifton in Grand Junction, but it doesn't protect people within the gas patch.
So I guess one just quick follow-up on that. I hear that perspective that maybe it would not often bring in additional people, but in some cases it would. So, you know, I think, you know, Ms. Mayo, when you were talking earlier, where you talked about how something might seem small, but it can be meaningful, right? To involve more people, provide more notice, more opportunity for involvement and engagement. So it sounds like it's just that additional benefit for those people, you all feel like on balance is not worth the precedent. I guess bottom line, I guess that's what I'm hearing. Okay. Okay. And then I have a couple of questions about things that you did not really focus on in your presentation today, but were part of the written pleadings. So with respect to whether or not a cumulative impact analysis should be required for all alternative locations, can you help me understand, like, what information are you concerned will not be provided or would not be considered if CIAs are not done for all of the alternative locations, but is done for the preferred location with this kind of narrative assessment of how kind of it relates to, like, I don't have the exact language pulled up, but the additional language that's in the August draft.
Honestly, I think that is really easy. You know, we're talking about cumulative impacts. And if you're talking about several different locations, all of those cumulative impacts are going to be more or less the same, except for very specific differences in a very specific location. If they happen to be next to a stream, you know, that would be the only difference. Otherwise, everything else is going to look very similar because they're within the same, you know, 3 square miles. So I don't think that it's an extreme burden for them to do that. I think that it honestly is, you're going to have a cumulative impact analysis for this effort at targeting this 3 square miles of minerals. And, you know, whether you're on this side of that area or this side, you know, you're going to be dealing with a lot of same air quality issues, a lot of same water quality issues. You might be in the same wildlife habitat. It's all going to look very similar, but there might be very, you know, distinct differences that can be elaborated on with a few pages.
And if I may, I'm part of a national group right now that's working on thinking about how do we measure cumulative impact, right? And as a social scientist, I think we need to really consider sociological and socioeconomic aspects of cumulative impact as well, right? Because part of what ends up happening when you set up that situation where an alternative site can be selected is often sites are pushed onto spaces that have been disproportionately impacted. And so if we're not including socioeconomic factors within those cumulative impact assessments, then we run the risk of continuing this pattern of putting sites onto spaces that have been disenfranchised in other ways, in patterned ways, right? And we see examples of that in Colorado, for example, through choosing an alternative site. Not that I know I'm extending the conversation a bit because that's not always traditionally thought of as part of cumulative impact, but if we're taking an environmental justice perspective, it definitely needs to be.
I guess what you would have a baseline cumulative impacts analysis that would include these socioeconomic issues, which would be common to all 4 locations that you're looking at, alternative locations. It's the differences that would show up in that analysis. Here are the differences. And so you would have a basis for comparison. You know, this one is in a high priority habitat. This one is next to a bald eagle's nest. This one's next to a school. This one is in the middle of a farm field. And, you know, they've got a surface use agreement. Maybe we go with that one. Maybe go with option D, given the fact that all these other issues exist for those. And again, the basis is going to be common for all cumulative impact analysis, but it's those differences in the locations that are gonna come out, and it might be water quality, it might be air quality, it might be wildlife, and you don't know until you do the analysis.
But that's what it's exactly. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So the proposal is that the operator will have to do a narrative that talks about exactly that. So I'm trying to understand, what is it that you think will not be included in that we need to know about, that is really important for us to know?
You know, I'm not really sure. Maybe we're talking about the same thing, then apparently we agree, because I don't don't have the proposal that you're discussing it. Are you talking about red lines that we presented?
No, I'm talking about the August draft proposal. So in
Additional information is
so
necessary.
in 304B 2D, which is part of the cumulative impact analysis must be done, and the operator will prepare a narrative explaining how the proposed oil and gas location as compared to each alternative location analyzed in the alternative location analysis best avoids, minimizes, and mitigates any adverse cumulative impacts associated with the proposed oil and gas operations. I'm just trying to understand what would be missing. Like, if we required a cumulative impact analysis for every alternative location, what do we get that we don't get with that?
I don't think that in this case, the alternative location analysis just makes sure that they are checking every box, that you are looking at all of the different resource issues that could be that could make the difference as to one location being better than the other. It's just better information. It's more information is all.
Okay.
And I don't, there are operators that do a good job in alternative location analysis, and they actually do, you know, really a site-by-site analysis and look at those differences. And there are others that don't. And we want to see something that is going to be a higher caliber of analysis.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I only have 2 more questions. Okay to keep going? Okay. Impact area, I don't know if you were able to listen in yesterday to kind of some Q&A with the staff. One of the things that we talked about with respect to the impact area was the standard of review. And we talked about how the proposal was, you know, that the commission will only overturn it if it's clearly erroneous, and kind of the motivation behind that was to avoid situations where there's a change to what the size of the impact area is too late in the process, and then having to go back and start all over again. So we talked about, is there a different solution to that, meaning having commission review earlier in the process? So wanted, if you have a reaction or an opinion on that, would like to hear that.
I would like to see stated in the regulations that CPW and CDPHE have a role in defining those. Right now, it's just local governments, the industry, and the staff, is my understanding. And obviously, you've got expertise there, and they're going to be invited to that meeting, and you're not going to listen to them. Like, why not just formalize it and say, yes, you're gonna take their opinion as to what size that or what shape those impact areas are going to be. And if that's the case, then a lot of the concerns go away. One of the comments that we made in our pre-hearing statement that you're referring to is that we just don't think that you would want to lose that authority to be able to say, wow, you know, this is, we think that you should have looked, you know, a little farther in this case. But that's ultimately your decision as to whether or not, you know, you want to have the ability to question the size of an impact area.
Okay. And then my last question, I think, Ms. Malin, this is for you specifically. You were talking about the amount of time that's allowed, or the amount of days for notice. And I think you said that the August rule reduces the amount of time that from what the original proposal was, and I'm not seeing that anywhere. So I was wondering if you could point me to where specifically you have concerns, or and that you think should be kind of restored, or there should be a lengthier period of time?
My understanding was that it reduced the time period from 60 days to 45 days.
Oh no, I moved around in the red line, so I don't have it now.
It's just it's comparing June to August is what we
Yeah.
were.
Yeah, and I did not see any time where 60 was struck out and 45 was in its place. So that's what I was wondering, if you could point me to that.
Oh, no, it's just 60 days applies to fewer people would have the benefit of a 60-day comment period in the August draft than the June draft.
Okay. I still don't quite see that in 303D 1A little I and 2 little i's, I think is probably where you're looking at, but to me it expands the number of people who get, again, because it adds the CICs to the 60 days. But if that's the portion that we're talking about, then I know which to hone in on, so that's helpful. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks a lot. That was very helpful.
You,
Thanks. Commissioner Shea?
Thanks, Chair Robbins. My question is for Mr. Sura. You had referenced in your presentation, thank you for that, some suggested changes to 316 C4. I believe Commissioner Cross kind of touched on this a bit. I just wanted to expand on that question. In the ECMC August 2nd draft in 316 C2, it states that operators will use drilling rigs and completions technology as set forth in AQCC Reg 7, Part 6E1. And that includes the in-use regulations for engines and turbines that requires operators to use grid-powered or higher-tiered engines in the non-attainment area as options. And I'm wondering your thoughts on how that's different than what you're suggesting in 316 C4 here in your language.
thank you for the question. So there's in the Air Quality Control Commission regulations, there's an assumption that they're going to go for an electric drill rig, but it's not a mandate. What we'd like to see is that there's one way to eliminate NOx from drilling operations, and that is to use electric drill rigs. And so we're asking for them to do that. And this is the same thing that has been asked in BMPs by CDPHE for years. And as a BMP, it was supposed to be considered by ECMC as something that was going to be an enhanced system in practice. And instead, the staff decided that they were going to defer to, what Air Quality Control Commission requires, which is nothing. Air Quality Control Commission requires them to have a laundry list of using all sorts of technologies which are going to emit NOx. The only thing that isn't in that list is, just a tier 2 engine, straight diesel, which I guess is a benefit, but it certainly is nowhere near the benefit that we get from requiring electric drill rigs, which is what we're recommending. And we're not, by the way, we're not recommending that there be required that they attempt to get electricity, and if it's not reasonable, then they can use something as a tier 4 engine.
Okay, I think the language you suggest in 316 C4 still uses the language where practicable.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And where practicable allows, and then we go a little further and say where practicable means that they have to show their work, that they get a letter from the utility provider that states that it's not practicable in this case.
Okay, and that kind of expands just on my second question. When you speak to the language, or when you refer to the language, I think you say, sorry, I just want to read it. if waived by the local power provider. And I'm just wondering if you can talk to why you use that specific language, and do they typically get like a letter of waiver from the power
Well,
provider?
they will if you ask them to. I mean, the reality is that these utility providers are in the business of providing electricity, and they will if they can. And if they can't, they're really straightforward about it. And again, I think that we all can understand that their motivation is to provide power. If they say that it's impractical in this case, then we all can accept that and move on. And hopefully, you know, the operator will find that they can use a Tier 4 engine and receive a lot of the NOx reductions, but not all of them that they would at electric drill rig. And if you wanted to use different waiver, you know, that language was chosen because it jumped into my head. You can use whatever you want, but a letter indicating that it's not practical in this case. That was the intent.
Thanks. That's
Sure.
all I had.
Well, thank you.
Other questions for the panel? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just have one. I appreciate Conservation Colorado's extensive documentation that they've provided to us and the clarity that's in it. I thought they did a great job, and I'm especially grateful for their participation in these proceedings. I did note, though, in your materials and in your presentation that there wasn't any real discussion of biological resources, at least directly, and it's the changes that happened between June and August, and wanted to just ask if you had those kinds of conversations internally, and if you have anything that you'd like to share associated with your position on those.
Thank you so much for the question. Absolutely have some concerns about that. Due to time and space limitations, Conservation Colorado really focused on NOx and you know, the disproportionately impacted communities, which we brought to you today. And working with Western Colorado Alliance, we're going to probably focus only on that issue expressly. So I guess I don't want to put it off, but just to say, to give you an indication that we're going to be talking a lot about that at Western Colorado Alliance.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Sir. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Sura, appreciated the information provided by you and your client on NOx, and I think it was like slide 25, slide 26, and focusing in on non-drilling operators and NOx intensity compliance. That was really helpful to sort of see an approach there. We heard from staff's attorney generals yesterday, and now so that was an acknowledgement and a thank you. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Yesterday, we heard from staffs and the attorney generals, and if you read through the pleadings, which I know you have, you'll have seen from industry that the sector-wide enforcement can only occur after AQCC adopts sector-wide standards or something. That's kind of the legal argument that we heard from our attorney generals and we see from industry. Did you have any thoughts, perspective on sort of that legal theory and what you would suggest to the ECMC to do with that?
Well, I understand it. And I appreciate the question. And I just touched on this briefly in my presentation, but the legislation itself talks about, you know, look at D, when requiring operators to take action pursuant to subsection 3C of the section, prioritize actions by those operators that do not demonstrate compliance with any applicable NOx intensity targets, which are in place today, or other NOx rules that the Air Quality Control Commission adopts to achieve sector-wide compliance with the state's 2030 goals. NOx intensity are part of our efforts to meet the 2030 goals for NOx emission reductions sector-wide. And I recognize that this was going to be a big fight, and frankly, their legal arguments fall flat, but they have a decent argument around fairness. General fairness, in my opinion, would indicate, as the legislature has, that we ought to go for those folks who are not obeying the NOx intensity standards, that have decide to ignore or they're missing their NOx intensity targets, those are the ones that we should be enforcing. And right now, the regulations don't do that. They only take any enforcement efforts are only on those drilling operators. And I'm just saying, if we expand the universe of operators that we're enforcing on, we don't have to worry about sector-wide enforcement, because I think it's going to take care of itself. At least that's the way that the Air Quality Control Commission designed the NOx intensity to do, is that if they're all meeting their NOx intensity targets, we're going to be in compliance. If they're not, we're not going to be in compliance. So that's the way to address this issue without having to get into this fight with industry.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, sorry, I have one do-over. I wonder, Mr. Sura, if you could talk a little bit about timing of operations, expiration of permits, and how to address cumulative impacts without knowing when those impacts may occur.
Yeah, Larimer County is going to address this a little bit, but
And I can pause and let you address it at that point if it's more appropriate to talk about it. But
I think because of the timing that we've got here, I think that's more appropriate. We'll take it up then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. We all appreciate the presentation and the effort on behalf of Conservation Colorado for bringing this to us today. With that, commissioners, let's take a bit of a break. It's 11:22. Let's return at 11:30. And staff, while we're breaking, please bring up Wildlife Hunting and Angling Group as our next presenter. Okay, welcome back. It is September 4th. It is 11:30. We're taking up docket 240600145, the cumulative impacts and enhanced systems and practices rulemaking. We now will hear from a couple of groups that are named as the Wildlife Hunting and Angling groups. Who is going to lead off? Ms. Walker?
Yes, thank you. Should I get started?
Please do.
Thank you, Chair Robbins, Commissioners, and ECMC staff. I'm Dora Walker, representing the Wildlife Hunting and Angling Groups Coalition. We recognize that finalizing these cumulative impact rules is a challenging task.
Ms. Walker,
thank
are you trying to share a screen?
Not me.
I'm not seeing a screen share. I just didn't want you to be, if there was supposed to be one.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I am trying to share a screen for a presentation from Ms. Walker.
All right, the time is halted. Pretend like you never started. We'll get you started over. Give us a sec. Let's see if we can get Mr. Holtz to share the screen. Right now, Mr. Holtz, if you're sharing a screen, it is a very black screen. There's nothing on it. As we're waiting for the pot of water to boil, maybe, Elias, when we take breaks, not only do you elevate parties, but you get them to go ahead and share screen so that we can make sure it's working. Time is somewhat precious this month.
Certainly, we will change up the procedure.
Okay, that'd be great. And that's not aimed at anybody, just.
I'm still waiting for it. Apologies.
Chair Robbins, do you want me to get started? The PowerPoint.
If you can, that would be great.
Yeah,
And then
I
we can catch up.
could. It's more critical for our experts than it is for me.
Okay,
But maybe
let's
by
get
then
going.
we'll have it straightened. Okay. Imagine great slides. We recognize that finalizing cumulative impact rules is a challenging task, and thank you all for considering our input and the hard work that's already gone into this process. Our focus today is on how to ensure that the Commission's final rules evaluate and address cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations on specifically water, wildlife, and biological resources. Key to this goal is the proper implementation of the legislature's definition of impact area, which the draft rules attempt to do in Rule 315B2A. Therefore, much of our presentation centers on crafting a Rule 315B that is workable and also true to the legislature's definition. I'm going to set the stage by discussing why, on its face, draft Rule 315B needs amending. I'll then introduce our first expert witness, Donald Anderson. He will provide insights into the ways oil and gas operations impact surface water resources, and will recommend a method for capturing these impacts in a specific impact area. Then Tar Udall will raise issues specific to biological resources and wildlife and introduce our two remaining expert witnesses, Dave Anderson and John Holst. Here's a slide. As you can see, the legislature defines impact area as encompassing the full geographic extent of the potential impacts from oil and gas operations. To implement that definition, Rule 315B sets a default 1 mile radius impact area and then assumes the geographic extent of potential impacts to all resources is the same and stops a mile away from a working pad surface. The rule then entrenches this default by making it very difficult to deviate from it. There are two chief reasons why substantial changes to this approach are needed. Our experts show that defaulting to a 1 mile radius impact area does not reflect the best available science on the extent of potential impacts to water, wildlife, and biological resources from oil and gas operations. But before that, I'm going to point to the facial inconsistencies between the proposed rule and the statutory definition of impact area. First, the default 1 mile radius impact area is centered around a working pad surface, while the legislative definition centers around operations. The legislature defines operations very broadly to cover activities that do not necessarily occur near or at working pad surfaces, such as traffic, access, road construction and maintenance, and the use of fresh water. As the Commission knows, these activities have potential adverse impacts. For example, the Commission recently denied a permit application because of unacceptable impacts of truck trips on winter pronghorn habitat. In HB 23-1242, the legislature cited the adverse impacts of extensive use of fresh water in oil and gas operations and instructed the Commission to adopt rules to reduce that. Thus, the generic impact area does not reflect the geographic extent of potential impacts of operations. Second, the only way to expand the default impact area is for the director to do so during the pre-application consultation. However, at this point, the director and the consulting participants will have almost no substantive information about the proposed operation. Under the rules, the operator is only required to provide a summary of various cumulative impact considerations, including the impact area and past, present, and reasonably foreseeable development in the impact area. There are several reasons why this will not lead to a defensible impact area. First, consultation is circular. It bases a decision on whether to extend the impact area on information that assumes a default 1 mile radius impact area. Second, there's no consideration of the nature, scope, and intensity of the specific operation. Third, information is not quantitative. Summaries do not promote an understanding of the geographic extent of potential impacts to diverse resources. Fourth, the required information does not include basic data such as a transportation plan, including access road construction and traffic, the volume of freshwater usage, the volume and storage of produced water, location and sensitive resources such as surface waters, high priority habitat, species of greatest conservation need, and rare and sensitive plants. Third, and again, the only way to extend the default impact area is during the pre-application consultation if the director determines a larger impact area is reasonable and necessary. This approach puts considerable burden on the consulting agencies like CDPHE and CPW and other participants like local governments to advocate for a more representative impact area. The rules approach assumes these entities have time and resources to do their own analysis of proposed operations based on summaries of limited information and to participate in one or more of these consultations. The approach also requires these entities to convince the director that an extended impact area is necessary, a standard not contemplated by the legislature. With something like 80 proposed locations a year, a consulting agency could be reviewing a new pre-application consultation request every 3 to 4 working days, making participation in this process very onerous. Fourth, under 315B2A3, the commission will defer to the director's determination of impact area unless it finds it clearly erroneous. This deference conflicts directly with the statutory definition of impact area, which requires the commission to determine the impact area and not to defer to the director's determination. The rules approach could further favor the director's decision by delaying the commission's review until very late in the permitting process, when overturning the impact area would send the cumulative impact analysis back to square one. Generally, as you will hear later in our presentation, we suggest comprehensive impact areas and then allow the operator to establish that a smaller impact area is appropriate. The operator's request could be addressed to the commission. Finally, when it comes to water, wildlife, and biological resources, the public is excluded from the pre-application consultation and therefore has no opportunity to participate in the determination of the impact area. Presumably, the public may provide input on the impact area late in the permitting process, but only when the commission must already defer to the director's decision. These are some of the facial inconsistencies between the definition of impact area and the draft rule. Now we'll turn to the factual considerations that undermine the default impact area, starting with those relevant to surface water resources and to the solutions that are true to the legislature's definition. There are 2 points I'd like to raise before you hear from our expert. First, as part of the 1200 series, the commission established 500-foot no surface occupancy buffers around certain fish-bearing streams. The mission change rulemaking record shows that these buffers are based on the state and federal buffers and studies that apply to all surface waters. At the time, the commission did not extend the 1200 series protections to most of Colorado's wetlands and small streams, but recognized that these state waters are threatened by oil and gas operations. The commission sought to address this regulatory gap by promptly creating a working group, quote, to evaluate the best strategies for maintaining protections to riparian areas as they are some of the most sensitive areas in the state of Colorado. No protections have been extended to these riparian areas, and the working group was not ever convened. Second, almost all oil and gas locations recently approved by the commission are near surface waters. Unfortunately, the cumulative impact reports do not provide information on the proximity of access roads and traffic to surface waters, and so paint an incomplete picture. That said, over 2022 and 23, 82% of the locations the commission approved were sited within 1/2 mile of a state surface water. Of these, 57% were sited within 1,000 feet and 39% within 500 feet of state surface waters. Similarly, over the same time period, 2/3 of locations the commission approved were sited within 1/2 mile of a wetland. Of these, 39% were within 1,000 feet of a wetland and 24% within 500 feet of a wetland. These considerations further underscore the need for a water resource impact area that reflects science. This evidence and the evidence you will hear soon shows that cumulative impacts are building up around Colorado's waters with almost every approved location. Therefore, it's critical to establish an impact area that captures the true geographic extent of potential impacts to water resources so the commission can protect one of Colorado's most precious natural resources. Now turning to the expert testimony of Donald Anderson. Mr. Anderson is a highly qualified professional hydrologist with extensive experience in the interior West. He provides valuable insights on the geographic extent of potential impacts to surface water resources and suggests a workable amendment to Rule 315B that reflects this reality. So hopefully we can bring up Mr. Anderson's slides.
So I'm here, just looking for the slides.
Mr.
like,
Thomas,
It's pretty
the
obvious.
slides start on number 9, slide number 9.
Very good.
Thank you so much for doing that.
Looks like we're getting there. Thank you, Joro, and thank you, commissioners. I have to say, I really have to commend everybody that's on the commission for your endurance and your stamina through this process. This is my first involvement in the ECMC process, and this week of back-to-back hearings and public input, frankly, I don't know if I could do it. I commend you for your dedication to that whole effort. And in that spirit, I'm going to try to keep my testimony short and to the point and brief here. I did submit a CV along with the written testimony, so I'm not going to belabor my biography here, except to just generally summarize that I am a professional hydrologist with pretty extensive experience in both the public and private sectors, doing things including researching and modeling and managing and developing protections for water resources. And most of that work I've done in the Western United States. So if you can go to the next slide, please. For this exercise, Western Resource Advocates approached me on behalf of the Wildlife Hunting Angling Group, which I'm just going to refer to as WAG from here on out. They approached me to weigh in on the issue of establishing an impact area for cumulative impact analysis that's appropriate and that's scientifically sound, at least from the standpoint of surface water quality protections. Obviously, there's a lot of other considerations that come into play besides just surface water quality, and you'll be hearing from my other peers here as we go through the presentation talking about that. But to jump into the substance of the testimony that I've submitted, the real concern, of course, is that this 1 mile radius is often probably going to be inadequate to necessarily protect the water resources. And in my testimony, I kind of spell out 2 lines of evidence sort of supporting that. One is the long history of contaminants that are associated with oil and gas operations that have impacted water resources over longer distances than that. But number 2, I think very importantly, the potential for new, expanded, and or more heavily trafficked road networks that are associated with access roads and other support for oil and gas operations to accelerate erosion, accelerate sediment delivery to water bodies that may be multiple miles away from the actual pad surfaces. So this is all leading to the proposal that the WAG came up with to use so-called 12-digit HUCS subwatersheds as perhaps a better default area for doing that cumulative impacts analysis, at least until the applicants can demonstrate otherwise. The next slide, please. Okay. So as I mentioned, first of all, there's all the wastewater issues associated with oil and gas development. The committee is already well aware of the fact that produced water is the single largest waste product associated with the oil and gas industry, that the chemistry of those waters is really highly variable depending upon what kind of geologic units you're tapping into, depending on the character of the local subsurface geology, but it often includes salts and metals and even radioactive isotopes. And it's the real concern, of course, is that unintentional spills of these liquids and wastewaters are not an uncommon occurrence. A study for 4 states, including Colorado, reported that in any given year, 2 to 16% of drilling sites actually self-reported liquid spills. A lot of those are fairly small, less than 1,000 gallons, but some of them are quite substantial. And the Center for Western Priorities pointed out that in Colorado, just in 2023, there were at least 86 spills that had occurred within 500 feet of Colorado surface waters. So obviously very concerning kind of a thing. Next slide, please. but those are sort of, unforeseeable circumstances. Nobody's hoping for or planning for or necessarily expecting produced water spills, but much more reasonably foreseeable kind of development associated with oil and gas operations are road and pipeline networks. Just by their very nature, establishing a road network in a landscape disrupts the natural surface drainage patterns. It's going to change the magnitude and the timing and the location of your stormwater discharge during storm events. And of course, a lot of the concerns associated with erosion are associated with unpaved road surfaces, but it's not limited to unpaved road surfaces. You've also got the cut banks, you've got the fill slopes, you've got ditches, you've got bridges and pipeline and culvert crossings that can be really vulnerable surface erosion sites. And the runoff from those areas typically carries really high concentrations of suspended sediment. So the question is, where does that all go? Is it erodes off of roadways? And primarily where you see sort of short-circuited flow pathways that can deliver directly to streams, or where those roads or those ditches cross or encounter streams. And secondarily, in locations where that stormwater runoff begins to induce gully erosion, and that can really, again, short circuit the delivery of sediment to surrounding landscapes and surrounding waterways. Next slide, please. So I stole just a couple of graphics to help tell the story from a couple of the papers that I cite in my testimony. The one on the left there just sort of illustrates the kinds of things we're talking about here. Road use is a really critical variable when you're talking about impacts on erosion and sediment delivery. It's been well demonstrated that when you get heavier vehicles, you tend to get increased rates of erosion. When you get heavier traffic, obviously you will as well. If you have more traffic in wet weather conditions, that's going to generally generate more erosion from unpaved road surfaces. So whether it's from the road surfaces or from the other features I mentioned with road networks, you get precipitation on that. These have low rates of infiltration on these surfaces. So you get runoff, you get surface erosion, you get sediment that's moved with that runoff down into potentially local streams and waterways. And hence a lot of potential problems with turbidity in local waterways, a lot of concerns associated with fine sediment delivery. It can do things like really have adverse impacts on the macroinvertebrate communities that form the food base for the stream biosystem, and it can also smother the gravels and cobbles or coarse sediments that make for good spawning material for the fish. The graphic on the right just again sort of shows and underscores this issue of road erosion or road-related erosion, or the ditches that may be associated with that road. You've got sort of these critical areas where those roads are crossing streams, or where those roads are potentially creating channelized flow and erosion, gully erosion from where the changed drainage is creating concentrated runoff. So those are sort of potential hotspots, potential areas of concern in terms of accelerated pathways for delivering sediment to the local stream system. Next slide, please. So, then you're talking about once these materials are introduced into a stream, and that might be suspended sediment, that might be contaminants associated with the oil and gas development. A lot of contaminants, including materials that are used to treat roads, can be absorbed onto suspended sediment and in effect to get transported and moved through the stream system with those sediments and with those fine suspended materials. So there's a lot of horror stories out there about events that have happened. As in North Dakota in 2015, there was a ruptured pipeline that spilled millions of gallons of produced water that had various contaminants in it, including barium, strontium, radium, high concentrations of dissolved solids. And in that case, fish kills were observed more than 4 miles downstream from that ruptured pipeline site. There's been studies, kind of more general, big picture, broad brush, statistical studies that have demonstrated some pretty robust associations between the density of new hydrofracturing wells that are going in different watersheds and the corresponding concentrations are elevated above baseline levels for a lot of the ions that are typically associated with those kinds of oil and gas development activities. And with regards to stream turbidity, there's an interesting paper that ties positively relates the amount of stream turbidity that was measured at local water quality sites to the density of oil and gas wells within sort of the small watershed scale in the Fayetteville shales that were studied there. So the next slide. So the proposal of the WAG is that one possible impact area alternative, as opposed to a 1 mile radius, would be to look at the landscape in a hydrologic sense, look at the landscape the way that the streams and the catchment areas for those streams divvy up the landscape. So the proposal is to use 12-digit HUCs, or hydrologic unit code areas. These, of course, have been delineated by the U.S. Geological Survey as part of the National Water Boundary Data Set for the entire nation. Sort of a very standardized data set. It consists of a collection of nested watershed delineations in progressively smaller nested units. So the biggest basins are 2- and 4-digit basins, and as you continue to work down through the hierarchy, you get down to 12-digit HUCs that typically cover areas of maybe 15 to 62 square miles each. Just for grins, I decided to track down the HUC that corresponds to my favorite fly fishing spot that's up near the just on the side of the Continental Divide up near Rollinsville, Colorado. Highlighted that particular HUC just so that the committee can get a sense of what we're talking about in terms of area of the landscape. The state of Colorado altogether has something over 3,000 12-digit HUCs that are delineated throughout the state. So the next slide, please. And this is my last one, just to say a few words about the potential benefits of approaching analyses from the standpoint of using HUC 12 type areas of analysis, at least as an initial default area, until arguments can be made that it's maybe not necessary to address that entire area. But it does allow us to begin evaluating potential impacts to water in the context of the specific hydrologic setting that we find ourselves in, looking at the local waterways, looking at the downstream waterways in a very sort of logical hydrologic connection sort of way, which only makes sense if you're going to be looking at water quality impacts, right? But really key, I think, by definition, a watershed area like a HUC, which is a smaller watershed unit, by definition, the stream flow at the outlet of that watershed is really integrating the cumulative effects of essentially everything that's going on within that contributing drainage area, both in terms of what the effects are on water quantity as well as on water quality. So in that sense, at least in my mind, these make kind of a really natural unit to think about the hydrologic world and to think about assessing cumulative impacts of all the activities that are potentially going on within that 12-digit HUC area. So again, it's a hierarchy system that's used by water resource organizations to locate, store, retrieve, exchange hydrologic data. And those organizations include the USGS, the US EPA, BLM, Colorado State Forest Service. This screen capture that I have here is where I went into the US EPA's My Waterway website, and my favorite fly fishing HUC that I mentioned that I illustrated above, I went to see what the US EPA had to say about that. Each of the shaded round dots on here indicate 24 different water quality monitoring locations that had been implemented within that 12-digit HUC over time, some by the USGS, some by Colorado River Watch, one by the EPA's Natural Aquatics Resources Survey. So it was interesting. Very, very quickly, I could access a lot of information about the existing data that are available for that particular 12-digit HUC area, just as one example. And I learned that there are 2 permitted discharge sites, 2 NIPT's permitted point discharges within that 12-digit HUC as well. So again, it's a system that's sort of standardized and used by a lot of different agencies in terms of storing, retrieving, exchanging data, and doing landscape analysis. The Colorado State Forest Service actually used 12-digit HUCs when they developed their 2020 Forest Action Plan for the state of Colorado in 2020. So it's a very standardized approach, which I think in this context would make a lot of sense. And that's it, Joro, in terms of what I've got.
Thank you so much, Don. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Taryn Udall, attorney with Western Resource Advocates. I'm going to turn now to biological resources. The legislature first instructed the Commission to protect biological resources from the cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations in 2019. At the end of the mission change rulemaking, rather than promulgating rules to safeguard biological resources, the Commission convened a working group to evaluate sources of information on biological resources, including plant communities, rare plants, wildlife and wildlife habitat, and biodiversity, and to consider information and data that could assist the Commission in integrating biological resource considerations into its permit review process. In March 2022, the working group suggested a workable definition of biological resources and made several concrete recommendations to the Commission. Yet now, 2 years later, the Commission has not acted on those recommendations. The ECMC rules do not define biological resources. The cumulative impact reports do not include any data or analysis on these resources, and there are no ECMC rules that evaluate and address individual or cumulative impacts to Colorado's most imperiled biological resources, including plant species. The revised rules noticed in August suggest kicking the can yet again on biological resources. As with water resources, what this means is, given the gap in regulation and the evidence you're about to hear from Dave Anderson, the cumulative impacts from the locations the Commission is approving are threatening Colorado's biological resources. The good news is that baseline information exists today for ECMC to take the first important steps towards fulfilling the longstanding statutory directive to protect biological resources from oil and gas operations. Our next expert, Dave Anderson, Chief Scientist and Director of the Colorado Natural Heritage Program and member of the Biological Resources Working Group, will testify that the Commission already has the data and expert recommendations needed to make meaningful progress on safeguarding biological resources. We have provided red lines that address many of these concepts. And finally, should the Commission elect to delay action on biological resources in this rulemaking, as the revised August rules would do, we suggest that the rules adopted in this rulemaking set definite deadlines by which the Commission will act on the 2022 recommendations from the working group and any further recommendations from a reconvened group. Do you welcome Dave?
Thank you very much, Taryn, and thank you very much, commissioners.
Thanks for being here, Dave. Would you please describe CNHP's work?
Sure. CNHP, the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, is Colorado's constituent member of the NatureServe network. And that's a global biodiversity network that curates data on rare species across taxonomic groups, including plants, plant communities, insects, and animals. And CNHP tracks and ranks Colorado's rare and imperiled species and habitats and provides information and expertise to promote the conservation of Colorado's valuable biological resources. CNHP also offers a wide range of related services, including biological monitoring, research, mapping, and conservation planning services. We are a soft-funded unit within Colorado State University's Warner College of Natural Resources. And we work not as an advocacy organization, but to advance the conservation of Colorado's native species and ecosystems with science and decision quality data to support decision-making, planning, and education.
And what is your role at CNHP?
I am the director and chief scientist, and I oversee CNHP's teams, including our zoology, botany, wetland ecology, conservation planning, and conservation data services teams.
Please describe the impacts of development, including oil and gas development, on biological resources as that term was defined in the June draft rules.
Based on scientific research, CNHP is aware of many impacts of development on biological resources. One significant adverse impact is the fragmentation of habitat and the diminution of habitat and species populations. These impacts are occurring as the direct result of ground disturbance associated with new development, including the additional roads that need to be built to serve specific development. And many studies show these impacts on different species, including studies on the impacts of noise, dust, and other offsite occurrences. With oil and gas in particular, invasive species and noxious weeds in disturbed areas are common problems. And with plants, dust is a real concern, as is erosion and potential impacts to native pollinators on which the plants depend.
Why does ECMC need to act now on cumulative impacts to biological resources?
Oil and gas development and other anthropogenic surface impacts are having ongoing adverse impacts on a range of biological resources. The existing ECMC rules do not adequately address biological resources or take into consideration the really solid and carefully curated data on a broad range of biological resources in Colorado.
Could you please provide an overview of the data compiled and maintained by CNHP as part of its partnership with CPW on the Colorado Conservation Data Explorer?
Yeah, sure. In 2020, in partnership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, we launched a mapping and reporting tool that's called Colorado's Conservation Data Explorer, or CODEX. CODEX can be and is often used for conservation planning, environmental review, and education. And CODEX is free and publicly available. The database is a one-stop shop for conservation data. It is a leveling tool that aggregates all the most accurate available data into one place. Managing CODEX is one of CNHP's core research activities. CNHP gathers data from our surveys and monitoring projects, as well as from partners and other trusted sources like Herbaria. CPW is one of our most important partners because the agency curates so much important data in Colorado. And we share those data in CODEX in partnership with them, but we also draw upon the expertise and information management from NatureServe, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, and many other partners.
What are potential conservation areas and how do they relate to important plant areas?
Sure. Do you go ahead and advance the slide to the PCA slide? CNHP curates data on Colorado's rarest species, including what the species are, which ones are rare or at risk, where they're located, and how those species are doing across Colorado. The species and natural plant communities that we track are assigned global and state imperilment ranks based on rarity, threats, and trends, and their locations are mapped as element occurrences. This information allows us to track both overall distribution and site-specific details describing how well element occurrences are thriving at each location. So we use the element occurrences to delineate potential conservation areas, or PCAs. Those highlight geographic areas in the state that contribute the most to Colorado's biological diversity. Their boundaries encompass rare species and natural plant communities. The PCA boundaries are displayed as one of the many layers in CODEX. We have over 1,900 mapped PCAs. They identify the large landscapes where there are opportunities for biodiversity conservation. And the PCAs are ranked on a scale of 1 to 5 based on their biodiversity significance, called the B rank. So here we're seeing the B1 and the B2 PCAs, the two top highest ranked PCAs in Colorado. Go ahead to the next slide, please. The very highest ranked PCAs, of which there are 41, oh yeah, there you go, identify places on Colorado's landscape where we have the opportunity to save a species. These highest ranked PCAs demarcate areas where a species is making its last stand on Earth, and our ability to conserve that species must happen within that specific place. They're drawn to, with respect to habitats and viable populations, irrespective of land management authority and land ownership. Included within the PCAs are the nearly 300 important plant areas, which are listed and described in the 2015 Colorado Parks and Wildlife State Wildlife Action Plan. IPAs provide guidance for conservation opportunities, and identify areas where land managers can prioritize the conservation actions for plants. So current state regulations do not specifically protect PCAs or the habitats and species contained within them. And we do not generally recommend that no additional development occurs within PCAs, but rather that careful review and planning should occur within them to ensure that protected elements continue to thrive.
In addition to PCAs, what are the other specific digital data layers in Codex that contain site-specific information on the location of species and habitats that could be considered biological resources? And how might these layers be useful for evaluating cumulative impacts?
Yeah, in my written testimony, I outlined the full list of digital data layers that are within Codex that contain site-specific information on biological resources that are relevant to the rulemaking. Some of the layers of note include CNHP's curated data on rare species and communities, which includes amphibians, birds, crayfish, fish, insects, mammals, mollusks, and natural communities, and non-vascular plants, reptiles, and vascular plants. In Codex, we also have wetlands and watersheds, including priority watersheds by species richness. Also included in Codex are the species activity maps that are created by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. These are only a fraction of the digital layers available in Codex that support decisions concerning sensitive, imperiled, and important species and habitats within an area of interest. Examining these layers would help ECMC evaluate the additive impacts of new oil and gas operations on biological resources and would assist in ECMC's duty to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts to these species and layers. The data in Codex, used along with the HPH layer, which is also available in Codex, provides a comprehensive report on the best available science on known and potential impacts associated with the location of proposed operations. These are useful in assessing development proposals and finding opportunities to minimize project impacts. For example, because Codex reports on the location and importance of sensitive species and habitats, it can be used on a site-specific level to evaluate how proposed operations may adversely impact those species and habitats, and to find alternative locations and measures to avoid those impacts. Because the map data are robust and readily available in a digital format, project proponents and regulators alike can access this information at the very beginning of any permitting process and therefore inform their planning and decision-making from the outset.
Could you further explain the surface disturbance information and data layers that CNHP uses for the landscape disturbance index in Codex?
Sure. Go ahead to the next slide, please. One conservation planning tool in Codex is the Landscape Disturbance Index. And CNHP created, and we continually update this layer. The LDI shows the degree to which any given area of the state is impacted and fragmented by human activities. It incorporates surface disturbance information from oil and gas development, wind turbines, solar installations, roads, trails, agriculture, surface mining, and urban development. The underlying surface disturbance data layers that make up the LDI are important for evaluating cumulative impacts as they provide a snapshot of the present level of disturbance from all mappable anthropogenic disturbances on the landscape, which could help ECMC contextualize the additive impacts of a new proposed oil and gas location in any part of the state.
Please explain your role with the Biological Resources Working Group and describe the group's process and the resulting recommendations.
Sure. Well, I was a member of the Biological Resources Working Group that was formed by ECMC after the passage of SB 19-181. The working group met numerous times over the course of a year, and we discussed available data at Colorado Parks and Wildlife and elsewhere on biological resources. And in 2022, we submitted a report.
Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Thomas, would you advance to the next slide, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
In 2022, we submitted a report that included a suggested definition of biological resources, and we made these recommendations to the ECMC. The first one, to adopt a definition for biological resources that captures the intent of SB 19-181, and to consider a list of species for consultation purposes, and consider prioritizing plant and invertebrate species according to federal species of concern and state species of greatest conservation need, or SGCNs, from the State Wildlife Action Plan. And third, provide a unique set of data sources to operators, commission staff, and stakeholders to inform permit application processes and reviews. And lastly, to outline scenarios for identifying biological resources to avoid and for triggers for when on-the-ground consultation could be required. And ECMC could adopt some aspects of these recommendations now, like prioritizing protection of federal species of concern and SGCN, and providing data sources from Codex to assist operations or operators, ECMC staff, and other stakeholders during the permit application and review process. The working group could be reconvened to continue its important work and flesh out its recommendations, such as by developing a list of species that would trigger consultation.
As we wrap up your testimony, do you have any closing thoughts for the commission?
Yes, well, I believe that meeting the needs of operators and Colorado's biodiversity is a solvable problem. We have data, technology, and existing collaborations to support sound decisions towards a sustainable and biodiverse future for Colorado. Codex is already supported in part with donated funds from an operator because they depend on it for their operations.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we will close with a focus on wildlife resources and a summary of our recommendations for rules that will carry out the legislature's cumulative impacts directive. Again, the cumulative impacts reports provide useful context. In 2022 and 2023, over 2/3 of the locations approved by the commission were either in high priority habitat or within 1 mile of HPH. Specifically, 30% of locations were in HPH and 38% were within 1 mile of HPH. Because this data is based on locations, it does not reflect the impact of the construction or maintenance of access roads or traffic on HPH. Additionally, over the course of 2022 and 2023, the commission approved over 600 acres of construction disturbance, including access road and pipeline construction in HPH. This activity necessarily includes other adverse impacts like traffic, noise, dust, and the introduction of invasive species. This analysis shows that a lot of oil and gas operations the commission approves has the potential to have cumulative impacts on Colorado's high priority habitat. Chipping away at HPH at a rate of approximately 300 acres every year when combined with other existing and future development pressures on HPH is not sustainable. It's critical to establish an impact area that reflects science and captures the true geographic extent of potential impacts to wildlife resources so that the commission can evaluate and address cumulative impacts to Colorado's wildlife. CPW should have been engaged early on in this rulemaking. As our final witness, John Holst, will address, some of our proposed red lines try to remedy that by providing time for CPW to develop science-based recommendations, particularly on the impact area determination. John's testimony will conclude our presentation and we reserve any remaining time for rebuttal. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Counselor. Good afternoon, Chair Robbins and members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and provide testimony. For the record, my name is John Holst. I am a senior policy advisor for Western Resource Advocates and clearly not an IT guy. My apologies again for jinxing our presentation. I probably shouldn't have made the joke yesterday that having me run the presentation was akin to making me run the space shuttle. So that's clearly backfired. As Councilor Udall mentioned, prior to my work with WRA, I was one of CPW's original energy liaisons. I worked in that capacity from 2007 through the mission change rulemaking in spring of 2021. I'm here today in support of the Wildlife Hunting and Angling Group's positions on the proposed rule. You all have a copy of my written testimony. My comments today are going to focus on the red line changes that we propose to improve the draft rule and perhaps some changes that we still like to make. I want to emphasize that we're here to help find solutions to some of the issues that we and others see in the draft. Our goal is to provide straightforward solutions to address the complex issues that you're trying to manage with this rule. I know you have a long day ahead, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. The good news is that I only have 5 slides that you may or may not be able to see. One thing that I'd like to acknowledge before we start is that this effort to address cumulative impacts is really unprecedented. As you've already heard from staff and will continue to hear from the parties and the public, evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts is incredibly complicated. And although we have plenty of recommendations to improve the rule, I don't want to diminish the effort put in by staff. This clearly has been a monumental undertaking. You can advance the slide, please. I'm going to summarize here, but the sticking points we highlight in our filings with the Commission generally fall into 3 buckets. The first being the need to define an overall approach and process for biological resources that is both meaningful and doable. The second being figuring out how to incorporate the best available science into both the impact area determination and the evaluation of cumulative impacts. And the third being creating a decision-making process for evaluating and, just as importantly, addressing cumulative impacts that is more transparent, objective, and streamlined. Advance a slide, please. With respect to biological resources, we outline in our filings why the approach in the draft rule won't provide meaningful protections. Tracking impacts to the general habitat types identified in Table 4 of the 2015 SWAP is not informative for evaluating or addressing cumulative impacts. Some of the habitat types in Table 4, like spruce fir or lodgepole pine, for example, are so general and cover so many acres across Colorado that tracking impacts to them is really not meaningful. The general habitat type approach outlined in the rule also doesn't follow the recommendations of the Biological Resources Working Group that Mr. Anderson just described. To fix this, we propose that the Commission adopt the definition of biological resources that was provided by the Biological Resources Working Group and included in the June draft, and reconvene the working group to follow through with their recommendations regarding identifying specific species and habitats that should be considered biological resources and consulted on. Once that's done, the Commission should incorporate those biological resource consult maps into the annual HBH update. In the interim, while that's being done, the Commission should go ahead and require in this rulemaking consultation with CPW or CNHB on development proposed in the most critical biological resource areas that we currently know about, which would include, at a minimum, the B1 potential conservation areas that Mr. Anderson showed us. Advance the slide, please. With respect to the best available science, we outline in our filings, and the Commission has also done so in the mission change statement of basis and purpose, why a default 1 mile impact area doesn't track with the best available science. I can provide a number of examples from my experience at CPW where wildlife was impacted by development activities over a mile away. One particular example that comes to mind is a Gunnison sage-grouse lake in western Colorado that was negatively impacted by traffic from drilling operations that were occurring at least 4 or 5 miles away. It just so happens in that case that the most direct access route to that well that was being drilled 4 or 5 miles away happened to run right next to the active lake. In order to address situations like this and incorporate the best available science into both the impact area determination and cumulative impacts analysis, we think the Commission needs to make additional changes to the rule. As Councilor Walker mentioned earlier, we think the Commission should make the focus of the impact area and cumulative impacts analysis track their definitions and the legislature's intent. That is to focus on oil and gas operations, not the working pad surface. We also think the Commission should engage CPW to have them develop defensible impact areas for different groups of species. This won't be easy and it will take some time because it hasn't been done before, but CPW is best equipped to do it based on the best available science. In a perfect world, this would have occurred during this rulemaking, But regardless of the time frame, in order to do this right, the commission needs to enlist CPW's help. Once CPW identifies default impact areas for different groups of species, they should be deferred to by the director unless there is compelling evidence that they are not correct. And the last bullet on this slide, as the other Mr. Anderson recommended in his testimony today, adopt the USGS HUC 12 watersheds as the default impact area for water quality and aquatic habitats until a riparian working group is convened as directed in the mission change rulemaking. These watershed boundaries make a lot more sense than a 1 mile radius. Please advance the slide. With respect to the pre-application consultation, inviting CPW by itself won't improve the decision-making process about the impact area. As Council Walker mentioned earlier, this is because there isn't enough information available at the pre-app consult to make a truly informed decision about the impact area. At the pre-app consult, CPW won't have detailed information about all the proposed operations, like what access roads are going to be used and what the increases in traffic are going to look like for each phase of development. They also won't have had time to compile a comprehensive look at what all the existing impacts from other types of development in the surrounding area are and what those impacts might contribute to cumulative impacts or influence the impact area. To address this, we recommend that the commission make a few more changes to the rule. First, require more comprehensive information on oil and gas operations at the pre-application consult. The example I have on the slide here is a transportation plan. But as Council Walker outlined, there's more needed than just a transportation plan, like water use, for example. Second, provide CNHP's baseline impact data on surface disturbance from other types of development through the Commission's online web map so that it can be used during consultations by consulting agencies and others. Third, as I mentioned previously, engage CPW and have them identify appropriate impact areas for groups of species ahead of time so that the director can defer to at the pre-application consult. In the interim, while CPW is identifying appropriate impact areas, there's really no reason why the commission shouldn't require a pre-app consult in the impact area with CPW for operations within HPH or those that impact HPH. CPW should already be consulting on these facilities anyway. Lastly, once the biological resource habitats are identified, a pre-application impact area consult should be required for both HPH and biological resource areas. Please advance the slide. Last one. With respect to decision-making, the Commission's review of cumulative impact area analysis and decision-making process surrounding how you're going to actually address cumulative impacts needs to be more objective and transparent. The process outlined in Rule 315B3 relies on a potentially subjective cumulative impact analysis provided by the operator and an ad hoc weighting by the Commission of the factors outlined in that portion of the rule. The rule doesn't provide any clear indication of how the Commission is actually going to weigh the various factors or actually address cumulative impacts. To improve this process, we recommend that the Commission rely less on operator-generated cumulative impact analysis, particularly qualitative narrative analysis. As we identify in our filings, the evaluation of cumulative impacts is by definition quantitative, adding the incremental impact of a proposed operation on top of existing impacts. Quantitative evaluations of cumulative impacts, regardless of who prepares them, will be more objective and useful than qualitative narrative descriptions. To increase the ability to quantify cumulative impacts, the Commission should revamp the CIDR database and the Director's annual cumulative impact report to incorporate CNHP's baseline impact data from all types of development. The Commission should also work with CPW to identify in the Director's annual report geographic areas where there are potential thresholds of development that are likely to cause adverse cumulative impacts. This is similar to what Mr. Freeman from Earthworks suggested yesterday in terms of conducting a larger scale analysis. And Mr. Chairman, this answers your question regarding how you actually do this. Lastly, and I mentioned this before, the Commission should incorporate CNHP's baseline impact data on surface disturbance from all types of development into the Commission's web mapper to provide operators and consulting agencies a common understanding of what the baseline is when trying to quantify the impacts of new operations. Next slide, please. With that, our team would be happy to answer any questions. And I did notice that the text on my slides were going off the bottom of the slide, at least on my screen. So there again, I jinxed it.
That concludes the presentation.
That does. Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Holtz. We acknowledge your expertise in matters of wildlife and not in matters of computer issues. Commissioners, the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Cross, and let me call on Commissioner Ackerman first, Commissioner Cross, if that's okay, and then we'll get to you second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Cross. I appreciate that as well. And just wanted to say, of course, to this group, thank you for your engagement. I do appreciate the significant expertise, as noted by the chair, that you brought to the hearings. And also thank you for your succinct presentation and for including specific suggested solutions to the issues of concern for your groups. That's very helpful. And I wanted to specifically thank Mr. Dave Anderson for your significant service on the Biological Resources Working Group. Thank you for your service there. Mr. Don Anderson, I'm holding off a little bit on my first question, which would be more specific details about your favorite fly fishing spot, but maybe we can talk offline a little bit. I do have a number of questions. I'll start with the biological resources definition. And from my perspective, pollinators, and really more broadly invertebrates and rare plants, are generally cited as the big hole in biological resources protections in the state, as wildlife is treated separately in our regulations and in others. Are there any other categories under the umbrella of biological resources that you believe are not currently addressed in ECMC rules?
Yeah, I think we can better incorporate plant communities, which we are continually mapping and updating for Colorado. So yeah, we have pretty robust data on a range of, on the plants and the rarest plants, and many different animal groups, including the reptiles and amphibians. There's solid data on birds. We have a growing data set on pollinators. And now that CPW has statutory authority to study pollinators, I think that our data are going to expand a lot over the coming years on that front. We're also conducting a statewide survey funded by Great Outdoors Colorado that's allowed us to ramp up a team to study our invertebrates. Did
Thank you,
I
Mr.
capture
Anderson.
this scope? Yeah.
Excuse me, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering if I fully addressed your question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think so. What I heard there was that there is other data associated with wildlife, which we do incorporate, and there may be other data. What I did hear there that differed from what I stated, I mentioned rare plants as generally the big hole in biological resources protections, and you mentioned more generally, I think plant community mapping might be something that we could focus on as well. Other than that, I think the responses there were, yes, pollinators is a whole, and I agree. On the definition for biological resources, we at first included it in the draft regulations, and after stakeholder feedback, including feedback from CPW, removed that definition for this draft. Can you talk more about in the biological resources working group? And I don't mean to put you on the spot with specifics on that report. I certainly have it, and I'm sure you do too. But just as per your recollection, it was called a working definition. And can you talk a little bit more about what was meant by that? As I know there was considerable time spent on discussing this definition and what was ultimately proposed as a working definition?
My recollection is that we got to where we got with the intention of continuing to refine a definition for that. And acknowledging that there were data from lots of different sources, most importantly from CPW and from CNHP, and that together those data do a pretty good job of capturing what we know about the animals that CPW's concerned primarily with, down to the non-game species like, small mammals and bats and things like that we have good mapping data for. So, yeah, and I think that need to have data that extend beyond those data that are really curated by CPW was something that we were still working on solidifying, knowing that to really fully capture data on biological resources, there needs to be the incorporation of data from outside of CPW.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification there. And that was my understanding as well, that the definition was proposed and there were a number of caveats in there, that there were certain things that concerned certain members of the working group. And specifically noted that it would likely be necessary to further revise or refine the definition as part of a rulemaking, and certainly provided the opportunity to do so. And I appreciate your comments on that. And again, very difficult task, and thank you for working on giving us a foundation to work on that. As far as consultation is concerned, I thought you, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Dave Anderson, again, I thought you made a really good argument, and it's one that I've been thinking of as well, as far as making an argument that existing plant based maps are robust enough that we could potentially include those in some degree of consultation for oil and gas at the current time. My concern with regard to consultation based on invertebrates at this point would be that CPW, as you mentioned, as the agency now with statutory authority, would be the agency to consult on that. And we would ask them to consult and consult on specific species of invertebrates that may be impacted by any particular oil and gas development. And that the granular level data doesn't exist to the extent that they would be able to provide an effective consultation, but would rather say, kind of revert back to protection of areas and habitats, as you mentioned during your presentation, which is what the draft regulation shifted to, although it was habitats as identified in the SWAP. And so can you help add some clarity? That's a convoluted question, but can you help add some clarification as to why a protection of habitats as identified in your presentation for plants and habitats as identified for invertebrates at this point, with the knowledge that we have, wouldn't be more protective than including specific species level consultation standards? Does that question make sense to you?
I think so. I'll give it a stab, and I think that we're ready to do it from different prongs there. We do actually have a lot of data on invertebrates in the state. Those data are, we have curated those data for as long as we've existed, since 1979. We have them in a database for species that people have paid attention to. Those data are much better represented now with the LEPs, the butterflies and moths, especially butterflies. Also bees, we're developing pretty good data on bees, but there just hasn't, so all of the data that we curate are, we know that we don't have everything. We don't know where everything is still. But we know a lot about where things are, and where they have been. So whatever data we have on invertebrates is shared with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We exist under a data sharing agreement with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, so they can bring to bear all of the data that we curate on any taxon in the state. So collaboratively, I think that we have enough data to begin to give this some consideration. To not look at those data and not give those things any consideration seems unnecessary, because we do actually know a lot, and we can start making decisions on what we know as we continue to improve those data and grow our understanding of where all these resources are. As we start to pay more attention to these things and get more data mapped, we're going to identify new and different priorities for invertebrates. And that's really exciting, because the science is going to really start moving forward now with those taxa here in Colorado, with all the work that's getting going.
Thank you. I appreciate your thoughts on that. And I think this group made a good comment in its written materials as well, that we have data gaps in lots of places, and that we should act accordingly with the information that we know, and appreciated that comment.
Commissioner Ackerman, Mr. Holst has raised his hand, just FYI.
Please. Thank you. I'm certainly willing to pause if Mr. Holst. Thank you.
I wasn't sure I could do that, but thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. I just thought I might add, if you remember, like the criteria that CPW used for, basically making the cut as to what was going to be a high priority habitat and what wasn't. They have data on all kinds of species, but in order to make the list, to be one of those species that required a consultation under the rules, they needed to have information not just on the geolocation of, the locations of those particular species, but they needed to have some idea of what the best available science said that they would do about them, or something needed to be in the literature to give them some reason to think that oil and gas development might actually impact that species, and how those impacts could be avoided, minimized, and mitigated. And so, I think if you talk to CPW staff, I think they would prefer to take this essentially the same approach for biological resources. So, taking all the information that Mr. Anderson has talked about and sort of sifting through that to figure out what is the subset that they could actually do something meaningful for with what they know now, both about the locations of those species and what to actually do about potential impacts from development. And that's sort of the streamlining, right, that's built into CPW's consultation under the existing 300 and 1200 series of rules. I think, that would help streamline consults with biological resources as well.
Thank you, Mr. Holst. Resources Working Group recommendations, one of its key tenets and concerns and repeated citations was that a significant difficulty in including protections in the ECMC regulations, again, what people have called kicking the can down the road, but it really is more along the lines of what can we do right now with what we have. And the biological resources took a good stab at, without anybody having statutory authority over these species, what can we do? And made some suggestions based on that. And so that was an often cited problematic issue that the Biological Resources Working Group was dealing with. I think now that House Bill 1117 has delegated that authority, at least programmatically, to CPW, what would your suggestions be on working with CPW? You've elucidated some of those here, but you've mentioned bringing CPW into the expansion of the area of impact and other consultative roles. Can you be a little more specific on how you would incorporate CPW into the process with regard to further rolling out programs on invertebrates and rare plants?
I'm happy to take that, counselors, unless one of you want to go. I think Commissioner Ackerman, well, thank you for the question. I think really first and foremost, like we were just discussing, is sort of paring down the list, right? Because you can't consult on everything that meets the definition of biological resources, whether it's the definition that's in the June draft, or even a different definition, because it's going to include many, many, many things that would make it very difficult. So I think the first task needs to be sort of paring down that list to something
pondering how we narrow down that group to the needs and the ability to effectively consult. I think that's an effective strategy, and I think we'll continue to mull that over during this rulemaking. And speaking of consultation with CPW, and this is my next question, and maybe it's focused at you, Ms. Udall, but you mentioned in your presentation the work that's being done currently in HPH, and I think you mentioned that about 30% of the operations that have taken place in the last couple of years have taken place in some degree of high priority habitat, and expressed some concerns, and that's something that certainly this commission works on very hard and looks at very carefully each time on a project by project basis. But I didn't really hear, I just heard concerns expressed, but unless I missed it, I didn't really see an alternative to what we're currently doing. We work significantly with CPW on the specifics of each of those issues that take place in HPH, and HPH is specifically, at least portions of HPH are specifically identified as being able to sustain a certain amount of development in certain circumstances, and we work within those parameters. Did you have any further thoughts on an alternative process or other approach to further minimizing impact to HPH?
Thanks, Commissioner Ackerman, for the question. Yeah, I'm happy to help connect the dots there in our thinking. I think providing the context from the cumulative impacts report is to show that, ongoing impacts to HPH, those, most sensitive habitats and species to oil and gas operations. But I think the connective thread here is really the impact area concern. So both the default 1 mile radius and the focus on the working pad surface versus the statutory directive to look at all of operations. So thinking about, if a working pad surface is, more than a mile away from HPH, you might have road activity extending into HPH that wouldn't be captured by the cumulative impacts analysis, looking at the impact area. So wanting to just, try to expand the aperture again to see how much development is occurring in HPH and ensure that when the commission is doing, or the director of the commission is doing this cumulative impacts analysis, it's taking into account those impacts that are extending into HPH, touching HPH, even if the pad surface itself is more than a mile away.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I really appreciate that response. Just a couple of more questions. Speaking of consultation process in the area of impact, we certainly are trying to get our arms around how to effectively, but also in a concise and actually doable way, evaluate, establish areas of impact in varying areas and varying types of development, which is definitely a difficult task, and as has been pointed out, is likely not a circle, or maybe even not even a rhombus. Currently the process is set up in the draft regulations that CPW would be consultative in those early consultation processes, and that it would be set forth whether that area of impact under the existing regulations would need to be expanded by the director. Any thoughts on an expansion of that process? I don't know if you listened into our discussion with staff about this issue yesterday, but we asked them the same question. And is there any utility to talking about how we might make that process a little more robust and start with some kind of a defined area with opportunities of media specific, expansion? We're still trying to explore whether that model would work. In your mind, would that limited beginning with a proper expansion process be a workable model is what I'm getting at.
I could try to answer that question. Thank you. So one of the dilemmas we have is in making suggestions about the process is what impact area are you going to start with, right? Are you starting with the 1 mile or are you starting with the one we suggest? Because I think that really matters to the way we see the process working. Because we believe that the impact areas we suggest are based in science. So you're starting with something that's valid and then moving away from that as the circumstances require. But I think one of the most lacking details of the current process is how little information there is available at the point where the director is making the determination, and how, it seems like there's a lot of burden on any expert agency or the local government to move away from that. And from the perspective of water resources, who's going to be the champion for water? We do have CPW being a champion for wildlife, but we don't have a champion that's participating in these processes on a regular basis for water. So those are the considerations, I think. If you really are going to rely on these expert agencies to sort of move you away from a default that actually reflects science, they need to have the resources and the opportunity and the information to do so. If you're going to start with a impact area, for example, our suggestion is CPW have some time to come up with those, then those impact areas are based on science and expertise. And then our suggestion is that the operator could have the opportunity to argue that the impact area is inappropriate. And I think an example of this would be, a lot of our explanation of the impacts of oil and gas operations on water quality have to do with how close something is to a surface water. So if a proposed project is far away from surface waters, then it's arguable, based on a lot of factors, that the impact area could be quite small. So, and that also serves to promote keeping operations away from surface waters, which is, as everybody says, avoiding is the best technique for reducing both individual and cumulative impacts. So I don't know if that helps, but I would say the information and then the ability of the expert agencies to participate in a sort of doable fashion.
Thank you. Yeah, it's certainly helpful, and really appreciate your thoughts on this issue. And your point of view, as I understand it, was more of a contraction opportunity rather than an expansion opportunity from the get-go. And it didn't hear much as on the way of process, other than we would need significant resources in partner agencies to be able to make these determinations. So I really appreciate that thought. I think it's a lot of food for thought there. I guess my final question for now probably is, you mentioned deadlines, and that came up in your testimony as well, in your written statements. The CPW is revising the swap in 2025, and I recognize that you mentioned deadlines only in the event that we expect to go forward without addressing biological resources significantly at this go round. If we do go down that road, I believe CPW is required to report back to the legislature in 2020. It might be annually, so I don't want to say, on their progress on House Bill 1117 as well. When you mentioned deadlines as far as further incorporation Can you give me some thoughts on what you had in mind when you pondered what the appropriate timeline might be?
Sure, happy to respond to that. So as you mentioned, Commissioner, it is our position that there are meaningful steps that the commission can take in this rulemaking on biological resources, like adopting a definition, carving out a limited consultation role, at least for the most biologically significant PCAs. But I think we all recognize that there's probably more work to be done, and if in a further rulemaking that would help to reconvene the working group to finish its work in terms of delineating species that would trigger consultation. We tried to take into account the swap update and its timing in our proposed timelines to give the commission till the end of 2025 to adopt the working group's recommendations and anything coming out of a reconvened working group. In the interim, the working group would be reconvened shortly after this rulemaking by the end of November. And I think the CPW reports to the legislature could be factored in to the idea that Mr. Hulse gave around wrapping the biological resources consultation area updates into the HPH process, so that there would be a rhythm to incorporating new information as CPW starts to operate under that new statutory authority. So trying to think of meaningful and definite deadlines that are workable given all the other factors at play here.
Thank you. I appreciate you demonstrating your thought process there. And again, appreciate all of your work. This is significant work for all of us, and it's really great to have such expertise thinking about this and working on it as well. Thank you very much for your testimony and for your materials.
All right, others with questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I think I just have one question, and it would be for Mr. Holst. Towards the end of your presentation, you talked about streamlining the decision-making process. Talked about it being transparent, objective, and one of the things you said is less reliance on the operator. And I was hoping you could expand on that a little more, trying to get an understanding of where the information is going to come from, if not from the operator, and how that will streamline the process.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Excellent question. So, one of the things, and this is not dissimilar from what you heard from Mr. Freeman yesterday. I mean, there's a lot of reliance on submissions by the operator of qualitative and narrative descriptions. Sometimes it's, provide a quantitative if it's available, or if it's not, provide a qualitative narrative description. And in most cases, if that's not, that will probably end up rolling into the qualitative narrative. And as Mr. Freeman described, those are kind of like EIS level type of descriptions of what the impact might be that really aren't actionable by the commission in terms of looking at the additive impact of a particular operation on what the cumulative baseline is. And so what we're suggesting is that any information that comes from the operator be more quantitative, so that it can actually be sort of judged in a way that's objective against other operators providing the same kind of quantitative information, based on information that the commission could provide on its web map, an insider of those existing impacts that Mr. Anderson outlined in his testimony about what's in that landscape disturbance index and codex. So there's a bunch of information out there now that really provides the context of where the impact is going to occur, that really needs to be taken into account by anybody, whether it's a consulting agency or the operator, when they're trying to calculate what the additive cumulative impact is of a particular proposed operation. And so some of that information, I guess I'm suggesting, or we're suggesting, that the commission put it on its webpage so that everybody has a common understanding of where the starting point is, and that's updated every year via the CIDR database and the director's annual report on cumulative impact. So basically you get a snapshot in time every year of what the landscape looks like in terms of impacts from other activities. And then when you're trying to look at your proposed operation, whether you're the operator or you're a consulting agency, you actually have a starting place that's actually provided by the commission in a transparent way so that the public and all the stakeholders know what that is. And then that information, you guys as the commission, when you're doing that decision-making process, your decisions should be more streamlined because you'll actually have that information transparently looking the same from all of the operators and all of the consulting agencies. You know, the other aspect of what we highlighted in our testimony, and this again is similar to what you heard from some others previously, is to actually identify in that director's report thresholds of development where there's likely to be an adverse cumulative impact. That way, as a commission, when you're making those decisions and sort of weighing those factors that are in the rule, you have something to sort of look at and weigh them against. And then, you know, potentially you could have, you know, additional operating requirements in those areas to try and avoid, minimize, and mitigate that additional cumulative impact. Does that make sense?
I think so. So I just want to make sure a little bit of it's sort of what we talked about with the previous presentation, kind of the gathering of evidence together, not just from a single operator, but from numerous operators, from other agencies, from the consulting agencies, and have that available to everyone and relying kind of on the breadth of information as opposed to what the applicant provides in the application.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, the way the rules are structured now, you're currently relying on the operator to essentially do their own survey of what's on the landscape and a cumulative impacts analysis. And then you all are the judge of whether or not that's an adequate analysis. Well, you're likely to get, you know, operator A pulling together different information. Even if you do operator guidance, you're likely to get operator A pulling together a different set of information, potentially than operator B, or looking at it slightly in a slightly different way, particularly if it's qualitative analysis that they're doing. And so you're going to be sort of comparing apples to oranges. And, you know, our proposal is that you essentially level the playing field so everybody has the same information to start with. And it's, you know, frankly, wouldn't require a tremendous amount of effort because those layers, that data is already available or are already available because our good folks at CNHP have already pulled that information together.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Other questions, Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one question, and really appreciate the information provided and the actionable suggestions that have been made. Always very helpful. The Codex map that talks about or that displays surface disturbance, and I appreciate the map that was provided on the slide, but how granular does that go? And as to be able to be useful both on a macro scale and a micro scale.
Well, yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Messner. And that model is based on available data that we have publicly in Colorado. The resolution of those data, the resolution of the model is at the resolution of the data that we have at our disposal to make it with. And I think with a statewide model like that, there's always the temptation to drill right down to the pixel and then look at it at that resolution. And it's really more appropriate. That model's more appropriate at a larger scale, at kind of a landscape level. Yeah, I don't think you would want to use it specifically at like a 30-meter resolution.
Yeah, I'm thinking more about, is the resolution good enough to, you know, identify habitat fragmentation, you know, in a, you know, 10 square mile area, 20 square mile area, something like that.
I think it definitely is at that resolution, and it'll be really useful for helping to think about both the development itself and the roads that are going to be built to get to it, and looking at how fragmented the landscape already is and what impacts those developments are going to have. you'll be able to make a robust assessment of that based on the LDI map.
Thank you. Again, appreciate the information provided.
Yep. Okay, any final questions? Commissioner Oath?
Thank you. And we'll echo everyone else's thanks. Appreciate your presentation and the information. My question is for Mr. Don Anderson. Thank you for highlighting the importance of protecting surface water qualities and the potential impacts that operations can have on our surface water streams. So it's certainly a very important issue. What I want to understand is knowing that some of you kind of highlighted some of the potential impacts like road construction and the potential for erosion and sediment contributions to surface waters and things like that, or potential of discharge impacts, like further downstream. So knowing that operations, are also and already subject to other requirements for construction stormwater permits that will require BMPs for protection and in those circumstances, and that the CDPS permit, right, the state level NIPD's permit is going to do an analysis of how far downstream does a discharge potentially impact, and so could be way longer than a mile potentially, depending on the volume of discharge and the level of the amount of water in the stream. So knowing that those are covered in regulatory requirements by CDPHE, from a very practical, concrete, on the ground example, what changes, or could you give me an example of an outcome that would be different if the impact area for water quality were HUC 12 instead of 1 mile?
Right. Well, again, I'm not familiar backwards and forwards with the procedures that are followed for all the oil and gas development in Colorado, but certainly for a proposed operations, and in terms of what those operations will entail, it seems that starting with a default 12-digit HUC area as the area of cumulative impacts analysis, those are exactly the kinds of sort of existing BMPs or permits or other actions that the operator is already understood to be committing to, that could be taken into account as in terms of doing that evaluation as to whether there are impacts to be concerned about. I think one thing that's important is to be able to look cumulatively at what's going on in these areas. If you have a lot of individual operators doing their own individual procedures of pursuing permits and committing to various BMPs and so forth, I think there's an opportunity to potentially look at this in a more collectively within 12-digit HUC level, if you have a lot of different operators doing a lot of things that may not be collectively being evaluated, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense. I think in my mind, I think it is addressed through other pathways that are in Colorado regulation, but understand where you're coming from. So thank you.
Further questions? All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us, preparing for us and providing this very relevant information. Commissioners, I believe we should take a short break. Let's return at 1:45 and would ask the staff to have the next stakeholder be ready to go, make sure their PowerPoint is up and running, and if they need any help, they can ask Mr. Holtz. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Is that still okay?
All right, folks, welcome back. This is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is 1:45 on September 4th. We're taking up docket 240600145, Cumulative Impacts and Enhanced Systems and Practices Rulemaking. We have Colorado Wild and the Roaring Fork Audubon group for a presentation. I see that you're up and you've got your PowerPoint up. That's great. For the record, I went for a walk at lunch and I've not eaten my lunch yet, so I'm going to turn my video off. I will be listening and I will be eating a tuna fish sandwich while you present, and I'll be back live with you the whole time. So with that, Ms. Malone, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Thank you for your time. And I've been watching, and boy, this is a big task. So I am Delia Malone. I am representing Roaring Fork Audubon and Colorado Wild. Both are completely volunteer-driven NGOs, not-for-profits, in the Roaring Fork Valley on the western slope of Colorado. Professionally, I am an ecologist, and I've spent the past 3 decades conducting biological and ecological surveys across primarily Colorado's west slope to survey for, document, and map rare plants, rare animals, and rare natural communities, primarily for the purpose of conserving them. So we are advocating that the ECMC develop rules to ensure that the negative cumulative impacts to ecosystem processes and functions and to all native wildlife and plants be avoided and mitigated. You'll hear me stress ecosystems throughout my presentation, because if ecosystems are protected as a sort of umbrella, they also protect all of the species that persist in those ecosystems. Without ecosystem protection and without protecting the processes and functions that ecosystems provide, we can't possibly protect plant or animal species. So, in our view, cumulative impact rules should include comprehensive definition for biological resources, including native plants, animals, and natural ecosystems. A list of species for consultation purposes that prioritizes wildlife, plant, and invertebrate species according to federal and state species of concern as identified by Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service, BLM, and the Colorado State Animal and Plant Species of Greatest Conservation Need as listed in the SWAP. It would be really important for a list of peer-reviewed best conservation science data sources for operators, commission staff, and stakeholders to inform permit application processes and reviews to be sure that we're all playing from the same book. Best conservation science protocols for identifying and protecting species of concern when on-the-ground consultation could be required. Best conservation science land use strategies that conserve and protect those ecosystem processes and functions that native plants, wildlife, and insect species depend on to survive, including, but not limited to, hydrologic functions, adaptive, migration, reproductive, pollination, and even predation functions. So House Bill 241117 authorizes Colorado Parks and Wildlife to protect rare plants and invertebrates, which is much different than what occurred back in 2015 when we just had the plant list as an appendix. 1200 series protections, we feel then should include protection of high priority plant habitat for tier 1 and tier 2 plant species of greatest conservation need, as identified in the 2015 SWAP. Given that that is being updated right now, I would suggest that the consultation rules should include, or the cumulative impact rules should include that new list. This is simply a map of where we know the plant species of greatest conservation need occur, tier 1 and tier 2 species in Colorado. That mapping, in listening to the previous presentation, you were concerned about degree of accuracy. And nowadays, these plant species of greatest conservation need are mapped to within about 1 meter of accuracy. I've spent quite a bit of my time over the past 30 years finding and mapping these species. Pollinator species of concern similarly are protected now, and CPW given the authority to manage those species. And we would suggest that those species, pollinators of species concern, be included in the rulemaking. this is quite a long list. A lot of individual and cumulative impacts, but there's kind of a theme here. There's habitat fragmentation and alteration and loss, invasion of non-native plant species and animal species due primarily to habitat fragmentation. Then there's habitat shifting and alteration. So a theme that enables most of the rest of these is habitat alteration and habitat fragmentation. So habitat alteration and climate warming are considered by the science to be the leading threats to the loss of biological diversity, our native plants, animals, and so on. In Colorado, 29 of 117 plant species of greatest conservation need and 15 of 159 animal species of greatest conservation need are threatened by oil and gas development. When we lose species, species are what connect ecosystem interactions. And when we lose species, we uncouple and diminish ecosystem interactions and the processes and functions that those ecosystems provide to both us and other wildlife. So when we alter system processes like hydrologic processes, soil processes, migration, pollination, we also alter the sustainability of wildlife. Fragmentation is the second leading cause of the decline of biodiversity because fragmentation disconnects and alters all of these ecosystem processes and functions. It also enables the introduction of invasive species, both plant and animal invasive species. And what's the problem with those? Well, they outcompete, they predate, or they parasitize native species, leading to their decline. And then when we put all those together, we put climate change and habitat loss and fragmentation, we have all kinds of synergistic effects. For instance, inhibiting migration of mule deer to suitable habitat, inhibiting migration of plants to suitable habitat. So, habitat fragmentation is often a cause of oil and gas development. It limits dispersal. It restricts access to resources for plants and animals and their mates. It simplifies habitat, leading to habitat degradation. Features of fragmentation, roads, agricultural fields, housing threaten population viability, both directly and indirectly. And that fragmentation in a bigger picture for long-term limits breeding and gene flow. And Canada lynx is probably maybe a poster child for Colorado. Roadkill is a major cause of Canada lynx mortality and is also a cause of inhibited gene flow. So limiting survivability for the long term. Plant species of greatest conservation need. I'm going to go through this list fairly rapidly, but just to demonstrate where they are, how many of them there are, and how imperiled they are. So again, oil and gas development often creates high density of roads, which provides easy access to new areas for off-road vehicles, which directly damage plants, impact plant species by altering habitat, killing plants, exacerbating erosion, and creating dispersal corridors for invasive plant species. Roads act as barriers to insect pollination for some plants and to some insects, and they result in erosion and sedimentation as well as the introduction of invasive species. 33% of the plants of greatest conservation need are threatened by fragmentation from road construction and or right-of-way maintenance. Climate warming, the majority of the 117 plant species of greatest conservation needs scored extremely vulnerable or highly vulnerable in a climate change vulnerability assessment that we did at CNHP for the BLM. So just a few of them. These are all tier 1 species. Mancus milkvetch, it is way the heck down here. You can hardly see the dot. But primary threat fragmentation due to oil and gas development and associated infrastructure. Kremling milk vetch lives up here, up near Kremling, as the name would imply. Primary threat, oil and gas drilling, fragmentation of native habitat. Clay-loving wild buckwheat lives over by Montrose. Fragmentation of native habitat due to oil and gas development and associated infrastructure. To exacerbate that, there's climate change. Plants do migrate. It takes them a long time, but the key to plant migration is seed dispersal, and that those seeds have habitat to grow and thrive in once they land on sites that are more suitable to their needs. Lone Mesa snakeweed lives way the heck down here by Lone Mesa, oil and gas drilling and seismic testing. This is the only place on the planet where this plant lives. Habitat shifting and alteration, vulnerability to movement barriers. Again, plants are moving slowly in response to climate warming. Having new places for them to move and having a migration corridor that doesn't have barriers is essential to their long-term survivability. Parachute penstemon lives over by Rifle and down by DeBeck. Again, tier 1, very rare. Oil and gas drilling is a primary threat. Fragmentation is a consequence of oil and gas drilling, which inhibits their ability to migrate. It also makes them more vulnerable to direct impacts from species or from habitat disruption, alteration. And then we throw in climate change and the variability that brings. We have a cumulative impact that is seriously impacting these species. Parachute penstemon lives over here in Colorado, just inside of the Colorado border. Again, oil and gas drilling, it's kind of like a same old story told. We know that fragmentation is a consequence and a big driver of vulnerability in most of these, if not all of these species of conservation concern. North Park Phacelia, I hate to sound like a broken record, but oil and gas development and the associated infrastructure leads to fragmentation of native habitat. Also recreational activities, this is a big one, because those roads are typically, if not always, taken over by off-road highway vehicles. They don't often stay on the roads, they're off-highway vehicles. And so when they do get off those roads, we've documented a lot of crushing, injury, and devastation consequently to these rare plants. DeBeck Phacelia lives over by Rifle, and it is restricted to a very specific geology. Oil and gas drilling is one of, but not the only, primary threats. But fragmentation, again, is a big one in this one. Some of these species, like DeBeck Phacelia, is a Fish and Wildlife Service listed species. Fragmentation has impacted this species with excessive erosion, enabling invasion of off-highway vehicles. They go off the designated roads, and we end up with a lot of alteration to the geology, direct crushing of plants, direct injury. And again, we throw in the fact that the climate is warming and these plants need to move in response to more suitable habitat, and roads, well pads, and so on, block that ability for plants to disperse. Dudley Bluffs bladderpod up here in Rio Blanco County. We have oil and gas is a primary threat to this little species. Habitat alteration from those activities. We have habitat shifting and alteration and the vulnerability inherent in barriers to enable the species to move. We're getting close here. Peon's twin pod lives also up in Rio Blanco County in oil and gas country. Oil and gas development are primary threats to this species. Cushion bladderpod, again down here by Lone Mesa. All of these species are extremely rare, and oil and gas and the associated infrastructure are threatening the vulnerability and the long-term survivability of these species. So plants need insects. Most plants need insects to pollinate them. Many forbs, which are broadleaf flowering plants, depend on insects for pollination. Bumblebees and many other insects are declining in their distribution, their populations and individual colony health due to a combination of habitat loss, climate change, pathogens, non-native species, and pesticides. We also know that air pollutants, some of those from oil and gas operations, result in a decline in the ability for the species to locate plants. So we have a double whammy in this, in that pollinators are declining and the pollination service that pollinators provide is declining. So we would suggest strongly that pollinators also be included in the cumulative impacts rulemaking. Importantly, what we see from the research is that edge effects, in other words, where a road is built, it creates an edge. The effect doesn't end at that road. The effect can extend anywhere, depending on the habitat type, from 500 to 1,000 meters into natural habitat. So it's not just the footprint of the road. That footprint of the road is much wider than would be expected. So we feel strongly that insect pollinators should be included in the cumulative impacts rulemaking to prevent degradation of not just the pollinators, but their habitat by maintaining large, unfragmented, natural habitat for their breeding and their overwintering. Also, maintaining a mosaic of intact, connected habitats for the pollinators to be able to move from one habitat to another is critical. As I have on the Roaring Fork Audubon hat, I feel it incumbent to address birds. So I'm gonna just go over a few of the tier 1 bird species and a few of the mammal species that are particularly interconnected with birds. So burrowing owls, ditto, they are oil and gas, they're impacted by oil and gas development and the infrastructure. Habitat loss and fragmentation particularly. Fragmentation often leads to the invasion of plant species. Cheatgrass is an invasive plant species that not only directly impacts the vegetation by outcompeting our native forbs, but because it changes the fire regime, decimates millions of acres and changes the ecosystems that support other native species. And the fragmentation allows increased predation by allowing the invasion of native species, but native species that shouldn't be in areas like coyotes and ravens. Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, a very endangered species. We see it barely come into Colorado, but it does, also threatened by oil and gas development, pipelines, power lines, roads. Fragmentation is our theme here. Cheatgrass, again, because it not only directly impacts vegetation, but because it changes the fire regime, and that is enabled by the fragmentation of habitats. Greater sage grouse. We know, I'm sure most of you know, oil and gas development and associated pipelines and roads have degraded greater sage grouse habitat with fragmentation, invasion of both plants and animals. The invasion of ravens and coyotes has had a huge and negative impact on greater sage grouse populations. The recommendation for greater sage grouse LEX, the buffer distance for oil and gas development, ranges between 3 kilometers and 20 kilometers. We would suggest, because we really don't know what the impacts of a warming climate are, to take a precautionary approach and focus on the larger recommendation from the scientific community of a 20-kilometer setback from known lakes. Gunnison sage-grouse, a very threatened species. Again, oil and gas development, fragmentation, invasion of both plants and animals, and direct disturbance to the animals from the invasion of off-highway vehicles that are enabled by oil and gas roads. Lesser prairie chicken, even more endangered probably than the Gunnison sage-grouse. Oil and gas development, fragmentation, invasion of plants and animals, and motorized and non-motorized recreation that's enabled by the oil and gas infrastructure of roads. Plains sharp-tailed grass. Sorry, I wanted to this is really interesting because we have a really what's called disjunct population. So up here in Canada, it's fairly secure. We have no plains sharp-tailed grouse anywhere else except in Colorado. Probably a remnant of past glaciations and movement. But in Colorado, they are extremely endangered. Oil and gas development and infrastructure is the same story told. Habitat loss, invasion, increased predation, and so on. So, Gunnison's prairie dog and white-tailed prairie dogs on the next slide are a keystone species that provide habitat for a plethora of other species of greatest conservation need. Protecting their colonies with a large buffer is critical to their survival. Historically, prairie dogs moved in waves across the landscape. Their colonies did not stay in one place. They were constantly on the move. And so enabling that movement to maintain prairie dog viability and to maintain the viability of all the other species that are associated with prairie dogs is essential to the long-term ecosystem picture. Ditto with white-tailed prairie dogs. They occupy different ecosystem or different habitat in Colorado, but also protecting their colonies. And here's both the Gunnison's prairie dog and the white-tailed prairie dog are heavily impacted by recreational shooting. And those roads from oil and gas development enable that recreational shooting. So the fragmentation has far-reaching impacts for prairie dogs and all of the species that are associated with prairie dogs. So, solution, well, let's prevent and mitigate the threats. The loss of biodiversity, the solution to that is, in my opinion, in the opinion of Colorado Wild and Roy Clark-Bodeman and conservation biology, is to maintain ecosystem processes and functions. Again, the major threats are habitat alteration, and then emanating from habitat alteration, fragmentation from roads, and ultimately, of course, climate warming. So we would suggest a landscape approach, a bigger picture approach, maintaining large, unfragmented natural habitats acts as an umbrella to protecting ecosystem processes and the species that they support. If we protect and connect natural habitats to enable both annual, daily, and long-term migration for animals and plants to respond to climate warming, we can do that if we protect large landscape-sized ecosystems by preventing fragmentation of those ecosystems. So maintaining and protecting suitable but currently unoccupied habitat of species of greatest conservation need is also critical. because plants and animals are, as documented by good, strong science, moving, and they will need some place to move to and survive if they are expected to thrive in the long term. So in this map on the left, from the Colorado Natural Heritage Program, we have crucial habitat map for Tier 1 terrestrial animal and plant species of greatest conservation need. We can use this mapping to guide our protection of our natural heritage. So in this map, categories 1, it's probably, I don't know if it's difficult to see for you, but categories 1 through 3. So category 1 is red, category 2 is green, category 3 is blue, or kind of this, what we would suggest is that those categories where there are known occurrences of species of greatest conservation need, that there be no future oil and gas development in those areas to protect the natural communities, populations, and the meta populations. Simply a population, a large population of populations. In category 4 and 5, which are the aqua and the kind of beigey color over here in the east, we would suggest to protect both ecosystems and the species with a minimum of a 5-mile radius buffer around any species of greatest conservation need, or large ungulate critical habitat and migratory corridors. That sounds large, it is, but protecting the ecosystem processes that sustain those species is essential to protecting the species. This center map is from Colorado Parks and Wildlife species area mapping, and this is mule deer use in Colorado, and it identifies the migration corridors in red and the severe winter range and winter concentration areas in those blue areas. Just for reference, over here is a map of oil and gas drilling in Colorado. Pink is oil and gas wells, blue and aqua E color are violations and spills. So already in the area where that mule deer rely on, we have a tremendous amount of oil and gas development, protecting their migration corridors if they can move right up the center of the Rockies is really critical. Protecting those remaining unfragmented, undeveloped habitats so that they can thrive is also essential. So with all of that, probably a lot, I thank you very much for your time and your very in-depth consideration of a very detailed and complex problem. Thank you. And I would like to reserve any remaining time I have for rebuttal.
Okay. Excuse me. Very good. If you want to drop your slides, I'll be able to see everybody a little bit better, and then we will open Ms. Malone to questions from commissioners. Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Thank you for being here and for the presentation, for all the considerable work that you've done for years in the ecological field in Colorado. Just a couple of questions for you. The same question as I had for our last group, which is, as far as I can tell, pollinators and more broadly invertebrates and rare plants are generally what are cited as the big hole in existing protections for under biological resources, since wildlife is treated separately. Are there other categories or groups that you think would fit under the umbrella of biological resources outside of pollinators, or excuse me, outside of invertebrates and plants that you also believe should be addressed in ECMC rules?
Absolutely. My kind of theme here was protecting ecosystems, and some of the most, and CNHP, and I am not speaking for CNHP, although I have worked for CNHP for almost 20 years. I am speaking for Colorado Wild and Rainforest Audubon. We have very accurate mapping of those ecosystems and communities that are vulnerable and fragile and particularly those ecosystems. And we have done extensive research and mapping of ecosystems that are vulnerable to a host of different stressors. So yes, I think including that assessment of the ecosystems in Colorado that are vulnerable to stressors is critical to supporting the species that are under the umbrella of that ecosystem. We can specifically look to, for instance, riparian ecosystems, which have some of the highest vulnerability in our state. We can also look to, interestingly enough, pinyon juniper ecosystems, which have high vulnerability, but we've already done that work. We can refine it. But I think including ecosystems, particularly vulnerable ecosystems, in the rulemaking would be a huge step in protecting all the species of conservation need.
Thank you, very helpful. I appreciate that response. My second question would be, and I don't know if you listened to the last presentation with the wildlife hunting and angling groups, but there was some significant discussion and a proposal in the end of using the top tier map layer from Codex habitats as a way to address plants and invertebrates. Do you have any opinion on that proposal?
Could you remind me of the proposal?
It was taking the top tier, and I forgot the exact designation that they used, but the top tier habitats from Codex, and using that as a basis for triggering consultation, as those were, as I understand, largely plant focused, but also an opportunity to protect pollinators.
Yes, is the short answer, because as everyone recognizes, plants are at the base of our food chain. And plants, many of our flowering plants, require pollinators. So if we are protecting plants, and more importantly, protecting their habitat, that will get us a very long way to a sustainable development scenario. And that map layer that you're speaking of does look at habitat to support those plants of greatest conservation need. And by definition, we need to protect the pollinators. Pollinators don't move that far. They can move miles, and they do require different habitats at different times of the year. And we not only need to protect, say, for instance, Western bumblebees, but the entire suite of pollinators that would be pollinating those plants in that habitat. Because as flowers have different phenology, some flowers bloom in April, some flowers bloom in May, and so on and so forth. Different pollinators are focusing on those different species. So we need the entire suite of pollinators to pollinate all of the plants in that habitat. So that's a very long-winded way of saying protecting the habitat will also protect the pollinators that are required to protect the plants.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and appreciate once again your expertise on this topic. Mr. Chair, that's all I have for now.
Other questions for the witness? Well, you did a very good job. There are not a ton of questions, which means you got your points across. We appreciate you being with us, and thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you all so much.
All right, I think we now will hear from Colorado Sierra Club, and let's elevate Attorney Michael Foote. Good afternoon, Mr. Foote.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Let me just take a moment and make sure I can share my screen. You see the presentation mode and everything all right?
Yep, everything looks great.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Foote on behalf of the Colorado Sierra Club. We're an organization with over 17,000 members throughout Colorado, dedicated to protecting the state's climate, air, land, water, and wildlife, and we really appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. First of all, I want to give you a quick outline of our presentation. We don't plan on having any testimony, just stating our priorities and positions on the draft rules, and of course, happy to take questions at the end at the Commission's pleasure. I'll start with some broader principles that guide the Sierra Club's analysis of these rules, and we hope will guide yours as well. I'll next say a few words about the August 2nd draft rules, knowing that they're a starting point for the discussions here, of course. Then I'll spend some time talking about one of our main priorities in this rulemaking, which is protecting disproportionately impacted communities from further harm from fossil fuels. Then a more general community involvement consideration discussion, and finally a somewhat miscellaneous category of red lines that would help increase protections when it comes to oil and gas operations. Of course, this rulemaking is about adopting rules that are consistent with the Oil and Gas Conservation Act and the bills that caused this rulemaking to occur in the first place. But even so, you as the commissioners will be making policy decisions when enacting these rules. For example, the Oil and Gas Act says you should protect DICs, but to what extent will they actually be protected? How to actually address cumulative impacts rather than just evaluate them. How will the commission, of course, well aware of its mission to protect public health and welfare, fit addressing the extensive cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations into the mission? And making policy decisions really comes down to putting into place certain principles. And we have a list of principles that have guided our involvement in this process, and we hope will guide your decision-making during this rulemaking as well. First, one principle that should underscore this entire rulemaking is a bit elementary, but very relevant anyway, which is that the word cumulative means something different than singular. The dictionary definition of cumulative is that it's formed by or resulting from an accumulation or addition of successive parts or elements. In other words, stuff just adds up. Adverse impacts add up. And eventually, multiple impacts can create an untenable situation for residents and or wildlife. Certainly, that can be the case with oil and gas operations as well as other development. The Sierra Club agrees with the earthwork suggestion you heard earlier for a baseline and larger impact areas dependent on the type of impact for this reason. Evaluating OGDP simply on a case-by-case basis without those two things will lead to, at best, we see or we think, a possible condition of approval or two from the ECMC that narrowly change that particular application, but probably would overlook the bigger picture. The second point is also pretty obvious, but also bears mentioning anyway, because it reminds us of the genesis of this issue. The requirement to evaluate and address cumulative impacts was put into the Act 5 years ago. Since then, there's been a fair amount of evaluating, but not a lot of addressing. Since then, thousands of new wells have been permitted, adding to the cumulative impacts that were not adequately addressed. Now, when members of the Sierra Club look at the August draft rules, a common reaction is, did we really wait 5 years for this? We're holding out hope, though, that the August draft rules are more of an aberration rather than a trend line, and that the Commission's adopted rules will address cumulative impacts as the Act requires. But the August draft rules, if enacted anywhere close to how they were proposed, won't get us there. They will just be a test of how well an operator can fill out the, in the ECMC, can fill out the paperwork that the operator filled out, rather how the operator can fill out paperwork and the ECMC can review it in just a paperwork exercise. Next, if there's one thing that should be clear from legislation that's passed since Senate Bill 181, it's that the direction of the General Assembly and the governor has been to protect DICs from the negative impacts of fossil fuel pollution. Of course, we have Senate Bill 229 from this year, which requires the Commission to minimize adverse impacts to DICs that are already adversely impacted by oil and gas operations. But working backwards from Senate Bill 229, we have a slate of bills designed to protect DICs against further fossil fuel impacts some focusing on other agencies, but with that overall direction of protection, going back to the Environmental Justice Act in 2021. All of the bills touching upon this subject passed from 2021 to the present have emphasized the need for further protect and to not exploit these communities. This should be a foundational consideration for the commission. And whenever there's a doubt, the commission and other state agencies should err on the side of protecting DICs. Related to that, but not limited to DICs, is making sure the ECMC creates the conditions for meaningful community engagement. The commission is clearly taking in a lot of public comment and giving a venue for that to occur, and that's good. The next step would be allowing members of an affected community to be involved at stages other than the OGDP and CAP hearing when it comes to particular applications. As the commission is aware, all kinds of business occurs between the ECMC staff, sometimes CDPHE and CPW, and also the operator. And they get to shape the application before the application is actually presented to the commission. Those communities who would be inclined to participate in those processes, which I would submit up front would not be an overwhelming number of them, but enough to matter, have been shut out. They're not privy to discussions about revisions to the application or how to best discuss reducing impacts. The draft rules propose to revise the pre-application consultation process under Rule 301, and allowing affected community involvement in that process would be a step forward in making sure impacted residents have a meaningful voice in what happens. The final principle we'd hope the commission would acknowledge and build its cumulative impacts rules around would be that it's okay to say no sometimes. You know this, as you have denied permits for various reasons in the past, but the August draft rules don't do you any favors in this regard, and the industry positions continue to assume the question is not whether a certain permit will be approved, but under what conditions. Properly accounting for cumulative impacts means there may be times when an operator can't get a permit at that time because the cumulative impacts of what the operator is proposing to do are just too high. Maybe it's they can't get a permit at all. Maybe it's something they can get later. Maybe it's just they can't drill at certain times of the year. But either way, the commission should adopt and incorporate this overarching principle into its considerations of these rules. I want to speak for a moment about the August draft rules in general. And of course, there's been no shortage of public and party comment during the course of this rulemaking, as well as the previous one, as well as the informational docket. But what we've seen in particular with the differences between the June and August staff drafts is that some stakeholder comments were incorporated a lot more than others. To that end, the Sierra Club was quite surprised by the differences in the June and August drafts. The number of changes made in response to industry feedback compared with the lack of changes made in response to community and NGO feedback was unusual. This wasn't a situation where the community and NGO groups, including the Sierra Club, just said they didn't like something and left it at that, but many also submitted suggested red lines that ranged from big changes to small tweaks in wording. Regardless, none of those were adopted, and instead, in over a dozen separate instances, the August rules represented a much less protective version of the June draft. And that's not to say the June draft was perfect by the Sierra Club standpoint. The overall point here is not that we should be keeping score and making this game, making sure the game ends in a tie between the industry and non-industries. That's not the point. It's to comment on the nature of the stakeholder suggestions incorporated into the draft rules that we've seen so far. Of course, we know the commission has the final say in what the rules look like, but we also know the starting point matters a lot. It's much easier scoring a run from second base than it is after laying down a bunt. That's why in our response statement, we suggested starting from the June rules instead of the August rules when analyzing what the final rule should say. Those rules, or at least many of the concepts represented in those rules, are a much more appropriate starting point than what we have now, in our opinion. And even with the August draft rules truly favorable to the industry, those parties haven't finished in their efforts to weaken the protections. Many of their response statements and written testimonies attempt to further dilute the rules in their favor. One example among many that I'll just highlight is Draft Rule 308. Rule 308 is an effort to make sure the director can request up-to-date information about the cumulative impacts of an area before approving a Form 2. And even the commission can initiate a review on a Form 2 if there are concerns about cumulative impacts. The proposed SBP sensibly points out that there may be more housing development, changes in wildlife habitat, or other industries in the area in the interim between the approval of the OGDP and the Form 2. As a result, additional protections may be warranted for the Form 2 to be approved, but nothing is mandatory. In fact, it's quite discretionary. Yet, much of the industry feedback to this potential way to address cumulative impacts was negative. It ranged from proposing wording changes to saying it should be deferred to another rulemaking at some point in the future, to claiming the entire concept violates the APA. It's clear that despite the less protective nature of the August draft rules, industry stakeholders continue to push for even more changes. And our hope is the commission will use its discretion to focus on strengthening the draft rules as opposed to further weakening them. In an effort to not be totally disagreeable with the industry positions here, I will highlight one quote where the Sierra Club agrees with one of the industry parties. In its written testimony, this party said, "From a regulatory compliance perspective, these rules provide no substantive additional protections for health, safety, welfare, and the environment, and merely provide substantive additional redundant requirements for operators to permit wells." And to this, the Sierra Club actually agrees. Now, the context of this quote is that the witness, or the quote that I showed you is, the witness believes compliance with many of the proposed rules, even the August draft rules, would be difficult to impossible. And since they don't make a difference in public health, safety, and welfare, it makes little sense to adopt them. The Sierra Club's context is different, of course, which is that paperwork burdens don't translate into addressing cumulative impacts, and that the August draft rules increase paperwork requirements but fail to address the adverse cumulative impacts of oil and gas operations, and therefore need to be significantly revised. However, it's always worthwhile to note when a position between two parties align, if perhaps for different reasons. Disproportionately impacted communities. This is a big focus of the Sierra Club among some of the other groups you've already heard from, and some that you'll hear later, and hopefully it is of the commission as well. The August draft rules often make a distinction between locating a facility within a DIC and within 2,000 feet of a residence, high occupancy building unit, a school, or a childcare center within the DIC. But putting oil and gas operations in a DIC can have wider impacts than just within 2,000 feet, and that was even acknowledged yesterday during the staff presentation. Companies can and often have put polluting facilities within a DIC that have profound effects within that DIC. Here's a few examples of from the August draft rule of what I'm referring to. Rule 301G1A, the pre-application consultation has to address whether the proposed new facility is within 2,000 feet of a residence, et cetera, within a DIC. But how would it be so difficult to indicate during the consultation whether the facility is within a DIC period, not just within 2,000 feet of a residence, et cetera? Rule 301G2G, the community liaison should be involved in a pre-application consultation, but only if the proposed location is within 2,000 feet of a residence, et cetera, in the DIC. But what would really be the harm in having the community liaison involved whenever a proposed location is within the DIC? This proposed dividing line begs the question about whether operators are planning to increase the number of new locations within DICs, or if the commission anticipates this happening. Otherwise, if the current trend holds, the community liaisons will not run out of bandwidth if they're involved in all new applications within DICs. Rule 303D1A, public comment periods. The public gets 60 days to comment on a proposed OGDP if it's within 2,000 feet of a residence, et cetera, within a DIC, but only 45 days if it's just within a DIC. Would it really be a burden for public comments to extend to 60 days if the facility is located anywhere within a DIC? Of course, I think you know our answer would be it's not a burden. It should be extended to 60 days. Rule 304B19, Form 2A submission materials. This subsection requires the operator to submit a community outreach plan, but only if the proposed facility is within a CIC or within 2,000 feet of a residence, et cetera, in a DIC. Making the operator plan how it will communicate with all residents of a DIC. That seems like some extra work for the operator, but really shouldn't all DIC residents be entitled to communications from the operator? Rule 309 F1A Roman 4, post-completeness consultation with CDPHE. Again, unless operators plan to increase their applications within DICs by multiple times in the future, and even if they weren't going to do that, why wouldn't CDPHE consultation for an application within the entire DIC be appropriate? Like so many parts of this proposed rule, consultation discretion and other non-mandatory results may result in some additional work for the operator, but really shouldn't DIC residents be able to expect that given the legislative direction on this matter over the years? Rule 315B2D, Roman 2 GG, I think I've got that right. Cumulative impact plans. This requires the operator to lay out how it used EnviroScreen and how it specifically plans to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse impacts, but only if the proposed location is within 2,000 feet of a residence, et cetera, within a DIC. So why not have the operator do some extra work if it wants to locate within a DIC period? The entire DIC may have been on the receiving end of disproportionate fossil fuel impacts for decades. So why not have the entire DIC benefit from the minimization disclosures? CICs. We don't agree with implementing the CIC subcategory and appreciate Conservation Colorado's and others' focus on this matter a few presentations ago. What I will say here is that the Sierra Club agrees with other environmental and community groups that advocate for the striking of CICs and going back to protecting DICs, not just a small subset of DICs. This has already been brought up, and Green Latinos is going to a few presentations later, and I'm sure they'll explain how the adoption of a CIC designation would put into place fairly meaningless protections because CICs are not where the operators want to drill. So I'll just say we agree with their analysis on this area and won't preempt them. But using a CIC instead of a DIC will do nothing to actually address cumulative impacts or protect DICs, both of which are pretty straightforwardly required in the Oil and Gas Act. One concrete way to protect residents within DICs, particularly those living within 2,000 feet of a proposed new location, would be to make sure the operator can convince them, not just the ECMC, but somebody who actually lives there, that what they're proposing is safe for their family and their community. That is the value of informed consent, true informed consent, not what we have now, which is more like compelled informed consent. But the value of true informed consent is that the operator must be persuasive on the merits. If what they're proposing within 2,000 feet of a DIC residence is truly protective, the resident will understand that and go along with informed consent. If not, they may not, and that's okay. The opposition from the industry about Section 604C in the June draft was not surprising to us, but what was surprising was how quickly this reasonable effort to address cumulative impacts was deleted as a result of the opposition. The legislative history argument made by industry parties, including that an informed consent requirement was not the intent of the General Assembly because of the failure of House Bill 1330 this year, really has no merit. If it did, I suppose an effective new tactic could be for a legislator to introduce a bill that proposes tightening environmental protections in some way or another, kill the bill after a couple of days, and then tell agencies that the legislature made a decision that those new protections were contrary to its intent. It's just the case that the failure of one bill has nothing to do with the legislative intent of a passed bill. It's also completely misguided to call an informed consent requirement in this limited circumstance a ban on new development. This is a tired old trope from the industry that gets brought up every time that they really don't like a new regulation. But let's put Rule 604C as proposed in the June rules into a little context. It would not increase setback distances. It would not require setbacks from something that didn't exist before. It merely would require informed consent, which is not a new concept in the rules, from any resident just within 2,000 feet of a proposed new location within a DIC. Now, this should not be too much of an issue, really, unless, again, operators have plans to put in a whole new slate of applications within 2,000 feet of a DIC residence. And if they plan to do that, I would submit we've got an even bigger issue than the outcome of this particular rulemaking. But second, the industry has experience obtaining informed consent in these situations and has done it often since the mission change rules went into effect. They have been allowed to put new development within 2,000 feet of many houses over the last 4 years, with a large percentage of those having given informed consent. Another way to protect DIC residents, in addition to informed consent, would be to revise the impact area that's analyzed. As has already been discussed, the current draft of Rule 315 calls for the impact area to be a 1 mile radius unless the director determines otherwise. In many cases, impacts to the area are going to be missed with a presumed 1 mile radius, and the circumstances by which the director may revise that are dependent on the operator, who will not be inclined to want an increase, and the relevant local government, which in the case of an industry-friendly local government won't be inclined to go against what the operator wants. This narrow presumed circumference is problematic for several reasons, many of which you've already heard from in some of the presentations before me. You've seen how this would have played out in some recently approved OGDPs, but I want to focus on how it could play out in the case of a disproportionately impacted community. So in front of you is a map of new oil and gas operations that were planned for Commerce City a few years ago as provided by the city's disclosures. As you know, Commerce City is a disproportionately impacted community and has several other major sources of pollution within its borders. As of 2021, an operator had plans for 8 new locations within city limits, with 3 additional locations already either in operation or planned for just outside city limits in Adams County. The operator had submitted permit applications to the city as of 2021. However, it appears its plans have been revised or placed on hold at this point because those applications have not gone forward. But the point of this slide is to show what a cumulative impacts analysis as drafted would look like with proposals like this. This map on the left shows a 1 mile radius from each of the proposed new locations. You'll see some of the locations overlap with each other within the 1 mile radius. So in some circumstances, they would come within the analysis, but some of the locations would not. It would not be unforeseen that proposed new locations on the western side of the map are submitted and analyzed separately as those on the eastern side of the map, and neither would come under each other's 1 mile radius. And just as importantly, a 1 mile radius from all of the proposed locations misses important pollution contributors like a refinery and interstates. This should not even be a possibility within disproportionately impacted communities. As I said before, one of the principles this commission will hopefully adopt is to fall on the side of DIC residents when there's a question. This is why the Sierra Club has proposed the red line on this slide when it comes to impact areas. As you can see, we are simply proposing DICs be considered an impact area for the purposes of a cumulative impact analysis. And to restate what I mentioned a little earlier, the Sierra Club supports the impact area revisions proposed by the presentations before us, but this DIC protection language is one aspect we've been particularly focused on. DICs have often become disproportionately impacted by fossil fuel activities community-wide on a cumulative basis, and therefore the potential addition of new cumulative impacts should be considered community-wide as well. As you can imagine from the proposals submitted in Commerce City, for example, impacts from new wells on the eastern side would have been felt on the western side and vice versa. However, under the 1 mile radius presumption, those would be missed. This red line would avoid that kind of result, at least in a DIC. Okay, the next area for DICs we're focused on is the community liaison. It appears actually the one part of the rules that remained relatively unscathed by industry feedback between June and August is Rule 224, the community liaisons rule. And that's a good sign. But also we think the community liaison duties should be clarified to make sure that position has the maximum helpful impact for DICs and could possibly address and reduce cumulative impacts. We appreciate Green Latinos submitting a combined red line for Rule 224 in an exhibit, which incorporated Sierra Club feedback as well as other NGOs. One part I want to highlight here is what you see on this slide, which is it would amend Rule 224C and make sure the community liaison can engage whenever an oil and gas issue comes up in a DIC, not just when a new permit is proposed. And that could have been the intent. It's hard to say, but it should be stated specifically, even if it is the intent. As the commission knows well, the permitting process for a new location is not the end of the story for the impacted area. Permitting is, of course, important, but what happens after permitting is important too. For example, any issues that come up during construction, drilling, completions, and operation of the facility. Any complaints about a facility within a DIC that are made should be brought to the attention of the community liaison, and perhaps that person can help expedite a response or a solution. At the very least, the community member will know somebody is specifically assigned to try to address that issue. Also, let's think down the line to when it's time to plug, abandon, and reclaim the area. The community liaison should be able to engage, if appropriate, in all of those types of situations. We're still looking at 225C here, but a different subsection. We're not quite sure why the community liaison should have to be requested to be part of a pre-application meeting in order to attend. The community liaison should be a voice for the community and should be able to make a contribution to the process without specifically being requested by an operator or the relevant local government. So we ask that that qualifier be struck. In the same vein, the community liaison's participation in a pre-application consultation should occur regardless of whether the proposed new location is 2,000 feet from a DIC residence. As I've said before, impacts of new oil and gas locations are felt well beyond a 2,000-foot radius, and in particular within a disproportionately impacted community. Surely impacts on the community are still felt if a new location is placed 2,001 feet or even farther away from the nearest residence. The community liaison shouldn't just sit it out if an operator finds a way to locate a new facility at 2,050 feet away from the closest resident, but still within a DIC. Community participation. Now I want to expand community concerns a little bit into a broader set of communities, not just DICs. Although this area I'd like to talk about next, which is community participation in the process, would of course apply to DICs as well. First, I'll say that ECMC has done a good job of increasing public access to its proceedings and opportunities for public input. Clearly, the public has taken advantage of that access in this rulemaking as well as other proceedings, and that's a good thing. The Sierra Club often helps the public understand what's going on with oil and gas proceedings and how they may be able to advocate for their viewpoint on whatever the issue that they are concerned about is. But even so, the public and even groups of the public are often at a large disadvantage in ECMC proceedings. The operator holds most of the cards, and it always has more bandwidth, more time, technical witnesses, and resources to press its position with the commission. One area under the purview of these rules where the commission could help level the playing field a little bit is with the pre-application consultation process. Currently, the only places where the community members or community groups can play a role in the decision-making process, for applications at least, is through written public comment before the OGDP or CAP is considered by the commission, or through verbal public comment when the application is being heard, or if they are part of an affected person party to the hearing. But all of these instances are reactive in nature. They're reactive. They often consist of the public commenter objecting to some aspect of the application put forth. They don't have an opportunity to shape it before it gets to the commissioners. On the other hand, operators submit their application and often change it in many ways while it's consulting with the ECMC, CDPHE, or CPW staff. But those conversations happen outside of the knowledge of an interested community member or group and are presented to the community after the fact. Often these changes are efforts to get the application in the best shape possible to present to the commission from the perspective of the staff and the operator. But it all happens without affected community members knowing, not to mention being able to participate. The changes then often lead to a favorable director's recommendation to approve the application, and by then the cake is mostly baked. The pre-application consultation would be a good place to change that dynamic a little bit and bring in community groups if they would like to participate. And I'll emphasize the instances of this happening are probably fairly infrequent, but they still would be important. You would need a community group that's formed at that point and wants to be involved. But in those few instances, giving them the opportunity to be proactive rather than merely reactive can make a big difference in how the process unfolds at the commissioner level. So it is this dynamic that led the Sierra Club to propose the red line language that's on this slide. And as you can see, it would have a fairly narrow application, but could make a significant difference for those few community groups that would want to participate at that level. It would give them a chance to participate in the shaping of the application before it gets to the last stage, which is the actual hearing in front of you, the commissioners. Okay, finally, we propose a couple of straightforward red line changes to two rules, and I'll go over them briefly because they're both explained further on our statements. First, Rule 306B3 sets forth language for the director's recommendation if an application is not protective, doesn't meet the rules, or doesn't meet NOx or GHG intensity levels. The black underline here are changes proposed by the staff between the June and the August rules, and the red text is what we are proposing the commission change here. It's obviously a pretty straightforward concept. If an operator isn't complying with the rules, isn't submitting a protective application, or isn't compliant with NOx or GHG intensity, the director simply should not recommend its pending permit be approved. There really shouldn't be any wiggle room here at all. Either the operator is compliant and should move on to the next step of the consideration, or the operator isn't compliant and the director shouldn't recommend approval. Second, Rule 315B2E Roman 1, sorry, which deals with the cumulative impacts analysis. We understand there may be some instances of impacts where the operator and commission would need to rely upon qualitative analyses, but in some instances, a quantitative analysis is available and should be used. It would just be preferable. Air emissions is one of those instances. A qualitative analysis leads to a statement like, we expect emissions to occur that may impact surrounding areas, or something totally unhelpful like that. A quantitative analysis requires numbers to be put behind it, and that's a lot more helpful. If necessary, a summary of the quantitative analysis for air impacts could be submitted as a way to summarize voluminous documents, much like we have in the rules of evidence. But especially with air impacts, a quantitative analysis is possible, and it really should be part of Rule 315. So that concludes our initial presentation. We'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to present. We'd like to reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal, and we'd be happy to take any questions from commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Foote, for the presentation. We appreciate it. Commissioners, Mr. Foote is available for questions. Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Foote, I don't know if it may be helpful for you to pull up portions of, especially where you had red lines, so it would be easier for everyone. The first thing that I wanted to talk about was your proposed red lines to Rule 315B2A.
Okay, sure. If you don't mind, give me a second to share the
Absolutely.
screen.
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Okay, so I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was the rule you were asking about?
So 315B2A, so it was a couple slides previous.
That one.
Great. So I wanted to make sure that I understood what you're proposing with this. So are you trying to say that they have to do the impact area of the entire disproportionately impacted community if it's within a disproportionately? I just wasn't quite sure what you meant by this revision.
Right, yeah. If the facility is proposed to be located within a DIC, then the DIC would be a default impact area that would need to be analyzed. So, there would be no need to do a analysis of a DIC if the facility is not in the DIC, if I'm getting at your question correctly.
Okay, so if we're determining that the disproportionately impacted community is also the impact area, understanding full well the example you provided with Commerce City and the extraction pads that were there and proposed in Commerce City, I'm curious how that would work in an area like the eastern half of Garfield County. Would then, because that is a disproportionately impacted community under statute, would you then have the entire eastern half of Garfield County be the impact area just because a site is proposed in eastern Garfield County?
Yes, if it's within the DIC, then the DIC would be the impact area. Now, I'm not very familiar with the eastern half of Garfield County, but If it's a situation there where there's really not that many other types of impacts, not that many active oil and gas wells, there's not that many other types of major polluters or interstates or et cetera, then that particular type of impact area analysis probably would not be all that much different than if it was just limited to a 1 mile radius. But I can't speak to that particular part of the state as well as I could say the Commerce City example.
So in that situation, proximity is to people within the disproportionately impacted community, it would be irrelevant.
Yes, I think the most relevant consideration here is that disproportionately impacted communities are, as a community, impacted. And that's the premise of the legislation that we've seen and rules that have been enacted. And since then, the entire DIC should be treated as a DIC. And in this case, it should be evaluated as an impact area. If it turns out that there's less impacts in this particular DIC than the others, then that will show up in the analysis. But DICs shouldn't really be sliced up or taken to smaller subsection of DICs, particularly when you're just talking about analyzing it for impact areas. They should rise or fall together.
And similarly, as you talked about the community liaison, you were talking about the pre-application, them being involved in the pre-application aspect of things. And one of the things you mentioned is the community liaison should not be involved only if requested, but should be involved if it's in a DI community regardless. Is that correct?
Correct.
And similar to the defining of the impact area here, does that mean that you would want a community liaison involved, again, if we're looking at Eastern Garfield County with very few people in the area, and if there's maybe nobody even within 5 miles, would you still want the community liaison participating in that pre-application process, even if there's no proximity to people?
Yes, I would, because well, first of all, the proximity of folks is not the only consideration when it comes to disproportionately impacted communities. There's other impacts, and as I said, they're disproportionately impacted for a reason. But in the case that you bring up about Eastern Garfield County, or just say a case where there's not a lot of people around, it could be that the community liaison's involvement is fairly minimal. They would be part of the process, but maybe say what you're saying, which is there's not that many people here. The community doesn't seem to have an issue with this, and we don't really have much more to say. So I think they should be involved, but the level of involvement is really up to their discretion as to how much they should be involved and how much they should be advocating on a non-legal capacity on behalf of the DIC.
And I guess I'm curious then, what if there are differing viewpoints within that disproportionately impacted community about the way it should be developed? So for example, again, if you're looking at an area where maybe it's identified as disproportionately impacted because of income, and you have some portion of the community saying, we're worried about air impacts, we're worried about water impacts, we're worried about wildlife, even though they may not have the proximity to people. And then you have another subset also saying, but this is going to provide tax revenue, this is going to provide job opportunities, excuse me, et cetera. How do you propose them being involved in the pre-application process at that point?
Well, in that case, that might be an excellent place for the community liaison to be involved, because outside of folks that live there, the community liaison's job would be to know that community very well. And perhaps, the community liaison actually lives in that community, but even if that person doesn't, that person's job is to understand the community, understand the perspectives, and be able to bring that to the table. I would think that most likely the community liaison would understand that perspective probably better than other staff members that don't live there. That's the point of the community liaison, is to bring the perspective of the community, the DIC, to the table and be able to at least make sure that those perspectives are considered.
And then I think the one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, and then a couple slides later, you talk about Rule 301G3, and you had an addition there.
301G.
Yes, so yeah, this one. So I wanted to try and understand, again, clarification purposes, a couple things on this. One of the things you included was would likely qualify as an affected person. And so I'm curious what you mean by would likely qualify.
Yeah, I was trying to find a better way to propose that, so it could be a little more specific, but at this stage of the process, the pre-application consultation, of course, one would not have been adjudicated as being an affected person or not. So you could maybe look at it almost like the standard for a preliminary injunction, for example, where it's kind of like, is this likely to succeed as one of the prongs of the preliminary injunction? So it would be a judgment call. It would be discretionary. I think to a certain extent, I'm not sure there's a way around that in this particular instance, but if it turns out that there's a well-developed community group that has several members that are local, they may not be within 2,000 feet, but certainly they're local and would be impacted by oil and gas development. And they come to the table and they want to be involved in the pre-application consultation process, they should be allowed to do that. They want to advocate for their community. They'll probably understand things better. They might be able to put some things on the table that can help as the process goes forward. It also seems like there's not very much harm in doing that. And that's why I said a couple of times, there may be a concern that this would open up the floodgates, so to speak, for people to be involved, but the number of folks that have been affected persons in front of this commission has been still relatively small because the qualifications of such are not, they're not too widespread. So it would still be a judgment call to get back to the answer to your question from the director, but I would hope that the director would lean more towards being inclusive rather than exclusive. That might be, another point I could add to overall principles that you all would hopefully adopt, is try to be more inclusive of community groups that really have shown a desire to be involved at this stage.
Okay, and I appreciate that explanation. And, we talked about this during the geothermal rulemaking as well a little bit, to try and say, when we talked about community groups being involved and trying to identify what is a community group. For example, Sierra Club going to say, well, we represent the people in that area as well, and trying to understand some parameters around that was part of what I was hoping to get an explanation of what you were going for.
Yeah, I think, it would be the same analysis as your current affected person analysis. And instead of making a determination, or the commissioners making a determination, yes, this group is an affected person, it would be the director saying, this group is likely to be an affected person, but it wouldn't change the qualifications under the rules by which a group would have to qualify as an affected person. So, I'm not so sure that a group like Sierra Club could come forward and say, we're a statewide group and we think we should be involved, just as the Sierra Club couldn't do that in an individual application and be approved as an affected person.
And so the one other thing that I'm hoping to garner an understanding for with respect to the consultation process here. If we were to expand on pre-application notice, if we were to expand on even pre-application comment, what role would that have for you? Do you think that would be helpful or not, or do you still think the consultation aspect of it is necessary? And kind of the second part of that question is, I would hope to understand what kind of role you would hope to have from a community group in the consultation process. For example, if we look at, we've had the Weld County pre-application consultation process described, where they'll put up different maps and say, that area is a no-go because it's near a school, near a road where school buses go. And so they kind of take that off the table. Would you have it be more of a process where they can say, this is a no-go, or is this more of a, here's an additional thing to consider for the local government, for CPW, for CDPHE, for ECMC.
To get to your second question first, I think more of the latter of what you're indicating. What I was trying to get at in my presentation is that there's really no role within the ECMC for groups, community groups to play a role in the discussions that are happening, that happen quite a bit, and rightfully so, between the staff and between the operators before the applications even go to the commissioners for consideration. And so there's a lot of changes that are made as a result of those discussions, or at least there can be. And the community is not involved in that at all. The community is presented with this plan typically, but then, and so they have to try to prepare and figure out how they're going to respond to that. But then the plan can often change over the course of, it can be quickly or over the course of time. And then they have to react to that. And it's not so easy for these community groups to react to those things because they're chronically underfunded. I mean, these are groups that are passing the hat typically, or, it's just trying to get organized and understand what an OGDP stands for. And so they can't just respond quickly. And also may prefer to be more proactive than reactive. And being involved in this process, for example, would help them be more proactive if they in fact want to be, and if they're organized enough to be at that point, so that they can actually play a role in informing the director or others about the concerns that they have. And then the hope is perhaps the director can facilitate conversations to make changes to address some of those concerns. Maybe it won't happen that way, but certainly there's potential of that. And then going to your question about public comment and the period of public comment, it may not seem like the difference between 60 days and 45 days is a lot, and it's 2 weeks basically. But again, going back to what I was saying about public commenters or even community groups, every day really matters because, they don't really know a lot of times these things are coming. The industry, the operator knows it's coming. The operator has the advantage of knowing what they're doing, conducting their business, and then they can drop the application when they choose to do so. The community group has to react to that. And it takes time often for a community group to organize, to figure out, okay, is this even something we want to deal with? Are people really excited about this? Do they really want to be involved? Do they care? And then to try to understand the process, to get counsel if appropriate, to get experts if they can, which is nearly impossible around here. So, all these things they have to do in order to be able to participate meaningfully, because they can submit a public comment and say, hey, we don't like this application. We don't want the pad to be this close. And that's fine. You all read it and consider it, but that's not going to do the trick in order to be able to actually get something changed. At least it hasn't up to this point. It needs to be more meaningful participation. And this is one way I think that community members or the public, could participate more meaningfully in the process sooner, assuming that they're even organized enough and know what they're doing at this point.
And if there was notice of a pre-application, but there was an opportunity to comment even before the public comment at which you're talking about the 45, 60 days later on. But if instead of being part of the consultation itself, if they were able to submit comments that were reviewed at the pre-app consultation, would that be sufficient to garner some of that initial conversation, or is being at the pre-app consultation really critical in your mind?
Well, more notice would be great. More time would be great. And being able to submit public comments is always welcome. But I think, as everybody knows, there's no substitute to actually being at the table and being able to sit down and have discussions and have the back and forth. Submitting a one-page comment about something is fine, but actually being around the table and being able to talk and receive feedback and then also give feedback, there's really no substitute for that.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my only questions. Appreciate the time.
Commissioner Oath.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So Mr. Foote, I think you can take your slides down now. I do have a question about your very last one, but I don't think we need to see it in order to engage on it. So you referenced 315 B2E little I, which is about the cumulative impact analysis and the components of it that are required, and specifically related to air quality. And your last slide indicated a proposal to add quantitative information about air quality. If you were able to listen in yesterday, you would have heard that I asked staff about this and why they had not included a request for quantitative information and only qualitative in that section. And they had indicated that that quantitative air quality information is required in the Form 2B. And that they're specific in those requirements about the type of quantitative data that is helpful. And so indeed, that is required by 315A2A for air resources and impacts to climate, and 2B, 2 little i's for hazardous air pollutant emissions. So I'm wondering what you're proposing be added. Is there something that's missing that would not be duplicative that you think needs to be included in the cumulative impact analysis?
No additional numbers. I think it just needed to be clarified that quantitative analyses should be submitted as part of air quality, and to us that wasn't clear.
Okay. And then my other question is that I'm in my mind still trying to suss out when for OGDPs that are associated with a cap, and I believe Sierra Club weighed in on this. If not, you can let me know that you don't have a position, but I'm pretty sure that you all did. Trying to suss out for those OGDPs and recognizing that there's the two pieces of information, the sort of baseline incremental, or sorry, excuse me, the incremental emissions information that comes with the Form 2B or the Form 2F for the cap, and then the cumulative impact analysis. So trying to understand at what stage in the process is getting that information the most valuable without being duplicative and just being paperwork exercise, but really being the most meaningful. You know, it seems like at the cap stage, things are really general. And so, you know, maybe there's a lot more meaning, you know, you get a lot more understanding of potential impacts, cumulative impacts at the OGDP stage. But I know a lot of folks were pushing for that at all, kind of having both at both. So wanting to understand what you think is the most valuable.
Well, in instances where a cap is proposed, personally, I think, and we didn't really address this in our briefings, but I'll just give you my opinion, which is that I think the more cumulative impacts information at the cap level, the better, because the point of the cap, or one of the points of the cap, is to suss out the cumulative impacts and then address those. And at the cap level, it's much better to do that. So to the extent that these rules could address that, I think that would be much better. Of course, not every application starts off as a cap and it's just at the OGDP level. And in that case, the more information at the OGDP level is the better, as opposed to going down the road for the 2A and then the Form 2. So the sooner in the process, I guess, the better would be maybe the bottom line answer to that question.
Okay, that's helpful. So just to make sure I understand, your opinion would be, it's more like the earlier we have information about cumulative impacts, the better. So if there's going to be a cap, should require that information then, and then that would suffice when we get to the OGDP stage. It's not needed to be redone.
Well, I don't know if I would commit to that, but I mean, if there's sufficient cumulative impacts information for the cap, and it allows, or it gives the commission the opportunity to reduce impacts, address impacts, and it was done at the cap level, then maybe there wouldn't be a need for that same thing to happen at the OGDP. But that's going to be pretty fact specific, and I certainly wouldn't want to foreclose the possibility of making sure that that was disclosed at the OGDP level as well.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Other questions for Mr. Foote? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Foote, for providing very workable concepts. I appreciate that. I need to follow up on the questions that Commissioner Cross was asking regarding kind of affected person participation and pre-application. And, you know, currently the rules have the ability for public input in the technical review process as well as the hearing process. the pre-application process is designed to be relatively informal and generate kind of information to help better understand different aspects that may need to be included in an application. You know, I think that there are some elements that have been included in the AUKUS draft that make it more than that. But typically, pre-application conferences are literally informal conversations to help form what submittal requirements may be necessary in an application. And so, while I think it's important to have the public and affected communities be able to voice their opinions and actually utilize their knowledge about particular areas in evaluating applications, both at the technical review process and at the commission hearing process. I'm struggling to see the value at the pre-application hearing, or if there should be another opportunity for the community to be able to share their input, if it's not something different than a pre-application hearing, like a new process. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it could be. The reason why I specifically put that rule in is because that rule is right now within the scope of the rules that's being proposed to be revised. And so, you know, that's, I took that cue as, okay, let's talk about this rule in particular, but there could be other rules where it could be just as relevant, more important to be involved. I guess maybe the overall consideration that I'm looking to put forward here, and Sierra Club's looking to put forward here, is that when there is when there are conversations between, be it ECMC staff or CDPHE, CPW, you know, those conversations are happening. Those conversations are happening, as you know, with the applicant. And those that are invited to those conversations include the relevant state official, maybe the local government designee, and the operator. And the community groups aren't even included in that email list. And so that in and of itself, you know, I think could leave out some important information for those conversations or those folks to consider. But also I think it leads to a difficult situation for community groups that are playing a completely reactive role late in the process. Once the application is submitted, and then once it goes through the director's recommendation process, the application is at that point judged to be ready to go in front of the commissioners. And it's a lot harder for those that are concerned about what's happening in their community to make a big difference once the application is ready to go. I think it would be easier, at least they could be better heard, not necessarily better heard, but, you know, heard in a manner where it's not ready to go. You know, it's the beginning parts of the discussions.
Well, that's kind of where I'm asking those, because in the technical review process, I mean, it is still being modified through the technical review process based on feedback from consulting agencies and the public. And so I'm trying to understand what the difference is between what you're asking. I think there's this perception that all the decisions get made in the pre-application meeting, and that nothing happens through the technical review or through the formal consultation process. I'm not sure that's true. All the decisions shouldn't be made in the pre-application because there's no application, right? There's no application until it's determined complete. And then once it's determined complete, then there's an application that you're reacting to and you're providing feedback to that allows it to evolve before it ultimately gets to the commission. Then the commission can change it however they see fit, you know, at hearing as well, based on public input. So I think that's the only thing I'm struggling with is kind of the benefit of putting so much weight on this pre-application hearing that has no application.
Well, and I didn't, if I implied that I thought the pre-application consultation was the be all end all, I apologize. That wasn't the intent. It's one part of many, but it could be important for community members to be involved in that process because it allows them to be involved in a process, even if it's right at the beginning. The more the better, and I think also the more inclusive, the better. You know, that goes back to the guiding principles where if there does seem to be a question, you know, we would hope that the commission would fall on the side of being more inclusive of the public as opposed to not. And sometimes when it comes to toss-up type of issues, falling back on those guiding principles could kind of help the discussion there. So, but
And I appreciate that. I'm going to continue to think about it. I mean, I think an additional step of community outreach for required community engagement, you know, those type of things that don't just include the operator, but maybe other relevant people. I'll continue to think about it, but I don't want to put any more weight onto the pre-application meeting than is already there, because I think it's already becoming more than it should. So that's just my initial thoughts there.
Understood.
But thanks for your presentation. I don't have any further questions.
Further questions for the witness? All right, Mr. Pitt, if you don't mind sending your PowerPoint, if you haven't done it already, over to Hearings Manager Thomas. We're making a collection of PowerPoints to assist commissioners, and that would be helpful.
I will. Thank you.
Great. Hearings Manager Thomas, can you elevate yourself? Hey, it's 3:22. We were going to break today at 4 to give us a break before we start back up at 5:30. I note that the next presentator had a 60-minute presentation or a 30-minute presentation, but they can't go. That's Western Watershed. Green Latinos is 60 minutes. 350 Colorado only wanted 20 minutes for direct case in chief. I think that would be my preference as we go to 350 Colorado, but they may not be ready. Have you had a chance to touch base with them? You're muted.
Sorry, I did email Miss Leithwood just a few minutes ago. I didn't get a response, but I do know she is in the audience. If she wants to raise her hand, if she's available to go now, that would be helpful. And there she is. So we will elevate Miss Leithwood now.
Great.
Hi, everybody. I'm hypothetically ready to go, but I'm not like completely ready. I still need to pull up my slides. And so if we could take like a 5-minute break for me to get
no
organized,
problem.
that would be great.
Catching you cold, and we want to make sure you're ready. Why don't we return at, let's return at 3:30. That's about 7.5 minutes out.
Thank you.
All right, it remains to be September 1st. It's 3:30. We are taking up the cumulative impacts docket. Ms. Leithwood, we thank you very much for being able to pivot and present to us now. You're recognized.
Thank you. And I'll go ahead and share my screen, and hopefully that'll be working. How's that?
That looks great. Beautiful photo.
Yeah, we'd like the whole state to look like that. And I hope I get extra points for going 2 hours earlier than I thought I would. But yeah, I'm glad I'm able to make your scheduling work better for the day. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our concerns today. I'm Heidi Leithwood, Climate Policy Analyst with 350 Colorado. 350 Colorado is a grassroots organization committed to local action on the global climate crisis, along with the interconnected environmental justice issues. Our group name was chosen because the safe level of carbon in the atmosphere is 350 parts per million. But as you probably know, recent measured levels are now up to 427. And scientists have raised the alarm that we're nearing irreversible tipping points. The purpose of these rules is to protect people and the environment, and we see two elements to this. First and foremost, the rules must result in prevention of harm from cumulative impacts and prevent the overflow of the bathtub. And I'm sure you'll be hearing this analogy a lot, and so thanks in advance for indulging me on that. One tool for protecting the public is to support meaningful public engagement. But I want to stress that this is not an end to itself. It's just one piece of the process that should result in avoidance and prevention of harm. And here I'd also like to acknowledge that the portion of our recommendations concerning public engagement and for protections of community in our filings and today's presentation were done in consultation with Renee Millard-Chacon. I'm grateful for her input, and I mentioned this today with her permission. The June version of the draft rules required projected compliance with greenhouse gas and NOx intensity standards. The August version changes this to be more backward looking at the most recent intensity standard determinations. So in order to avoid the overflowing bathtub, our position is that it must be both. And I think that determining projected intensity is very doable. The formula for calculating the intensity is based on comparing reported emissions to reported production. So just to look at projected intensity, the ratio would need to include projected emissions and projected production added to that. Here's a list of rules that this recommendation would apply to, along with suggested language for approval and denial criteria, and also a recommendation to add those requirements for the operator to work on calculating the projected intensity. The June rule draft also contained sector-wide emissions requirements for NOx. We did support that, but we also asked for sector-wide emissions requirements for greenhouse gases. The industry made an argument that there is no NOx intensity standard for the sector. But that really doesn't matter because, as was talked about earlier by Coco, there is a sector-wide absolute reduction target, both for NOx and for greenhouse gases. There will be determinations by the state outside of this agency as to whether the sector is meeting those absolute targets. So you can base your denial criteria on those determinations rather than having to make those yourself. If the emissions reduction targets are not being met, that means the bathtub is full and no new emissions should be created. In other words, new emissions should be avoided. We do recommend that if sector-wide greenhouse gas emissions are determined to be above the roadmap requirements, that a permit should be denied, including Form 2 permits to drill. And of course, that would stop when the sector is back in compliance. For NOx, we do recommend at a minimum that you would reinstate the June Rule 316 D2, but instead of basing it on compliance with the intensity target, it should be compliance sector-wide with the absolute emissions reduction requirements. And I want to take this moment to thank you for your attention in the rules to climate and ozone issues. They're both such strong, such urgent issues, and we do hope that you'll take these recommendations to make the rules even stronger. We also appreciated your public discussion during an earlier round of this process. I can't actually remember which round now because there have been so many, but when the commission talked about wanting to determine when and where it's not appropriate to permit another well in other situations too, not only for greenhouse gases and ozone. And we ask that you circle back to this intention. There are other existing thresholds that you can make use of. Citizens for a Healthy Community has submitted an excellent list of thresholds that we support. Another way to return to this intention of establishing when one more well is too many is to make sure that you, not the operator, makes the final analysis. Your analysis should look closely and determine whether or not the operator will actually avoid adverse impacts where the bathtub is actually already full. And we've recommended that a condition of approval would be a satisfactory review by the commission of the cumulative impacts analysis. We did have some specific recommendations for that in our Rule 315 red line in the PHS. wanting the commission to ensure that the cumulative impacts analysis is based on data that the operator actually submitted in Form 2B, to determine whether that reported site or data is reasonable, and also determine whether the analysis shows adverse impacts. We would also support the red line for Rule 315B3 submitted by Citizens for a Healthy Community. And in addition, we advocate for the commission's reviews to be publicly available. So in a moment, you'll see on this slide a red line for denial criteria for OGDPs that reflects all of the issues we've raised so far in this presentation. Similar criteria could be issued for a CAP and a Form 2. And our recommendation is similar to Citizens for a Healthy Communities red line, but does differ slightly. First of all, the added language here incorporates the goals of this rulemaking. Next, the review of the cumulative impacts analysis must be satisfactory. The operator must have met and be projected to meet intensity standards, and the entire sector has met targets. And here I'd just like to stipulate that Rule 315 referenced here would be the red line version of ours, or Citizens for a Healthy Community. Here, a provision is added for other thresholds so that if federal, state, or county limits or thresholds are already exceeded, the application must show that it will avoid adverse impacts. And then lastly, may is strengthened to shall. And we do recommend similar language in the other rules I've listed here on this slide. So next, I'd like to talk a little bit about Rule 604. The revisions in the June draft did provide one means to avoid impacts, and we urge you to restore those revisions to give disproportionately impacted communities a concrete avoidance of impacts within 2,000 feet of RBUs, et cetera, unless there's informed consent. And we support other parties' arguments for this as well. We do also support the addition of the requirement that the informed consent provision includes a requirement to meet with the community liaison, as Coco did recommend. So about the cumulative impacts data gathering and analysis for an OGDP, I just want to take a quick look at existing rules here. And we were really glad to hear that staff still intends a CI analysis for OGDPs, but for some reason we didn't find that clear in the rule. Taking a look at Rule 314B3, using the word evaluate when it's just talking about site or data reporting may be unclear, even though the rule does only refer to Rule 315A. And then Rule 315B1 does provide that the CI analysis applies to any proposed oil and gas location pursuant to Rule 304B2. But if you take a look at the old Rule 304B2, it says that the requirement might not apply if a CAP approval order says otherwise. So on this topic, we do also object to the removal of the requirement that was in the June draft for the OGDP to also do the cumulative impacts data reporting under Rule 315A. Because if the two Bs are not required, important data will be missed. Here are our recommendations, and I'll get more into the rationale on the next slide. So we'd like to restore that requirement that was in the June draft. And then to revise Rule 304B to strike out that language that makes it possible to get out of doing the data, the CI analysis. So important site or data would not be gathered for OGDPs under a CAP in this rule as proposed. And I'll have several slides on that in a moment. Even if the Form 2F was more comprehensive for a CAP, due to the geographical and time scale of the CAPs, we believe that separate OGDP data would still be needed because often it's 10 years into the future before some of the OGDPs will be applied for. And a lot of things could change by then. And you also get a lot more specific data for the more local impacts of separate OGDPs. We think that the operators talked about lack of incentive to do a cap if this were required. First of all, in Rule 314 itself, it states that the incentives to do a cap are basically the exclusive rights to operate, but there are many other rights conveyed. The chance to avoid the data reporting and analysis was never a stated incentive, and I don't think we should allow it to become one. That puts industry interests above protecting the public and the environment. But despite that, even without this so-called incentive, there are still many additional rights conveyed within a cap. I find it extremely unlikely that operators would not still want to do caps if CI data collection is required for OGDPs separately. After all, wouldn't they need to compile that data anyway in order to conduct the cumulative impacts analysis that will still be required? On the next few slides, you'll see just some of the data that will not be gathered in a Form 2F without a follow-up 2B for the OGDP. And I'm going to go through really fast here, but I'm happy to show more at length if you have questions. So a Form 2F doesn't contain any look at impacts to public health or impacts to public welfare that are contained in 2Bs. They also do not look at impacts to wildlife species and habitats that are not high priority habitat or SWAP, does not do a baseline analysis of soil, looks at only existing oil and gas operations, not the permitted and proposed ones, which are essential under the definition of cumulative impacts. So this slide and the next two show some of the highlights of what would be missing without the cumulative impacts analysis. I won't really linger on these since staff has already indicated that they still do intend a cumulative impacts analysis for all OGDPs, even within a cap, but I think it's worth looking just so you know what you would be missing if you did not require a cumulative impacts analysis for an OGDP. And again, I can come back to these if you're interested, but basically it's imperative to keep the cumulative impacts analysis for all OGDPs. There are in total well over 50 things that would be missing if cumulative impacts data collection and analysis is not required for OGDPs within a cap as required by Rule 315A and B. My slides here were just also only a summary. Next, I'd like to talk about the introduction of the cumulatively impacted communities. We oppose that introduction into the August draft of the rule. Other groups will be talking about this much more in depth, and we support them. CIC is just a very tiny subset of DIC, so this does not protect disproportionately impacted communities as a whole. This slide also shows some of the rules where protections that were in the June rule were made less protective in the August draft. And we asked the June version to be restored. And this might, Commissioner Oath, I know you had questions about this. So this really breaks it down as to what was in the June draft and why that is less protective in the August draft. Public comment period was shortened for disproportionately impacted communities as a whole. Because sometimes that was the CIC was substituted, but that's a much smaller subset of that area. And as far as I could see, notice of completion was absolutely eliminated. Maybe I just missed that. And then also aerial mapping requirements were substantially reduced. We do acknowledge that with the inclusion of the CIC, some protections were added for those communities, and that's been talked about earlier, that some protections have been added, but it was just for cumulatively impacted communities. Reiterating that these are a tiny, tiny subset, and these are actually protections that we were recommending that you apply to the entire disproportionately impacted community instead. And also if the facility is within 2,000 feet of a disproportionately impacted community, since we know that impacts extend at least that far, so the community would still be impacted. And here are red lines for those. Our next set of recommendations are intended to protect communities and improve community engagement through plain language resources. As one of the experts earlier was talking about procedural justice, it absolutely requires understandable materials. The community can only participate to the extent of understanding. It's unreasonable to expect the community to become an expert in a few short months or to find and read technical language in applications. We urge the Commission to take this opportunity to facilitate public access to easily understandable information and to protect communities by ensuring they have access to information about potential health impacts. So recommendation number 1 is that the operator should be actually required to create the easily understandable version of the cumulative impacts data and analysis and the best management practices. So basically that would be the form 2B or 2F in plain language, or this cumulative impacts analysis, and the cumulative impacts analysis of Rule 315B where applicable. And this should be both submitted with the application and distributed to everyone that should have notice. Operators should provide EPA data, health data for all potential pollutants to air or water. This is very easily available. They should also include health information for chemicals that are disclosed to the Commission, but are trade secrets. They could disclose that information, but without including the names of the chemicals. Still, the public has a right to know about potential health impacts of chemicals that are being used. And lastly, there are many Colorado's, or not many, but a number of Colorado-specific health studies. Those should be available and distributed to the members of the public who may be impacted, but in easily understandable summaries, language. They are very hard to read. And so both in English and any other language that is used by the community, it would be really helpful to actually see a whole study instead of just a list of potential health impacts. And the work of this wouldn't have to be done by the commissioners or the operators. It could be done by NGOs and then in collaboration with authors and then made available to the commission and operators. And I've actually been in communication with one of those authors, Dr. Lisa McKenzie, who has a number of Colorado-specific studies, and she supports this principle wholeheartedly. The next 4 slides contain red lines for this proposal. I'm just going to flip right through them. I just wanted you to know that they were there. So next, in terms of community liaisons, they're really important and definitely a step in the right direction. One of the things we want to emphasize is that one person cannot speak for a community, an entire community, should not be a substitute for community members speaking for themselves if they have the time and resources. But if needed, it is definitely important for the community to have a voice if members cannot appear themselves. So one metric of a successful community liaison should be that they're increasing and supporting meaningful public participation. So we have a few recommendations to further that goal. The rule cites a statute that talks about best practices, but this does not fully outline a successful program for engagement. So that's why we'd like to see the rule actually incorporate the EJ Task Force complete recommendations for best practices for community engagement. We would also recommend that the liaison distribute that plain language information that we've recommended, and then a requirement that they notify and explicitly invite community members to each stage of the proceedings that are relevant. We especially had in mind the pre-application consultation, since currently that's where the impact area is discussed. But in our PHS, we've also made additional recommendations for community participation proceedings. And I just want to make the point that it's well known that community engagement from the earliest stages of all of these processes creates the best outcomes for everyone. It may seem like an extra step, but getting people involved right from the beginning really leads to better outcomes. And then the impact area, people are talking about this a lot. There are definitely problems here. We agree. We'd like to be a part of helping to iron them out, but we support other groups' work on this. And it's very obvious that certain impacts will be far greater than 1 mile. For instance, ozone, water, wildlife migration, and nobody's mentioned climate, but that's global. At the same time, local health and welfare impacts do take place closer to the site. And so it's also important to establish an acknowledgement of some of those more local impacts to people. Perhaps more than one impact area of different size needs to be developed, but at any rate, especially for those more local impacts, the public should have a voice, which is why in our PHS, we asked that they be invited to the pre-app consultation. Maybe that's not the best place for that. Maybe there needs to be a separate proceeding for determining the impact area. But the public should be involved, and we do think there should be a mechanism for appeal on both sides, operator and the public. And we don't think that the commission should be required to defer to the director. Another issue is notification of people who may be impacted by the proposed operations and ability for people to participate. We believe that the notice area should be increased. So the commission itself has acknowledged through the default 1 mile impact area and the proposed rules, and the definition of the impact area is that there may be impacts. So there's an acknowledgement that impacts may occur at least 1 mile away. So it just doesn't make sense that if a person may be impacted by the proposed facility, that they should not be notified about it and have a chance to get involved. So we recommend notice and the opportunity to be involved for the entire default 1 mile radius, and then also to the entire disproportionately impacted community if the facility is in or within 2,000 feet of that DIC. We don't have red lines for this concept, but I noticed that Sierra Club, Mike Foote talked about this more at length, and he would have a list of all the rules that this could apply to. So in conclusion, I'm really going over the amount of time I wanted to spend here, but there's 3 categories. There's June rules that we'd like restored. There's the additional protections that were written for CIC, but we'd like them extended to the DIC, and then additional rules that we originally asked for in our PHS. And with that, I will end my presentation and reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal, and would love to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation and appreciate the summary there at the end. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Leetwood, for the presentation. It was indeed helpful. I just have 2 quick questions. I think going off one of your last points there, talking about, again, providing notice, and I think you said to everyone within a disproportionately impacted community, similar to my questions with Mr. Foote before you, for a much larger area, like portions of Garfield County, are you then wanting to, again, provide notice to everyone in that entire area of Garfield County?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I recognize why you're asking, or I mean, I can't assume you're thinking, but I recognize that some of those areas are larger and less populated and more spread out. I do think that that should be the case, and similar to what Mr. Foote said, it is much more sparsely populated, so that would not be onerous for the operator. It's not a large amount of people. And similarly, the people that live much further away are just likely to say, oh, okay, well, that's happening, and not get involved. But we don't see the need to make a distinction between different disproportionately impacted communities, because we think that it'll just sort itself out. It should just be required the same for all disproportionately impacted communities.
Okay, and honestly, don't have any thoughts yet. Just try to make sure that I get everyone's full understanding and the parameters of those suggestions as well. The other question I had is if you could potentially pull up, and I apologize, I think it was slide 12 of your presentation.
Sure. Hopefully I can do that.
And just for context, it was talking about the additional, making sure that the 315 analysis was done for all OGDPs, even within the cap.
Yeah, sorry, it's just taking me 1 second because I don't want to share the wrong screen, and so I just
not a problem.
had to close Sorry about that. I'm a little bit challenged with the screen sharing. Hopefully, let's see if this is it. Oops. Try one more time. Okay. So let me find slide 12.
I believe it was 12.
Uh,
Yes, that is the one.
Okay, yes.
So what I wanted to try and understand is in number 2 of the rationale, you said separate OGDP data will be necessary due to the geographical and time scope of the caps. And so understand the time scope because you talked about sometimes in the cap it might be years later. I wanted to try and get a better understanding of the geographical aspect of it, and why the geography would be a necessary rationale to do it at the OGDP stage as opposed to doing it at the cap stage alone.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, let me say this is just, if you could require all of that data collected that's missing from the Form F, if you could require all the 2B data for the cap, and I don't even know if that's possible to require all the 2B data for such a large area. But if you could, this was a point to be made that the cap is like a larger scale. And so maybe I used the wrong term, geographical, but with OGDPs being able to look on a more, on a level that's specific to that OGDP, it's different than looking at it for the entire cap. The time scale, frankly, is the one that I'm more concerned about because sometimes these OGDPs aren't planned until 10 years into the future. But for both, it's like being able to look specifically as far as, and get into a more granular level of detail than you would probably want to see for a cap. It seems like the analysis of a cap is for more sweeping analysis of the entire area, whereas you wouldn't necessarily want to see all of the granular detail that is required for an OGDP. So maybe I didn't really put that very well.
No, and I think that makes sense. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand, especially when you look at, again, some of the larger impact areas that are being proposed. So if you're doing an entire disproportionately impacted community as the impact area, sometimes I imagine that an entire disproportionately impacted community would be even larger scale than what the cap itself would have. And so that's why I wanted to try and understand the geographic potential restrictions that you had here.
Right. Let me see if I'm understanding correctly. I think I can respond to that. So if the impact area for an OGDP was an entire DIC, then probably that impact area would be the same for each OGDP, so they could reuse that for each OGDP when it came up, but adjusting it for what's happened in the meantime, like new developments and things like that, if it's 5 years later, 10 years later.
Okay. And definitely following on the time, I'm just trying to make sure I understand it, because it did sound like you were saying that some of the more granular site-specific analysis would be more important. And I was just trying to make sure that I understood wanting that granular site-specific, while at the same time for certain areas proposing a much larger impact area.
Well, if a larger impact area is proposed, there would still be local impacts within 2,000 feet and within 1 mile, and those HAPs and all of those health impacts. So that would still be there, even if nobody's saying that those would extend out through the entire disproportionately impacted community. But it would also, if the impact area was extended to the entire disproportionately impacted community, not only would you have to look at the radius of where HAPs and things like that would affect people, but you would also have to look at what would impacts be to that larger community? What additional impacts would there be to that larger community?
Perfect. And then one final quick question. You talked about the disclosure of EPA identified effects of some of the chemicals that may be used on different sites. And again, for clarification purposes, as some of that information won't be known right away, would you foresee that being updated over time? And also, do you know other situations where that's required, or if it could be required to identify other household materials that have some of those same chemicals in them?
Okay, let me take the first part first. I would expect that it should be updated as it's updated by the EPA. So like some of those chemicals that are used in fracking that now must be disclosed to the commission, but not to the public unless a health provider needs to know. Some of those maybe have not been evaluated by the EPA yet, but some have. But once they do become evaluated by the EPA, that information should be available to the public, even if the name of the chemical is not known, because if they're allowed to keep that confidential, because it's a trade secret. So I think that was the first part of your question. Should it be updated? It should absolutely be updated. And then the second part of your question is as to whether other people have to disclose health impacts. And I do not know the answer to that question, but all I can say is that we're here today to talk about how the commission can help protect the public from the impacts of oil and gas operations and allow the public to know how they are going to be impacted. And that's the only thing that that you can do. And so that's why I'm asking you to do it, because you would have the power. And frankly, I don't understand why you would not. I mean, I know you're not saying this, so this is not directed at you, but I don't see any reason. The operator obviously would not want to do this, but this is the commission's job, and it seems like right in line with your mandate to protect the public is to let them know what are the potential impacts when they're trying to make decisions and when they're wanting to get involved.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it as always.
Appreciate the questions. Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners for Ms. Leithwood? Well, thank you again, Ms. Leithwood. We appreciate you and your group's participation with us in this important rulemaking. If you could send your slides over to Hearings Manager Thomas, that would be great, and we can add them to our deck.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, I think we're done with case in chief this afternoon. We're going to give ourselves a bit of a break. We start back up in an hour and 25 minutes for public comment. I would note that we have about 45 commenters this evening and roughly the same amount tomorrow evening. So we'll be doing 2 evening sessions that will be recorded for folks if they need to look at it later. And with that, I would tell us to rejoin this Zoom in about an hour and a half. See you then.